How's everyone doing this evening? Hope we're all having a good day, a good evening. For me it's 10 o'clock and yeah, we'll go for a couple of hours at least. I don't see why not. Should get a few people in, you know what it's like. This place rocks once we get the people popping in. We have got a guest already, but I'm going to do a few shout outs to some of the people that are already in so far. We've got Salen Sabaharquin, nice to see you in. Jack653653, how are you doing? He says that thumbnail made him cry. It was a good thumbnail. Helen Degenerates, nice to see you in. It's Nay Flat, how are you doing? Gadget Inspector and Amanda Owl. We've got Anthony Burrows in, how's it going my friend? SE Montreal, hop on the panel my friend. Jimbo. Players are among the flattest known landforms. Their slopes are generally less than 0.2 meters per kilometer. Yeah, you were saying that yesterday, and to be honest, to be fair, I didn't actually check that out today, but I promise you I will look into that. So we've got page 42 who's popped in. We've got Connor who says, I'm a massive MAGA, flat earth, harmonious euthanasia, eutheroid enthusiast. I've been to the bowel of the earth and the curve of the seven oceans, and why didn't I just whoosh to the unknown crazy? Well, okay. How are you doing? We've got Steve Hamilton, Ian Adams, TMF, how's it going? Enigma, how's it going? Mark Collard, Balanced Truths, Sips with Gin. Ryan Gebhart, how's it going? Wow, there's lots of people in tonight. Bandsaw Bandit, how's it going? I don't think I've missed anybody up to now. If I have, I do apologise. Yeah, I think I've caught up. Right, awesome stuff. Right, do you like the image on the screen currently? It says, if you're looking at the globe, you may still be indoctrinated. Let's see if we can show you that in its entirety. If you're looking at the globe, you may still be indoctrinated. I thought that was funny. The things we do. Right, back to the main screen. Here we go. Right, let's see who we've got in the chat right now. We are joined by a new panelist, actually, a very brand new panelist. We're joined by John Schnuduzlik. You're going to have to tell me how to spell that name, mate.
You want the proper pronunciation you're asking for?
Yes, please, because I mess it up every time.
Hey, that name, the way it is, has helped me out throughout my life, get out a lot of duty in the service and another thing. But anyways, it's just pronounced Sudlik, S-U-D-L-I-K.
Sudlik?
Sudlik, that's it.
Sudlik. Right, okay.
The Polish pronunciation is Studlik, but in America, in English, it's Sudlik.
Right, let's get your volumes up. Right, okay. We're also joined by SE Montreal. How's it going tonight?
Very good, very good. How's everybody doing?
I'm doing good. Did you see the title of the stream?
Yeah.
Oh, I thought that was a good one.
Beautiful.
Do we think he's going to find curvature, though? You know, I mean, I think that's what he's going for, isn't it?
I'm not even sure he's going to do it. Has he done it? Did he ever try, start?
Well, I think the first time he spoke about this was a couple of months ago, wasn't it? So he's had plenty of time to, you know, to get something done if that's what he was going to do. Maybe he'll get it done in the next couple of weeks.
I predicted then he wasn't going to do it. Sorry, John, go ahead.
No, I'll say he's doing this over water, correct, supposedly?
Yes, he is.
Well, then he won't find curvature then.
And he's quite low down as well. He's under the 30 meters that Ruhif was stating that anything under 30 meters or about that, you know, you're really going to be entering those refraction zones that's really going to bend everything. So, I mean, how's he going to supposed to get an accurate reading when he's only doing it around about 10 meters? It just makes no sense. Right, let me shout out Rob Keane, who's smashed the super chat. Says, "Hey Ranty, forget Rumpus. We don't need him." Well, yeah, I kind of agree. Yes, we don't need him, But you know, we want to. If he's going to put some evidence out and he's going to put some proofs out, we want to hold his toes to the fire about how he conducts the testing. And I think you know, calling him out over it and prompting him to do it properly, I don't think that's a bad thing. You know, we don't want these. We don't want him to screw it up, do we now?
Is that a trick question?
Well, no, I don't want him to screw it up. I want him to do. I want him to do a really good, thorough test. That's what I want. I just have a feeling that we're not going to get all the information. That's just my own feeling.
I'll be impressed, Randy, if he actually does the test.
Well,
anything.
He said he was going to jump in the water if it doesn't show.
Oh, yeah.
He did. He said if it doesn't show the curvature that he expects, he's going to throw himself in the canal. So that should be interesting to see, actually, because if it's quite clear that he's not seeing the kind of obstruction that he would expect to see, then realistically he should be live streaming himself jumping in. So.
That just piqued my interest 100%. Rumpus.
Obstruction is not always curvature, though. You can't claim obstruction to be curvature. I mean, there could be other things causing the obstruction. Excuse me.
I think he's looking for the drop from the level. So I think he's gonna use the auto level to see this 6 mile distance, right? And then based from that, he's going to know how much, if he's got these signs and stuff that he can hold up,
right?
How much it's dropped. I think that's what he's doing. Ali B, how's it going, my friend? Maybe you can shed a little bit of light here.
Oh, I just got the notification you were started. So, how's my mic?
Your mic's coming through great, mate.
Good stuff. I don't know what was what were you talking about there?
You
Rumpus?
shed no light whatsoever, Rat. How you doing?
No, I know.
We're talking.
What's happening? How's? Wait a minute, Pete. What's when's he actually doing his experiment, Ranty?
Well, he was supposed to be doing it, I think, last week. That got cancelled, and he's been talking about it for at least a couple of months that I know of. So, I just want to make sure that he's definitely going to do this and do a proper job.
I thought it was quite funny that he didn't want anybody flat earthers. I think he's scared that we're going to steal his equipment, because if you noticed he did actually mention, he made a point of mentioning the equipment was expensive, and sort of it came across as if he was insinuating he was frightened that the flat earthers would run off with his
He'd be more worried if we throw him in the river, Ali, in the canal.
or something, yeah. How you doing, Essie? And Pete and John.
Good, brother. Good to hear you.
Hi, nice to meet you.
So this is John. It's the first time he's been on the panel. I know that he has wanted to come in before, so he's made it, finally. He's got here.
First time
what made you want to come on, John? Sorry, John, what made you want to come on?
Ranty leaving, basically, I just wanted to, share my appreciation with him for what he's done so far. Just wanted to apologize because I was critical of him a while back, and I just wanted to apologize for that and say I was wrong. And just wish him the best.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, good stuff, man. Good stuff. Yeah, and I'll say the same as well. I think Ranty, work and family, and as you say, you've got to eat, and if nobody's going to super chat you or anything like that,
yeah, I hear it.
You've got to live. You have to live, and I know they say that truth. I haven't got a problem with anybody taking money if they're putting in the time, and you've put in probably more time and effort than probably the majority of people.
You're talking to John here,
including myself. What's that, Pete?
I said, were you talking to John there when you said you put in more time than anyone else?
No, he was talking about Ranty.
I was talking about Ranty there. you know, and about the fact that, you know, he's, you know, I believe that people should be, if you're putting in the time, and if it's like it's like a job, man. You know, what happened? You should know, Pete, more than anybody, how much. Imagine you doing these shows that you used to do every single day, man. And at 11 o'clock, you've got to remember, Ranty, or 10 o'clock at night, or this is an early one, but usually it's like 10 o'clock. You can't have a full day's work, right? And then go on the internet till like 2 o'clock in the morning, you know, and
you can make a fortune from the internet, though, Ali. You can make can make money from the internet, as the bowler side have shown. So it's not just about that.
Yeah, I've seen what's his name? I've seen the Rumpus has appeared, and it's so fitting that he uses a sheep as his avatar. Isn't that right? Isn't
The
it?
sheep has arrived.
And he introdued me and maybe the rest of the people who are here as well. But
is it a female sheep or a Pete, or a male sheep, Ali?
That was a female because it's a female because it's a female. Wait a minute, let me answer. It's a female SE because the Rumpus acts like a woman. So
right.
You're a girl here, I'm afraid, Ali.
Oh, shut up, you dick.
Well, before we get into this,
Rumpus, I've owned you every
let's
time.
introduce the rest of the guests.
So before we get into it, I just want to clarify what's happening with the show and stuff. So yeah, I'm going to take a step back and let Brandon Toy take over. So he's gonna, you know, I'll let him do everything that I'm doing basically on the show, so he'll carry it on. I'm not sure when that's going to start, hopefully next week sometime. And for me, yeah, I'm going to still keep my toes in. You know, I'm going to make videos instead of doing the shows, so I'll make a video, I don't know, maybe every 3 weeks or something, put a lot of time and effort into it and put the videos out, and then maybe come back in the new year to do the shows, take over the shows again. So that's the plan.
Hell yeah.
Yeah.
You know, it's really
plans of mice and men often go astray, right? So don't forget that as well.
It goes awry. Sorry, Pete. It's often goes awry.
Give the real Scottish version. Let me give the real Scottish version, Ali. The best laid plans of mice and men often gang. Okay.
Awry.
Gang a dlay. Often gang a dlay. Is the real.
Awry.
It's gang a dlay. Look it up. Robert Burns. Look it up. It's gang a dlay, which means go awry.
Oh, gang a dlay. Well, my apologies. All right. Kudos to you, buddy.
Okay. No,
I was using the English then. Awry. I was using the English version then. Shame on me.
I don't know how I can convince my brain, honest to God, to think beyond the next moment, I guess. What am I going to be doing tomorrow? What am I going to be doing next month? What am I going to be doing next year? Honest to God, I don't know how to sort of maneuver it. It's so, in a sense, I swear to God, it's so desperate, right? Because every fucking thing is a lie. Every encounter is suspicious, you know, and we started talking about that in a different sense in the chat beforehand. But glad to be here anyway and having a good chat on this, the second last night before Ranty's departure.
Well, so now we've got Rumpus in, and to be fair, you know, I did let him know that the show was titled with his name in it. I messaged him on Skype and I did notice that he'd seen that, so I assume he's popped in to tell us a little bit about it. So a few people have been asking Rumpus, you know, when are you going to get this test done? When are you going to do
it? Yeah, what goes on? What's going on, Rumpus?
Yeah, it's been delayed. Basically, my
Correct, go on. give him some time, go on.
Other people, oh my God. Yeah, I've had sort of helpers who can't do it, can do it, can't do it, and then I've had my mother going to hospital and things, and I also managed to do my back in for a couple of weeks and things, and somebody who was going to do my video producing dropped out, and so I'm having to replace that, which is taking quite a lot of time to sort out. But it should be within a couple of weeks, really. I'm hoping, yeah, and I also want to do a bit of promotion beforehand, of course, but of the damn thing. Yeah, it should be within a couple of weeks. I mean, I've built the targets. I've got pictures and videos of my built targets. They're 30 feet tall. I've got most of the equipment I need. I've done most of the sort of live streaming testing, and there's still some more equipment to buy. And I've got, sort of spotting scopes and cameras and lenses and HDMI converters and things. Getting all the live streaming stuff sorted out and getting people to bring along their phones and making sure they've got phones that can do streaming and things. And
you show us anything, Rumpus?
What could I show? Well, I could. I've got pictures of the site.
Come on.
I've got pictures of the site. And I'm wondering.
Sure, yeah. Show us anything. That's good.
I could show you pictures of. I could definitely show you pictures of sites that are rejected on mine. It took me 2 weeks to find possibly actually nearly 3 to actually find the location. I went along this place several times, and I could show you some unsuitable locations. Perhaps that wouldn't give. I still want to.
I guess I'm saying,
I've got a
give us
question.
evidence.
Wait a minute, Pete. I've got a question for the Rumpus.
You're such a pussy,
If you
Rumpus.
measure, wait a minute, Rumpus. Wait a minute, Travis. Wait a minute, Travis. I'm first. I'll let you go first.
Professor is the bad boy. Straight to the
Wait a
point.
minute, right. Wait a minute, Rumpus, right. Now, why are you doing this experiment? Because you are quoted as saying it doesn't matter if it's a ball or a flat earth, it'll still come up with the same result. So what are you wasting your time for?
I didn't say that at all.
Yes, you did. Yes, you did. I've got you. I've just been watching.
Well, before those guys get into that, let me do a quick shout out to Pitch Black Riddick, who says, Ranty, I will stay around until you get back. Well, thank you very much there. Maybe keep the seat warm. Brandon will do an excellent job, guys. So, and your super chats, what you giving the super chats to Brandon Toy will go to Brandon Toy. They won't come to me. They will be going to Brandon Toy for his work that he'll be doing over the next few months. So, be prepared for that. If you want to support the show and keep Brandon in the hot seat, you're going to have to support him. I'm sure he'll like it, and I've already told him that he will be collecting the money for that, so that's all good. But in the meantime, thank you very much, Pitch Black Riddick, for your super chat. Very much appreciated. Oh, and the members though, yeah, I'm keeping the members' money. So just so you know, don't desert me as a membership. You're a member of my channel, so that's all good. Thanks, Rob, for pointing that out. Where's all Ranty's members?
You have made a quote of mine.
Let's stick to what you were doing.
You have made a quote of mine, and I'm going to explain the quote. Right, Bev is going to do this sort of post-hopping business with his auto level and then measuring a horizontal on each post and then moving along, etc., etc. That will give exactly the same result. And I was actually going to draw this if he came in. Actually, I was going to go through.
Yeah, get on with it. It's going to give the same result. Carry on.
Right, so that's what I was referring to, the fact that Bev's test, and he's going to come back and say, I've done this
now,
test.
what's your test? What's different about your test?
Ali, be quiet.
No, forget that. That's okay. I'll accept that.
I'm going to
what's
answer
your test?
I will tell you that in a second.
No, Ali, come on, Ali. Take it easy.
I am going to answer
shut up,
the way I
Pete.
wish to answer.
Don't tell me how to...
Stop interrupting me, you twat. Stop, shut up and listen, then you can turn.
Okay.
Shout out to Ali B.
Right.
Shout out right back at you.
Right. Okay, so I want to come on, guys. I want to hear what Rumpus has got to say. Come on, let him finish.
So Bev's test, and Bev's going to turn up. He said he was going to turn up on the day, and that's which I'm probably now. And I'm going to release the location very shortly. And as I say, said to Ranty, he might be quite amused by the ultimate location because there was some comment about it.
That mumbling there, he might be amused by it. Why?
It's in the fence. Well, anyway. He'll find it amusing, but just on very small degree. So it's not no more than a slight chuckle, perhaps. Ben is going to do a test. Bev is going to do this little surveying test, and he doesn't understand because he's stupid and incompetent. But that will give the same result for a flat Earth and a spherical Earth. And he thinks by going there on the day, because he did say he'd do this, he would go there on the day before, or on the day that I'm going to announce it, and he was going to go and do this little surveying business of his, and then demonstrate that it's horizontal, and therefore whatever I do will be invalidated. I've got George ready with a presentation on this issue, and I'm going to make one as well, showing how he's an absolute incompetent moron. And
yeah, right, okay, but get on with what
my test. So my test is about drop. So I can show you a diagram about what drop is here. I can share my screen.
Don't do no diagrams, man. Come on.
Yes, diagrams, because this
No
diagram
diagrams.
because
And also
diagrams
give us your
explain-
expectations for a
diagrams
flat
No
Earth.
explain what I'm
diagrams.
If you're
going to
going
do,
give
Pete.
diagrams.
Diagrams explain
Tell
what
him,
I'm
Pete.
going
Well,
to do.
okay, but
Sicky's
give your
diagram.
expectations for a flat Earth if you're going to give diagrams.
I'm going to explain what I believe.
No,
will
you
happen.
don't need to do that. Save that
Yes,
for
I
the
do.
presentation.
I'm afraid that's what I'm going to do, Pete. So just shut up.
Ranty, don't let him do that, man. You
I
know
can
how
do-
Right, well,
familiar he is
let's
with
give it.
diagrams.
Yeah, come
Well,
on, Randy.
here's the
Randy,
thing.
come on, don't let him do that.
Right, listen, guys. I'm quite happy, seeing as I've titled Rumpus in the name of the stream, to give him 15 or 20 minutes to explain what he needs to explain, and then, guys, you can have a go. But I mean, at least let him present what he's going to, let him give the information that he wants to give right now. It's all about the information, guys. You know? We can critique
Let me
it
just say
afterwards.
before I go on mute,
Yeah?
Rumpus, let's hear.
I agree.
Let me just say before I go on mute, Rumpus, for 15 or whatever, however long it takes. Let's hear your. We know your globe Earth expectations. Let's also hear, of course, your flat Earth expectations. So
Yes,
thank
I will
you.
point out what will happen if there is a flat Earth, and what will happen if there's a globe Earth, and you will be able to see that.
Yes,
live.
over a body of water, extended
Yeah.
body of water.
Yeah.
Okay,
So-
right. So let him have the floor now for a few minutes, since he's got his display in his screen as well. So go ahead, Rumpus.
Right, so this is the fundamental thing that, for instance, Bev doesn't understand. So here, on the globe model, level just simply means the same distance from the centre of the Earth. It actually means, technically, a particular distance from the WGS-84, but in principle, it just means the same distance from the centre of the Earth, and it's perpendicular to the surface of the Earth. So, for instance, here we have up and down. That's how we define up and down on the globe. And as you go around here, you can see the up and down changes depending on your latitude. And level is just simply perpendicular to that at any one point. Now, this is the thing that Bev doesn't understand. These two levels are different at different places. So here we have one level, and here we have another level. So that's what two levels. So two people at two different places will have a different idea about what level is. And as you can see, there's a gap here. This is the drop. This is the classic drop thing. That if you take a horizontal from a position, then the Earth is obviously going to curve away from that horizontal. And then we can obviously, and then this is what causes things to drop down. So not just the bottom of things, but the top of things. I just caught someone saying, oh, but this is about obstruction. No, I'm going to be raising a large target high above it'll be about 30 feet above the bank, which will be about, that will put it about 35 feet above the water. Where my targets will be. So let's just establish what drop is. This is similar to the Bedford levels experiment, but it's different because I'm trying to measure drop. So let me just get to where a drop is, so I can explain to you what drop is, and that's the value you'll see. I've got somewhere around here. Where's my? Sometimes I've been working on this document. Right, here we go. So here's a magnified view of what we were looking at earlier. So here we have an observer. On the ground, and there's their local horizontal, which you can establish with a water level, whatever you like. And obviously the Earth curves away like this, and if the further you go away, this distance increases, which means that if you move along this thing and this person's looking horizontally, you will gradually descend, and this drop value is determined by an equation. That shows you different drops I've got. By this equation here, the drop is equal to R1 minus cos S over R, where S is the distance you move, R is the radius of the Earth. And that gives you the drop. And then if you do some maths on that, that gives you, do approximations as a cos. And if you put in the approximation for cos, you end up with a formula called S squared over 2R, where S squared is the distance you move along the curve. R, again, is the radius, which if you then put in the values for miles and you put in the radius in miles, you end up with the classic formula of 8 inches times your distance in miles squared gives you the drop. So that just simply means that is how far something will go down compared to your horizontal as a function of the distance. This distance S here, I don't know if you can, it's not very I have to change that.
Yeah, I think we get all the principles.
Right.
Yep.
Okay, so that means there is a measurable distance here. So in other words, that means if you were at this point here,
refraction aside, of course.
If you were at this point here and you wanted, and this person here was looking horizontally along this line here, like an auto level would do, you would have to raise something up to this point here for it to appear horizontal to them. And so what I'm going to do is I've got these targets, I've got them, I can raise them up, I can change their distance, how high they're raised up to 30 feet, and I'm sitting on a bank. The observer position is about 15 feet on a bridge, and 6 miles away on a bank, which is about 2 meters, 6 feet above the water. I can then put a post and a pipe together, and so I've raised the post inside the pipe up to about 30 feet, because the formulas give you a drop of about 7 meters. Because the observer point is not actually at ground level, but at 15 feet above the water level. And I will measure the base of the post from water level 6 miles away. And I believe, and I know that, and I've got the bank to stand on, that I will have to raise up the post. If it's a curve, if the Earth is curved as we believe it is, I will have to raise the post up about
7 meters.
28 will be 28 feet. The drop, because I'm on a bank, I'm lower down. The drop will be about 7 meters, but because the bank I'm on is another 2 meters down from the bridge where the observers are, then I have to raise it up another 2 meters above the drop. So it's about 2 meters. So it gives a total of about 28, 30 feet.
Okay.
How do you know,
So,
Rumpus? Rumpus, how do you know? How do you know?
Just let me answer this one question, Ali, and then I'll let you answer. I'll step away then. So my one question that I have is that all this relies upon the auto level being level, right? That's what it.
Well, actually, I've thought of that. I've got a water level there as well, so we can check that the auto level is actually doing what a water level does. I've actually got someone to help me. Actually, he's made one for me.
Okay.
And I will be using the auto level. We'll look along a water level to demonstrate that it's giving you the horizontal, and then I'll turn the auto level around because I'll have the water level on the bridge. I will then show that the auto level and the water level agree. I will then turn the auto level around to point at the target 6 miles away, and then I will show you where this is, and you will see it live, where this line for the auto level will appear in the camera. And you'll also, I've also made some kit to enable a phone to look through the auto level, so you'll see where the auto level line is. And then through the camera, we will superimpose that auto line level on that image, and then you will see where the auto level live thinks horizontal is. And then I will raise up this target at 6 miles away and all the other targets in between. And I'm proposing about 4 targets at the moment. Then you will see live, simultaneously transmitted, of people raising the target and the view through the auto level and the camera all at the same time. And then you will see the target hit the auto level line. And then you will see, and you'll be able to say, and look at the post and say, look, there is the drop. Yeah. You can see it there.
Yeah, but what I just want to clarify, just for the audience and for myself, that we have to make sure that the auto level is calibrated to level to start with, right? So you've just said that you'll address that. That's fine. So I want to bring Ali B in, but then I want to bring Bev in because Bev will maybe have something to ask you about this. So Ali B, you go ahead.
All right, Rumpus. How will you determine? Are you putting in the equation for refraction as well? Then, yeah.
This doesn't allow for refraction, but I will be doing it for refraction.
Right. Okay. Right. Next question.
I'm showing you the simplified diagram here without refraction at the moment.
Yeah. Right. And also perspective. Perspective as well. Yeah.
No, that perspective doesn't feature in this.
Oh, well, look, things, right, wait a minute. So you're saying that if something moves further away, it doesn't get smaller?
No, I didn't say that. I'm saying it's not relevant to this.
Of course it is if you're shooting 6 miles.
I've just explained.
Yeah, explained it as extended
I've just explained to you that this, in the auto level, we will have a line here.
And
when we raise this object up to this point, perspective does not.
You're an utter clown,
it will make the target smaller. It will make the target smaller, but it won't change its position. So, I mean, the fact that you don't understand, I mean, I could go into a perspective, I suppose, if you like.
Hello? Where's everyone gone?
No, on the flat, what will happen? There'll be an image of Let me see if I can dig out an image.
Is going into the distance, Rumpus.
He can do that if he wants. But the forgot what the question was now. What was it? What was the question again? Sorry. On the flat Earth, we expect to see the horizon. So, for instance, in the distance, there is at this 6 mile distance, there is also a bridge of a very similar height to the observer position. My target will be just in front of this other bridge. Now, if the Earth was flat, the auto levels line will draw almost exactly the same place on the railings on the distant bridge as it does, because it'll be just above the railings on the observer bridge, and the auto line level will go through just above the railings, if the Earth is flat, just above the railings in this distant bridge. If the line is much, much, much higher than that, then we know that the Earth is not flat.
Oh, that's interesting. That's an interesting point of discussion. Is that true, Ranty? Do you think that's true?
Rumpus,
Bev,
are you testing?
Bev.
Wait a minute. Oh, sorry, can I just ask Rumpus, are you testing for curvature or flatness?
I'm testing this value here, this drop, which will be 0 if we're on a
No, that's
Earth.
what I'm saying. Are you, I'm not asking about values. Are you testing for curvature or drop? Curvature or flat?
I am testing for the value of this drop, which will be 0 on a flat Earth, and it will be 6 meters on a curved Earth.
Bev, that's a perfect introduction for Bev to come in. And do you agree with
wait a minute. Let me finish, because I know Bev's going to rip. But I just want a few questions in. So if you were going to, for example, say if I was trying to prove that the Earth was flat, yeah, I would try and measure for curvature, because that's what you do when you falsify something. That's why I was interested.
Well, I'm going to measure this value, which will do both. This value that I will measure, if the Earth is flat, then this curve doesn't exist. And the height here, the difference will be 0. The auto level, so for instance, if this is auto level is 5 feet high, it'll show 5 feet high over here. It'll go through 5 feet above.
And you stick to that, Rumpus. You stand to that basic principle.
Imagine there's a bridge, as I say, in the distance, which is about the same height above the water. So if the auto level line goes through just above the railing, which is also a similar height, on the distant bridge, then the Earth would be flat, assuming no refraction, of course.
Okay, Bev, answer Rumpus. Do you agree with his statement there as for foundation between us looking at the test results as they apply?
Yeah, I like the idea of you adding the water level in on the other side, right? Because you're trying to check that the auto level is the same as the water level, right?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. So you do that facing the other way. How long is the water level?
It's going to be about 1.5 meters.
Sorry?
The distance between the two cylinders will be about 1.5 meters.
A meter? You're going to
have 1.5 meters, yes, 1.5 meters. 1.5 meters. Jesus Christ.
All right. Yeah, we get it. Yeah. You're not doing man-sized water.
Take it easy, Rumpus. Leave Bev respond. He was just clarifying.
God, he's just being a twat, as he always is.
Okay. It's not very long, though, 1.5 meters.
I could make it 2. I mean, I have the option to make it longer.
Well, I think the majority of people in this conversation here would actually disagree with it and say, in fact, it was you that was being the twat. But there you go.
But you're a moron. You're not qualified to have an opinion.
Yeah, I might be a moron, but I'm a very good judge of character.
No, you're not. You're a terrible judge of
character. You don't need qualifications.
You are a moron.
Hang on. What's your problem with me? Hang on, Rumpus.
Wait a minute. Let me finish.
What's your problem? Bev, what's your problem with Rumpus's 1.5 meter water level?
Well, no, I like the idea, right? Because what he does is he turns one way, and he's got the water level there, right? And the auto level establishes a horizontal. You know that, don't you, Rumpus? Right? So what you're doing is you're checking that the water level in that thing is also horizontal, right?
Yes, well, obviously we know that the water level, a water level device. Make sure we're not talking about the water level of the canal. A water level device gives you a horizontal. If you don't put it over too far a distance, if you keep it over just a few meters and you don't start making it over 100 meters or something, it will show you the local horizontal. And then I will show that the auto level is also agreeing, because it'll line up the graticule in the auto level with the water level. And also I've independently calibrated the auto level. I've checked that it meets the manufacturer's precision. There's a procedure you can do with an auto level over a distance of 100 meters by doing several observations and then moving the auto level around. You can check that what the error of the auto level is, and I've checked mine, and it's within the specifications of the auto level, so I know that actually it's correct. But it would certainly do no harm to show visually at the site live that the water level and the auto level agree. So that
how far does level apply, Rumpus? Absolute level. How far does it apply?
Sorry, what's the question?
How far does absolute level apply? You talk about auto level, and you've looked into the details. How far does level apply or extend to?
Well, I mean, on here, you see this in this diagram. Hopefully, you're still looking at it. This pink line that I've got here, it just carries on indefinitely. That is the local horizontal for the observer. This eye here, that's the local horizontal. So that goes on indefinitely. Yes, it's a
straight tangent.
Yeah, that's
what
wait a minute.
Water level, right?
Wait a minute. Rumpus, right? This thing, that's what I was actually going to mention. That tangent point, right? Now, wait a minute. That point that you say, right? Now, you say it's the minute I move a meter, right? It won't be horizontal. That horizontal will be different than the meter that I measured before. So what you're doing basically is a waste of time, if that's what you believe. Because if you set that water level a meter away, now it's not a local point. It's not a point.
You're correct, Ali.
Right.
You're absolutely
correct. I'm correct.
But the error is so tiny.
No, don't start that. Don't start that.
Horizontal is never horizontal.
Yeah, exactly. You know what I mean? What he's doing is he's arguing. He's saying that no, if you a tangent, it's a plane tangent, right? Which is a point, and as Bev quite well pointed out, I never knew it, and I've checked up. It doesn't have any dimensions. It's a made up thing, right? And so if I move if I'm a meter away from you, my horizontal, by your definition, is totally different. So what you're doing is a waste of time.
No, it's not.
It is totally different because it's not the same.
It's
You're
not
fucking clown.
Totally
Excuse
different.
me.
You say there's no horizontal on a ball, Rumpus, because everyone pointing horizontally, depending on their position on the ball, will point necessarily in different directions.
Correct. Yes, absolutely correct. But the point
so Ali is right.
So what are you doing for a meter then?
Let me make my point.
But there is no point. You've made your point.
Let me make my point.
But you've made your point, Rumpus, 100 times.
Let me make my point. Let me reply. The point is that over a distance of a meter, the change in the Earth's curvature is a matter of a few atoms worth, I think.
It doesn't matter. It's a different horizontal. Wait a minute.
Over that distance, you can ignore the curvature, and that's why planar
you
surveyors.
Can't, because if you're extending a line,
planar surveyors are able to do the same thing over several hundred meters because the curvature over that distance is very, very small.
Right.
Remember,
well, Ali,
over a mile, the drop is only 8 inches.
Okay.
Over a mile.
Stop shouting, please.
But God,
I just need to let me just ask.
Your mic.
Well, yeah, he does. Rumpus, you're echoing everywhere, man. Let me just ask Bev before you get into it, right? Rumpus, would you agree? Rumpus, no, you are. You're speaking too close to your mic or something, man.
Echoing. That's not echoing.
Oh well, I know I use the word glibly, right?
Well, you mean
but anyway,
distortion. Okay, you mean distortion.
Okay, okay. Anyway, let me just ask you first of all, right? Would you agree that we have to get the theory right? First of all, we have to agree on the theory, and then you do your test, right? And whatever the results show, we'll all have to agree on. We're all committed to it, but we have to get the theory right. And this is where I'll bring Bev back in again, which Ranty brought earlier on, because if you claim that as we look over the extended distance with an auto level, the railings on the bridge 6 miles away should show up level over an extended span, and if they don't, then that leads to conclusions leading towards the globe understanding.
Yeah.
Do you agree on that?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay.
So getting the theory is absolutely right. You have to get the theory first to know what you're testing.
Right.
And then you have to say, right, if we get this result, that means it's a globe. If we get that result, it's flat.
Right.
And so then we need, and the result's going to be, I'm going to measure this drop here.
Right.
And if it's 0, then I'll be jumping in the canal.
Right.
And if it goes 6 meters high,
Right.
then I will be getting out the
So
champagne.
thank you. So let me just say
Okay,
this then, Bev.
hold on, Pete.
Let me just say this, Ranty, please. I beg your pardon. Let me just say this, right? Because it concludes the point. So, Rumpus, as regards to the alternative position, which is a flat Earth extended span over this watery plane, right, scenario, you have to take perspective drop into consideration. So therefore, necessarily, it will deviate from the horizontal. Correct or not?
On the line of sight here, there's no perspective issue. This is going to be raised up until it matches the graticule on the auto level, which means it's at the same.
I get you.
That horizontal.
I get you.
There's no perspective issue in this.
Right, listen, I wanna share my screen and ask
Can I
you.
just add, while we were on that water level bit, Rumpus, that we have actually done this. We've tested a 100-meter water level, right? We've done it from the centre to 50 meters either end, and then we've moved the auto level 60 meters past it, and then sighted the 2 points, so like 160 meters altogether.
Yeah, the resolution of the auto level wouldn't be able to detect the error.
Now that is horizontal, right?
Yeah, because
So
the auto level.
So the auto level matched the water level.
Capable of discerning an error over 100 meters. It cannot measure that.
160 meters, we said. Like, 'cause we went 60 meters past.
160 meters. That it would not be able to determine an error over that distance.
Okay, so
But you can measure the diameter of a molecule.
Just a minute, Pete.
Not with an auto level, you can't.
So it's horizontal then. The water level is horizontal up to 160 meters. So
no, it's not horizontal. Well, no, it's horizontal
point?
for the midpoint. It's horizontal for the midpoint of those two things.
Sorry?
I'm glad you're apologising while interrupting me. It's over 160 meters, if you have a water level, you will get a horizontal point for the midpoint of that. I can draw a diagram for that.
Right, so a water level is 2 vials at the end of a pipe, right?
Yes.
So you're saying that tool to establish a horizontal plane of reference, the horizontal plane that it is in the middle of the two ends. So can you draw a straight line then from one end to the other and say that in the middle, that's where it's horizontal?
That's obnoxious, isn't it?
I'm in the process of drawing this. So here we have.
Right. Which point is the line
Oh,
horizontal at, Rumpus?
I'm about to show you. If you just wait a bloody second.
Because if the horizon changes, the visible horizon
Why have you drawn
changes.
a ball? We're talking a horizontal.
Yes, I'm showing you what will happen on the Earth. On the globe.
You're just showing me a picture of a circle.
Yeah, I'm showing you the theory that you don't seem capable of understanding.
No, it just
When Brandon comes on, you won't be able to show your diagram.
The tool, in reality,
I'm going to show you
Rumpus.
what will happen when you do your water level thing.
No,
So
this
when
is you. You're doing it.
No, I'm showing you what you're doing.
No,
Right,
no,
so
no.
here's the situation.
This is your
So-
test,
no,
Rumpus.
no, this is what it's going to happen. Right. So there, let me just draw what you're going to do.
This is a water level, right?
Yeah, and I'm
You
showing
go-
you what a water
right.
level does. I'm showing
Okay.
you what a water level does.
Okay. Can I tell you that Jesse Kozlowski says that the water level drops away from the horizontal, which is about what your test said before.
Yes,
But
the water
you
level
had
does
an
drop, yes.
auto level that establishes a horizontal, checking the water level, which was a horizontal. That was one of
Water
your
level's not
confirmation
horizontal,
checks
you
at the
twat.
beginning.
The water level is not horizontal; it curves.
So what are you checking at the
moron.
beginning of your test then?
Oh my god! When a water level, over a distance of just a couple of meters, that
because
is
no
Can you stop
moron
interrupting me, you
would have
twat?
a water
Can you stop
level
interrupting me, you
that's
twat?
1.5
Stop interrupting me, you
meters
twat. I
long.
said 2 words, and you interrupted me.
Right,
you
okay,
moron.
listen, what we're going to do, we're going to let Rumpus have his 2 minutes to explain what he thinks that you're asking, and then Bev, you can drill him afterwards. Is that okay?
Yeah.
Right,
Okay.
So,
Does he?
Right. So
So hold on. Let him clarify his position before you just spend 2 minutes doing something that he might not have asked. Let Bev clarify his question to you, and then you'll have 2 minutes to yourself. Okay.
Right. Okay. So the Jesse Kozlowski states that on your model, the water level drops away from horizontal at a rate of 8 inches times the distance in miles squared. Okay? Now, that's a drop of the water level from horizontal. Okay? Yep. That's predicted on your model. We know that. Now, we say, or I say, the water level is horizontal. So, whereas you're predicting a drop, I don't predict a drop.
No, and you're wrong. That's why you're wrong.
Okay, so there is a drop, right? Okay.
Oh my God.
Right. Okay. So let Rumpus answer then.
Jesus Christ.
Off you go.
But I don't know if you missed this bit earlier.
No, go back to your diagram that you're drawing. No, you don't need to do this one. Just go back to your.
No, he doesn't understand what drop is.
I can see that, Rumpus. It says it's got it wrote there. A drop.
Right. So why did you ask me?
So the blue bit is the water level, and that other bit is a horizontal.
You asked me a question just now as though you'd not listened to anything we've been saying for the last 10 minutes.
No, I was just getting you to clarify, Rumpus.
How
so
many
you
times
understood what my question was. I mean, I understand
your question perfectly, but you didn't seem to understand what I'm doing. Here is the drop I'm proposing to measure. So I'm going to be 6 miles away from the observer, and I'm going to say that to match the graticule, the horizontal for the observer, I'm going to have to raise this up 6 meters. There's going to be a drop, but because I've got a drop with a bank, I'm going to have to add another 2 meters onto that, with a total post and pillar combination of about 28
I was asking about
feet.
the water level bit that you were doing at the beginning.
Yeah, no, and you were asking me about drop, though. You changed the subject about drop.
No. You confirmed that the water level was the same horizontal that your auto level was.
Right, okay, so that's a different issue. Over a distance of a meter. Right, so here we have right, so let me just draw this.
But this test is
God,
over the water in a canal.
Just be quiet. I'm going to deal with exactly the water level issue. Just give me a moment. I didn't interrupt you whatsoever in your ramblings. Right, so okay, so
well, you actually did, Rumpus, and you called him a twat.
No, I was quiet until he addressed me and asked me to say whether I thought I was agreeing with him. So
but you were wrong there. Then.
Yeah.
Right, so
I'm sure you're 2 minutes up.
I didn't interrupt him. I made a point. I didn't, even when he was sort of left a gap for me to speak, I specifically didn't speak so that he couldn't accuse me of interrupting him. I made a point of that.
Get back on
That's
point.
Why I didn't say anything at all during his period. So,
get on.
So this is what happens when you have a distance I mean, this is for the Earth. This distance here is several thousand miles, and you can see these horizontals for these 2 points don't agree. But if we make these, if we get within a meter, bugger it. If we get within a meter, then these things are going to be. That's for instance. Well, if I were to draw a meter apart, you would not be able to see it. And so and it's so small, the change over a meter or so, that an auto level would not be able to detect it.
What about over an extended flat plane, Rumpus?
So a water level over a few meters is very good at giving you a
perpendicular.
Oh my God! Shut up, you moron! Over a couple of meters, be quiet, twat. Over a couple of meters, a water level will give you an excellent horizontal. But if you start doing something like go to say 100 meters, then you start to not quite get into the area where you're affected. But imagine if you did it over, let's suppose you did it over a mile.
Rumpus, you're extending the horizontal.
Then the water levels, if you to draw a straight line between them, this is what he was then taught.
No, that's just a perpendicular.
So here we go. So if you draw a straight line between the two water levels, you will end up with the actual horizontal of the midpoint between the two water levels.
Rumpus, you're just extending the horizontal with your 1.5 meter water line. You're looking to the line that the two.
Don't interrupt him, Pete. You were saying something.
Don't call
I'm just saying.
Be quiet. Let Pete
Hang
finish
on,
his
I'm
point.
just clarifying, Bev. Hang on a second. Rumpus, you're actually defeating yourself in a sense. When you look through the 1.5 meter water level, you are extending the horizontal into the distance. And this is what I'm saying. When you take into consideration your flat Earth or extended span calculations, I guess, a tiny variance in angular size, right, or angular distance will make the massive difference over a span of 6 months.
As I zoom into this becomes flatter and flatter. And on the Earth, let me just in fact,
guess what, Rumpus? I hate to interrupt you. You've interrupted me often enough, but I'll tell you, you just drew 2 radians. Please draw 358 more around the circumference of that circle, please.
I will do that. Hold on. You just hold on your question. I'll come back to you. Let me just show you what a distance. You see this? This is a scale diagram over 68 kilometers. That's how flat the Earth is over 68 kilometers. And if you go in here, you can just see the difference between what is actually horizontal and the curve of the Earth over 68 kilometers. That's how flat the Earth is. So imagine if you just have water levels that are separated only by a few meters, they are effectively flat and horizontal. So you can use that.
In theory, that's how flat the Earth is, Rumpus. What about a flat
Only
Earth?
when your points become many hundreds of meters does your water level not show the horizontal at one point.
Rumpus, put on your impartial hat, bud. You're
Right.
doing a
Someone else
test,
is asking
right?
me a question. Someone else is asking
Yeah,
me a question.
I want to ask you a question. I want to move away from this for the time being and come back to this because I know that
Someone's asking me about radians or something.
Yeah, we'll get back to that. I promise you. But I want to get back to the observation and the results. So if you want to stop sharing your screen for just a minute, I want to ask you what you're expecting to see. So I'm going to stop watching you.
How do I stop?
Excellent, Ranty. Excellent. Push it that way.
So obviously we'll get back to talking about the levels and how that all works. But before we get into that and we have a row, I want to get through to what we're expecting to see through the auto level. So you should have stopped. Can you see my screen on in the show channel?
I'm having this no entry sign thing again. Bloody hell!
Hold on, let me reshare. Right, here we go. So there you go. So can you see now?
Yeah.
Okay, so I've just drawn a basic what you might see through the scope, of the auto level. So obviously you've got your crosshairs in the center, and I've drawn this sign. So this is an orange sign that I've just drawn with I don't know what your sign looks like, but I would
that actually, yeah. It's a good representation. That's a good representation of what you will see. Yes.
Okay, so this is the center line. So let's suppose this is set to 9 meters. You said to get to your horizontal, and when you look through the scope, you immediately see this, right? So you see that just the top of this board, which is basically at 9 meters, it's been raised up 9 meters. You've had to raise it up 9 meters.
One just quick point, Ranty. Unfortunately, the auto level doesn't have this level of magnification, so you will not get a view like this in actual practice. But carry on. Okay.
So if it looks something similar to this, and you've increased the height of the target to this level.
I'll move this orange there. So I'll move this orange target until it crosses the graticule, the center graticule.
And then somebody says at the other end, they go, yeah, that's been raised up to 9 meters, and you go, boom, right, okay, we've had to lift it up 9 meters to get it to a horizontal, yeah? So you're happy with that, right?
Yep.
What's going to happen then if you're looking through this horizontal, through this thing, you get your camera out, and you see this sort of effect. So you're going to see a bit of an inferior mirage at the bottom down here, maybe repeating some of the target. You're going to see the post, you might even see somebody's hand, on the post, lifting it up, and then you're going to get into this region where you've got an inferior mirage, and this is the water down the bottom. So at that point, what are you going to say? Because
the inferior mirage is irrelevant.
Absolutely irrelevant. What's happened though in your model, let me just draw a shape in here.
And he agreed, Randy, we have to settle on the theory of both models.
Well, let's get the water in. So we're assuming we're going to be looking over water. See, in your model, and this is the truth, Rumpus. This is your model. As you're looking through the viewfinder, obviously, you would only see that part of the board. You wouldn't see any part of the rest of the board. You would only see.
What
You would.
this blue thing in? Where did this blue rectangle come from?
You would only see the top of the board.
Where did you get this blue
because you've got.
from?
Hold on, you've got 9 meters of drop, Rumpus.
No,
which
it's raised up to be horizontal. You've got
yes.
confused.
So as soon as
the target is way above the water level. It's above the barrage.
yeah, because there's 9.
Then, Rumpus.
Listen. You're not getting it because there's 9. Just let me finish. Just let me finish.
You don't want to get it.
Just let me finish. Right. Just let me finish. Just let me finish. Right. Just let me finish. Right.
Okay.
Because if you've gone around the curve and you've gone 9 meters around the curve and it's dropped 9 meters, right? So it's actually hidden. It's gone and it's hidden behind the curvature, right? You know.
No, but I'm raised up on a bridge, so I'm not at ground level, Ranty. The bridge is 15 feet above the water level.
Right.
I've then got the auto level another 3 feet. So I'm actually quite substantially above the water level. So there's no hidden going on, and then that's why.
I see. Right. Okay. So you're not going to have any hidden at all. You shouldn't have any hidden. Hold on. Calm down. Stop screaming. Hold on. Stop screaming. Hold on. Stop screaming. Right. Hold on. Stop screaming. So now that you've explained that, wouldn't it just also be very good for you to go down once you've done this test? To go down to, let's say, 6 feet, right?
No.
Hold on, and repeat the observation.
No.
Hold on, and you should get hidden then. You should have hidden to check through. And if you auto-level it, and you get it there, and everything else is hidden just as you expect, and there's where you see the top of the board. But then, what also happens if you see all the way down to the person holding it at the bottom? What's happening then?
Well, because then you'll get mixed up with. If you go lower down, then you're in danger of mixing yourself up in extreme refraction conditions. Just going to confuse the issue. I'm doing a drop test.
But that doesn't.
I'm doing a drop test, and I'm getting nice and high to avoid getting mixed up in severe refraction. I'll still have to allow for stand refraction.
Allow me, Ranty.
No.
I don't have to get mixed up in the crack down there.
One sec.
I don't need to do anything with hidden.
So my question. Just 1 second, guys.
I know, George.
Right. So my final question on this is that. I feel that you doing this, you may get to see a horizontal drop. I feel that is what you're going to get. I feel that you may get that result, but it doesn't discount sinking, Rumpus. Going down lower and being able to check from a hidden value would determine whether it's sinking or whether it's drop.
No,
because you would get a result. You would get the horizontal leveled up, but if you're also seeing all of the board and the human holding it at the same time, it will be sinking and it won't be hidden due to drop. And you could determine that by doing the observation lower down from a position where you do have hidden. Yes, and you know that. You know that.
Considerations, though, Ranty.
You don't understand.
I do understand what you're doing, Rumpus. I understand what you're doing completely.
Well, you've finally understood. I explained this to you very carefully about a week and a half ago.
I understand exactly what you're doing.
Measuring drop, and we even went through the conversation for about 3 or 4 minutes, and I explained it to you, and you seemed to understand what I was doing. You've either forgotten it, or you've now, whatever.
Yeah. So anyway, I hold on.
There's a practical problem here.
All right, Ranty. Finish up, Ranty. Let me get in there.
Well, let's listen to. Let's listen.
Practical problem. How is Rumpus going to get?
I don't even know why I came in. There's no.
Let me just say one thing, Dan.
These trolls are.
Why don't you shut up?
Okay, sorry, Jimbo. Ranty, sorry, everybody. Let me just say
listen,
one thing.
1 second.
Jimbo, I will answer whatever question he's got. I will answer his question. It's just I haven't been allowed.
Yeah, I know. Listen, I'm going to let people speak one-on-one, and I'm interested because George has come in and said there's a problem, and he's on your side, and I want to hear what he's going to pull up as your problem. And I'm sorry that other people have had to mute you because of that. But ultimately, I want to hear what the problem George is going to bring up with the Rumpus. It's 2 globers going head to head. Let's listen to what George has got to say. Go ahead.
Well, from what I understand it, on where Rumpus is mounting things, don't think it's possible for him to get up 6 feet above the water. He'd have to be inside the canal, or then he has the bridges blocking and stuff. Whereas for me on my test, it's very easy because I'm out on an open lake, and I do get those effects when I go down 6 feet above the water from my 14 feet. I start seeing reefs and that starting to get hidden by the curve of the earth. But
Yeah,
Rumpus can correct me if I'm wrong. I don't know that. Rumpus can correct me if I'm wrong, but is it even possible, logistically possible, for you to mount 6 feet above the water?
Yeah.
Oh, is it? Okay.
Yes, I'm on his bank.
Are you two working together again?
I'm mounting this all on the bank to the side of the water. So
You
I know
notice
exactly
George just took his
Oh my
word on it.
God.
Yeah. Oh, okay then. Okay,
Jesus
that's a good explanation, Rumpus. Thanks.
Right, so
You know how you're not even
Rumpus
questioning
called
it.
George last
dearie
night.
me, dearie me.
Let me take this opportunity to thank Spherical Speculations for the $5 super chat with a love heart. Thank you very much. Really appreciate that. Let's get back to the show.
Darling, you are a twat. Let me finish my point.
Nice job, man.
Jesus Christ, can I answer the point that George made? I was in mid-answer, and I had a twat called Ali B interrupting me. Right, so the point is that there's a bank, so I don't have to be on the water. And then what I'm going to do, one thing else you will see like me live streaming, is I will use an auto level to measure the base of the target relative to the water level. So I will insert a post into the water, and then I will establish where the base of the post that I've got my target on, because obviously it's not in the water, it's on a bank to the side of the water, and then I will then be able to establish that the base of the post, or some arbitrary point on the post, is say 2 meters above the water.
Ever wonder why these guys only come on the big shows,
Be
yeah?
quiet. Be quiet.
No.
Be quiet, twat.
Be quiet, twat. We've got auto levels. We've got P1000s. We've got about 3 or 4. All ready to go. When's it happening?
Are you afraid of Bev? Answer his question.
I'm trying to answer George's point.
I think that sinking, what we've been working on this year, myself, Brandon Toy, and probably a bunch of other people that have been looking into this too, I think that's a real effect. I think you get real sinking effects, and you still see all of the target. You know, this is what we are observing, and I feel that the Rumpus is going to use this level, and he may get to see a drop against the level, right? But I also feel that if he was to have had any hidden value at the same time, and then was able to see all of the target still, then that would confirm sinking and it wouldn't confirm drop. And did you notice he didn't want to do that? Now, I'm glad that he's pointed that out, that he wanted to get to a position where there would be no hidden at all, because now I know the trick. Now I know what he's done. That's why when I asked him, go down to about 5 feet, 4 feet, to try and get some hidden and repeat it, because if he also got the drop then from the auto level but was seeing all of the target, it would be sinking and not drop. And I busted him. I know exactly what he's done.
No, let me draw you a diagram.
Don't draw any diagrams. Speak your way through it. This is your flat Earth consideration.
You don't understand when I explain it to you, so I have to draw a diagram for you. It's quite simple.
I haven't heard your verbal explanation.
No, you haven't understood then. Right, so here, let's go back to that, wherever it was.
On a flat Earth. Show us over a flat Earth.
Yes, let's do a flat Earth version. Right, so here we have a line. Let me go and get a...
Is that the level horizontal?
Yeah, hold on. Let me just get a little horizontal. Let me just get a little... where did I have... Oh, God.
Hey, Rumpus, you do realise a dump is more accurate than a ollie,
I might show you this. Right, this
you're using a tool that's inherently flawed.
This is a picture.
Rumpus, you're
using the horizon over a flat plane. That's a good question.
Yeah, but he's using a tool that's inherently flawed.
Look, I'm talking. You can talk afterwards. You get your turn.
No, but I'm telling you, I'm helping you out, Rumpus.
Okay, right, hold on, Rumpus. No, wait. No, you need to wait now. Second, just wait a second.
I was in the middle of explaining something to Pete. And
yes, just 1 second. Just shut up when I tell you to shut up. Right, Ali B. Just be quiet for just a minute. Just be quiet for a minute, Ali B. Can you just make your point before he shows what he needs to show? I am displaying your Rumpus, so you'll get your point. But I want to hear what Ali B's got to say.
All right, thanks, Randy. Well, do you know a dumpy is more accurate than auto level?
This
so you're using
very accurate.
I would advise you to use a dumpy, not an auto level.
Be great, and I'll ignore it. Right, so
no, it's not the same thing. It's not.
This auto level is very accurate. It's used professionally.
Go check it. No.
And
it doesn't matter.
Perfectly accurate. It's got a compensator in it to make sure
it's not at all.
Very accurate.
Rumpus, I'm trying to help you.
No, you're not trying to help me.
Okay, right, Rumpus, you need to listen. Just listen to what he's got to say. Just take your
level.
Hold on.
He's recommending I use a dumpy level. I'm telling him I'm not going to.
Yeah, just 1 second, Rumpus. Just let him finish his point for the audience. And if you're not going to listen, and I want you to explain, Ali B, why you feel the dumpy level is would be better, and then the Rumpus can say he's not going to use it, and that's fine. But at least you're getting it out to the audience. Okay, go ahead, Ali B.
I'd like to rebut Ali B when he's done.
That's fine. Okay.
Yeah, you can rebut all the way. Right. They did test, right? They actually done test it with an auto level, a laser level, and dumpy, or the theodolite, not the auto, the one you've got to use the adjusting screws on it, a dumpy, shall we say. And the dumpy was more accurate than the laser level. And that was done in a test.
I'm not using a laser level.
No, but you're using an auto level. And I'm saying the thing that came out, listen.
Laser levels are not accurate.
You shut your hole. Just shut your hole for a minute.
You're in the middle of interrupting me, you twat.
Yeah, Rumpus, just let him finish.
I'm sure Ranty.
Just let him finish.
They've done tests on these Rumpus, right? And you have to go and look at the tests. And the tests came out that the dumpy, or the theodolite, not the auto level, the theodolite, came out on top for accuracy, right? Over the auto level and the laser level, the two of them, right? Okay. So what you're doing is, wait a minute. So what you're doing is, I'm trying to help you here.
No, you're not.
What you're doing is yes, I'm trying to help you here. You're using a tool that is not as accurate as an instrument that does the same thing, but is more accurate. So why would you choose the less accurate one? You're going to get shit. Right, George, on you go, mate. Now you rebut what I just said there.
All right. A dumpy level is a precursor to the auto level. A dumpy level has 4 screws on the base, and you have to adjust them in pairs.
I know what it is.
I let you speak. Just let me say.
Oh, okay.
And an auto level has 3 adjustment screws on the base. The basic difference is the dumpy level isn't any more accurate than a good auto level. They both can get down to an arc second or less in terms of setting accuracies. A dumpy level is much harder to set up than an auto level. Does have an advantage over the auto level,
but it's more accurate.
Jesus, no, it's not more accurate. The advantage is that once a dumpy level is set up, it doesn't. With an auto level, if you have winds and air currents buffeting it, the auto compensator is always adjusting. You'll have things bouncing up and down.
Ah, there you go. There.
Inside the dumpy level, that does not happen. However,
so
if
why
you
would you
dumpy level,
use
a tool
and
you have to go through the adjustment procedure all over again? Whereas with the auto level, it auto compensates itself. So, but the dumpy level is not any more accurate than an auto level.
And
neither is a theodolite.
Yes, it is.
You have with a theodolite is that you can self-calibrate it every time you set it up, whereas with the auto level you cannot. You have to go through a two-peg calibration procedure if you wanted to check your auto level, and that's a much more involved
because it's not accurate enough. It's not accurate.
Once the
There's flaws in it. That's the point I'm making, George. George, that's the point.
What's it calibrated against, George?
Dumpy level.
What horizontal standard is it calibrated against, George?
It's much easier to use.
So let me just let me bring Bev in, because Bev just did say that he was going to then rebut. So here we go.
I did this last night with George, and George got called by Rumpus. But anyway, George said last night that he checked my auto level from the firm, and he decided it was rubbish. In fact, he slated it that much.
I did not say it was rubbish.
Yes,
I did
you
not
did.
say it was rubbish.
No,
I said
George,
the optics weren't good enough for what I wanted to do.
You slated it enough for me to call that very place that I bought it from, which is a calibration center for surveying tools. Now, when I called them, I've got the recording, so you can check this at some other point if you want, but I called them and said that I like the level. I think it's brilliant. It costs £99.50, and the guy says it's their own level, right? They're very proud of it because it costs so little. And yet, for a 32 times scope, it is more accurate than the one that costs twice as much, the Leica 32 times scope, right? So it costs half the price, yet is more accurate because
Accurate to how far, Bev? How far do they claim accuracy to?
Because it's an auto level, right? They have to calibrate it on the bed that they have there. So they calibrate it. You don't calibrate it over a 2-peg test, George. Okay, you calibrate these levels
when you're in
on
the field.
calibration centers. Do it.
Setup that they have at the factory when you're out in the field. You use a 2-peg test when you're out in the field.
Yes,
now the
just
thing
to
is,
check it. But that's not calibration.
I see what's going on. I see what's going on. We got Fight the Flat Earth in here and Team Skeptic, and he sent everyone over. That's pretty cool. How's it going, Craig? I can see you on your stream actually through the phone. Bella Charge is giving a super chat saying, please can you give this to Fight the Flat Earth? So thank you very much. Oh, this should be fun. Well, if you want to hop on there, boys, you know where to come. The link's out there. I've got, how many people do I have in my panel right now? 1, 2, 3, 4. There's a lot. There's at least 20 people in my panel. If you boys want to come on over here, we're ready and waiting, my friends. You know where to come. We're going nowhere.
In that shop, calibration center also for establishing a horizontal. And he wants.
And is that a national standard, Bev, or do you think it's an international standard, George?
Hey Bob, let them pop in. Let's roast them on this show. Let's bring them in.
Level
I question the quality of the optics in that auto level because you cannot pour 100 pounds.
Why is this so hard for you to understand, George? It's not.
You didn't understand
what
what
he had this conversation already, though.
He never said it was trash at any stage. He never said it was rubbish.
Rumpus, is there an international standard for horizontal?
Said was that the eyepiece, the diameter of the eyepiece, was smaller, which meant that it had a low resolution of optics. That was all.
Yeah, Rumpus, shut the fuck up and let Bev answer.
Hang on, Bev. Hang on, Bev. Rumpus, is there an international standard?
No, let Bev talk. It's him that's talking.
Yes, but let me clarify. It's on the same point, Ali. Rumpus
forget
and
that.
George.
You clarify.
Is there
let the guy talk.
Rumpus, Ali,
let the guy talk.
I'm asking a pertinent question.
He was the one that was interacting.
Is there
I was in the middle of talking about my picture, actually. I'm the one who's been interrupted in all this.
I'm just asking a simple question. George Rumpus, is there a national standard for horizontal as opposed to an international standard? Because Bev seems to have gone straight to the claimers who say that they have the best standard in the UK, Bev?
No, they calibrate the tools, right? The levels, the tool, and they calibrate them to be horizontal. That's what the tool establishes, right?
Okay, one sec. I've got a super chat, guys, from Rob Keane, who says, I'm giving this money so I can hear Bev speak. So, can we give Bev a couple of minutes to have a little bit of speak time to himself? Cheers, Rob. Go ahead, Bev. Yeah.
Cheers, Rob. Right, so I called them up specifically to ask them, because George has casted aspersions on the level that I took. Now, I think it's brilliant for that price to get a tool that does a 32 times scope for £100 that establishes a horizontal at 1 millimeter accuracy over a 1 kilometer double run. That means you go 1 kilometer one way with your transitions, and you go all the way back, and you will be within 1 millimeter when you check at the end, right? Regarding the errors and whatever, So 1 millimeter, that's what they calibrated the system as, right? For horizontal. So that very fact, these guys were saying last night that if you think or can prove even that level is horizontal, that very fact that level is horizontal means you're a flat earther, because to them, level being horizontal,
It's not. They don't. They
it
don't
means a flat
think that. They don't
earth,
think
doesn't
that.
it?
They don't think
Rumpus?
that. They don't think that.
May I say something?
Yeah, I'm just going to say, Fight the Flat Earth. Apparently, he's over there, and he's a bit upset that I managed to crop all these super chats that he got from just a couple of shows out, and I think he's trying to beat the amount of super chats that he got on that particular stream. So I'm just putting them up there to say that his Globers over there can't beat what they did this time round. Let's see if they do it. Let's see if they can match up. And listen, I'm not bothered about them going over there and supporting his show. They do what they want to do anyway. But I'm just making the point that they've got 90 super chats to beat. Let's see if they can do that. Put the money where the mouth is, Globeheads.
32 times scope, right?
Or an A, your
It's a 32
AL
times
32
scope.
or whatever. They're all going to work.
It's a 32 times scope on his auto.
With their limits, though, George, you'll accept their limits.
You have a
won't you?
32 times scope. That's
Right,
about
well,
standard
if you look
for
in the
auto levels.
if you look in the general chat there, I can show you. You can have a look. You can see that there's two pictures. One of them's taken with the camera with 0 zoom, and then the phone camera is got a maximum zoom. Now that's half a mile, maybe not quite half a mile, my lad there. So that's how small he is at half a mile. So you're and then the second one is the one that's zoomed. Obviously, goes fuzzy as anything when you end up zooming through the camera as well. So that is what you're going to see. But you're attempting to look at 6 miles.
Correct. Yes.
Yeah, with an auto level.
Come on, Fight the Flat Earth, get your arse on here. Let's have a debate. Fight the Flat Earth, Team Skeptic, we're all waiting for you. I'm sure we can handle you.
Oh my God!
And shout out to Gently's channel for the for the super chat. This is for Fight the Flat Earth. Thank you.
To see the targets.
Brilliant.
You just said you wouldn't be using it, Rumpus.
So the auto level is to establish a horizontal.
I won't be using the auto level to show the live streaming of the targets. You'll have a live stream from the auto level, but that I will be using a camera to do a greater magnification.
Yeah, you'll not get that good with the camera.
What have you got? A P1000, P2000?
Hey, Bev.
Hey, listen. Hold on 1 second, guys.
I just wanted to point out something. Sorry, Randy.
1 second. Yeah, but I just want the panel to just say in unison, come on, bring it, Fight the Flat Earth. So Fight the Flat Earth has sent his troll army over to So listen, if they want to join the panel, guys, Fight the Flat Earth and Team Skeptic. Let's see if they want to hop on. I mean, you've got George and Rumpus here to back you up, so that would be a pretty even fight, I reckon.
We can't agree what horizontal is, Ranty.
Can I just do a public
Bring
challenge?
it on, boys. Bring it on.
Yes, go ahead. Do a public challenge.
Wait a minute. Whoa. I wanted to say, Bev, check out the general chat. I just posted something.
Those guys can't agree what horizontal is and how far it extends.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah. Do the public challenge, Bev. Go ahead.
Septic has offered for a debate with me. We're using just over geometry and the geometry of the shape of the Earth specifically, right? I'll now publicly say I've always said I said that he can demonetize on his channel, but I mean he can monetize if he wants to bring it over here or over to Emma UK, and we will have this debate over the geometry of the shape of the Earth with Team Septic that he wants. He's already offered it. He said I was running scared, so at any point he can even monetize and come over here with his channel, right? I'll drop the demonetization just as long as he comes away from his little safe space.
Is that what we were just bargaining with no liars?
Let's
right?
just settle this once and for all. How big is your 6 mile target height wise?
About it's between 4 and 5 feet. I could make it bigger, but at the moment it's
Okay,
just over 4
let's
feet.
say 60 inches, okay?
Yeah.
5 feet to 60 inches. All right. At 6 miles, 1 arc second subtends a little less than 2 inches. So you're looking at basically trying to sight 30 arc seconds, 6 miles. Piece of cake for a 1 second arc level. Or auto level, I mean.
Yeah, so what's wrong with the instrumentation he's using then, George?
So yeah, it doesn't matter.
Wait,
Whether
when
you
you're
have a
doing it,
Leica,
Rumpus,
doesn't matter if you have a Leica, Popcon, or whatever make auto level. If it's a 1 second arc level, it's going to be a piece of cake for sighting that target and leveling it out.
we can
at
get
6
another.
miles.
We can get another one down there to help you, Rumpus. We've
Mhm.
got a
But for one-
P1000. In fact, we've got about 2 or 3 guys. I think we've got.
Yeah, I've got someone who's prepared to come along and bring their P1000, but of course they won't be able to do the preparation work that I've done to make absolutely sure this is going to work with my camera, which isn't
We've
a
done
P1000.
plenty of testing with our auto level and the. I've got my son
I've
with the
seen nothing yet. I've
P1000.
seen the diagram.
It's like a 3-man team. We've got loads of surveying
yes, but you're
equipment.
incompetent. You're an
Sorry?
idiot and a moron. You're incompetent and an idiot.
It's
So I
just
wouldn't
true,
tr-
Rumpus.
I
You
wouldn't-
haven't shown
I wouldn't trust
anything.
you to tie your shoelaces together. So I mean,
You haven't
I'm not
shown
going to trust
anything,
you with any
Rumpus.
anything, any value to
You're
do
just
anything.
token. You're a nameless, faceless character
No.
token.
For
You
what
haven't
it's
shown
worth, I would say
We can
get,
come and
have
watch
the
and
auto
laugh.
level there
We
and
don't
them
have to
yeah,
help
target.
you or anything. We can.
Yeah,
we
I
can
must
just...
admit, I will be telling people in the next, certainly within a week, where it's happening. Conspiracy Cats and I'll be doing a thing about it, presenting the information, and I will be announcing where it is. I'll be giving you map references, and so you will be able to come along and you will be able to see. And if you want to do some auto level work, then that's fine. You can do that. But my auto level, you were talking about one accuracy of 1 millimeter over kilometer. I think mine's 1.5. So it's not quite as accurate as yours, but it's certainly
That
accurate enough to do the job.
the double run spec is immaterial for this test. All you
Yeah.
need is setting accuracy.
How,
And each
George,
are about 1 arc
horizontal
second, and
accuracy, right?
it's
George and
plenty
Rumpus,
fine.
how far?
My
How far do
recommendation
you?
would is
Excuse me,
have
please.
Bev
Can I ask
come
this
set
basic
up his
question
auto
again?
level next to yours, and you
Sure.
can both sight through each auto level and make sure that the target is set
Have you
at
got
the
your
horizontal.
level
That's all.
calibrated?
Can I ask this
Rumpus?
question again, George and Rumpus? How far do you extend horizontal to when you look through a 1.5 meter leveling tube, auto level? How far do you extend horizontal to?
No,
And remember,
the water
whatever
level-
test results, let me just finish this. Whatever, hang on, Rumpus. Hang on, please. Whatever test results you get, you have to run them to the mill of globe Earth theorizing and flat Earth theorizing. So how far do you extend that horizontal to?
Actually, I'm just dismissing actually contribution that Bev could make. Actually, he could actually make what would be a useful contribution. If I set up an auto level and say where the horizontal is for a particular position of the observer, and then he did the same thing with his auto level, and they agreed, that actually would be a useful.
Can you answer my
contribution he could
question
make.
in theory, please?
Well, you've asked the. I think you've asked the
so.
same
I mean,
question
both
about
of your
5
auto
different
Nobody's
ways.
answered it though. You haven't
Both of your
answered.
auto
It's
levels should
irrelevant.
be,
Your point. You don't have a point. It's a stupid point.
Is horizontal over a flat Earth consideration all
Well, I was
the way
trying
to
to
the
go. Okay, I
horizon?
was actually trying to answer your point when I got interrupted, and then I tried
No,
to draw
you
something
answered
else.
it,
I
but you
got
didn't.
interrupted. I never got round to answering. I'll try and answer you again, Pete. Then
Okay.
your point about what was happening on the I've got this thing on screen. I don't know if that's still being shared.
Yeah, I'll put it back up. Yeah, there we go.
Right. So let me just quickly. This was a candidate. This was the one I think this was my third candidate that I had, because I was going to try and position the targets on the bridges, and unfortunately, over 6 miles on these things, inevitably you get a bridge like the one that, unfortunately, all the bridges were fine except for this particular one, which was a railway bridge. And I on Google Earth, it was the only one that I couldn't see how to get to, that I could establish exactly what it was. And unfortunately, as you can see here, it actually, according to my auto level, this was right on the horizontal for the observer at about 3 feet, where you for the height of an auto level. This goddamn thing was right in the way. So this was the fourth bridge of 6, and that screwed me. So this was one of the reasons why I didn't.
So this is Google Earth you've been through.
No, this is a picture I took, but I used Google Earth to identify its suitability, and unfortunately, Google Earth didn't provide me with information of this particular part, because also you couldn't drive up there, so there's no Google Earth Meet. You can't even use Google whatever it is. The one down.
Forget about the practicalities. I'm asking you, how far do you extend horizontal to in your flat Earth considerations when you get the test result and you're weighing up which side has the better argument?
Okay, 1 second, guys. Listen, can you tell us where this image was taken and what we're actually looking at here? Because is this where you're going to do the test from?
No.
Okay.
I just told you it's one of the sites I rejected. It was the third site that I thought was a contender, but unfortunately, I couldn't use. You can't use Google. What's the Google Drive? What's the Google one in car based?
Google Maps.
Right. Okay. What's the
Street View?
Street View. Thank you. Street View. So I couldn't. Unfortunately, that you can't cross that in a car, and so they didn't have a Street View version of it. So that was why I.
So how far away? How far away is that bridge that you've got?
I think that's 3.5 miles away. That particular bridge from this. It's heavily zoomed in, this image.
And what's your elevation? Would you guesstimate at the minute?
15 feet. I'm about 15 feet.
Okay. So what's that in the back? Is that a church that's sticking out there? Okay. Do you know how far away that church is?
That's about 7 or 8 miles away, I think.
Okay.
8 miles away, I think.
Can I give you do you have a calibration certificate for your auto level?
No, I don't, but I have calibrated it myself and established that it is.
What auto level is it that you have anyway? What's the name of the auto level?
General chat there, Rumpus. Yeah. Like it should have a sticker on the side of it.
It does have a sticker. It does have a sticker actually.
And
what's the auto level called? What auto level is it?
Inside.
I've forgotten its stupid name now. I think it's a CFT or something. Hold on.
Is there a standard for horizontal?
If you're really concerned, I could go down and look at it if you want me to spend 30 seconds.
Yes, please, because somebody else... Hold on, Pete.
I will go and do that then. I'll be back in 30 seconds.
Yeah, do it.
Ranty, this whole thing can be settled. Why all this talk and stuff? Just go to the site with Rumpus, set your auto level up next to his. Your auto level and his auto level will not affect one another, will not affect the test. Rumpus gets the target set up. You look through your auto level and see if your auto levels agree. If they agree, everybody's happy. If they don't agree, then you do a double peg test on each of them to make sure that they're dialed in properly. But I have faith that both of your auto levels are properly calibrated.
International standard for horizontal
the target from the same height. You're going to see the targets line up with your horizontals, and fine. And then have Rumpus come to your test. Just do your test. Quit squabbling about it.
Okay.
You have defined how you're going to do your test. Rumpus has defined how he's going to do his test. Go out and do your test.
Triggered last night.
How is that going to determine a difference between drop and sinking? How is that going to determine a difference? If you're already elevated high enough that you're going to encounter no kind of curvature anyway.
It's a CST burger, my auto level.
Okay, so George, how is that going to determine what's going on here, whether it's drop or sinking?
If it's sinking, you're going to get that's going to be worse for the test. If you have things going down, you have to move your target up even higher.
Well,
and
no, but you're going back.
Sinking,
yeah,
so
but you're going from
more of a drop.
No, but you're going back sinking from a globe perspective here. So you're sinking on a globe. What happens if it was just sinking on a plane, and that just coincidentally happened to be a similar amount to drop, but you weren't able to tell the difference because you didn't have a hidden value to compare it to. Now, if I suggested that you went down to say 4 feet in elevation and was able to perform the test again with your horizontal. And then you got a horizontal.
Time permits, go and do that.
Yeah, so I'm just saying that
go ahead and do it.
So if you got a horizontal, just let me finish, George.
Setting up is going to take less than a half an hour. I do it, sure.
Yes, so just let me finish, George. So if you went to if you had a hidden value from lower down, and you got a level that was, you had to lift it up the proportionate amount to get it to meet the crosshairs, but then you was also at the same time seeing all, if not, almost all of the board, let's say, and the human holding it. You might have a little bit of hidden, not much, maybe a foot or so, let's say. How would that work then? Because what has happened then is you've leveled it with the auto level, but you're still seeing all the person.
Rumpus is taking temperature measurements too, so you'll be able to right away determine whether or not you have any sort of extreme atmospheric sinking, refraction effects that's causing looming or sinking or anything, just by looking at the temperature differences between the start and the target.
Yeah, but you're not getting my point. Hold on, Oh my! Stop interrupting me. You're not getting my point. If you had a board in your hand and you was lifting it up and you got it to the auto level height, right? But your hidden value should have been, let's say, 10 feet, right? So you lift the board up and then suddenly you can see it in the auto level and you've got it, right? And the person at the other end says, yeah, I had to lift it up 16 feet or 20 feet or whatever, right? And you calculate it out and you say, yeah, that's perfect for drop. But then when you've looked through the camera at the same time, you've seen that you're actually seeing the human holding it, right? That's maybe just a few feet above the water, right? So suddenly you've got a conflict there, because you've actually got a auto level that says that the calculation is correct, that you've had to drop it that much, but then you've also seen all of the thing that should be hidden. So there's a conflict there. So that would show that it would be sinking, right?
No, it wouldn't.
Yes, it would, because you're still seeing all of the human, but everything's been lowered down. The board, everything, the human's been lowered down. Now that would prove sinking. It wouldn't prove drop. Yes, it would, and you know it is, Rumpus. You know it is, Rumpus, and George knows it too.
What you're talking about? You don't even know.
George knows it too.
Really high.
You don't even know. You don't even understand.
Yeah, George knows it too. George.
Light curving down causes things to raise up. You don't know the most.
That's right.
George.
You do not understand.
Can I ask George? I want to ask George. Let me ask George. George, do you agree with my assumptions there that if the crosshairs of the board were level from a lower down position, but you should have had hidden, but you're seeing all of the person, then that would mean sinking as opposed to drop. Oh, he's gone on mute.
He's muted. I'll wait to ask George.
No. Let's get his answer.
Where you guys were talking over one another, I can't separate out voices when they're talking over one another.
Let's get your answer there, George. What do you think? Do you think going down lower would determine whether or not we're seeing sinking or drop if we had a hidden value to work from?
Hidden value. I mean, not going to have much hidden value at 6 miles, even if you're 6 feet up. If you're 6 feet up, you've lost 3 miles. So at the additional 3 miles, most you could possibly
let's work it out. Well, no, let's work it out. Let's work it out.
Just did. The most hidden you could ever pick up being at 6 feet above the water is 6 feet hidden.
Let's have a
so
look.
What if you see the human that's not even 6 foot tall and you're not supposed to?
Are we assuming a curved water level here?
What you have to do on these tests, Bev, on any test, is to make sure that your test isn't biased one way or another, that it can accommodate either a flat Earth or a globe Earth. So
George,
you can
there is not
two
models in surveying. Don't be ridiculous.
I mean, this is what your tests are all about. Your water test, water level test, and everything is to determine what the surface shape of water is in a canal or in your
horizontal
or whatever.
Can I ask my question now, Randy?
For the possibility that
Sure.
it could be either on a flat Earth or a globe Earth.
Okay, so we've got Ali B waiting to get his question. And go ahead, Ali.
Right, George. Right, so I asked you before, do you know what the equation is? 2d squared over 3.
On the couch, he's
Shut
knocked
up,
out on the
for
floor.
fuck's sake, Pete. Shut your hole. Right, George. Right, I asked you before if you knew the equation 2d squared over 3. Could you explain that to me in the...
A random equation.
Right? It's not a random equation. That shows how much you know. Right, George? Explain what that equation is to everybody. Right, he's muted. He doesn't want to answer it.
Unless he's Googling it. He could be Googling it.
No, he doesn't. He knows what it is. He knows exactly what it is, and this is the point, right? Now, surveyors use
says,
this
I cannot
equation.
hear Ali in the text.
Okay, so
Right, I don't.
has he got you muted?
Can you hear me? Can you hear me, Randy?
I can hear you. Yes.
Right, forget Rumpus. I don't care about Rumpus. The point,
So what's the question? What do you want me to ask him? I'll pass the message on. I'll pass the message on to him. What's the message?
Who, George?
Yes, apparently he can't hear you.
For some reason, I can see his light flashing on and off, but his audio isn't coming through, and that's happening for a few people in the chat. I don't know.
All right,
I
okay then,
restarting
Randy.
my audio,
Randy,
but
ask
I'm
him the
still not
question.
getting them.
Yep,
Right.
ask him the question then, Randy. 2D squared over 3. Ask him what it is.
What's 2D squared over
George
3?
has everybody's volume turned down.
George, what's
What is
2D
two
squared?
what?
What's 2D squared over 3?
He's not telling you what D means.
squared.
2
D as in
2D
2.18,
2D
2.7, 1828. You know, as in the number E or what?
No, 2D, George. 2D.
2D squared over 3.
He's not telling you what D is. Apparently, he's just going to give you an equation with a random D, and it's not going to tell you what the D means. He's just going to ask.
George knows what it is. Shut your hole, Rumpus.
2B
George
squared
knows.
over 3.
Yeah,
Yeah.
2D squared over 3.
Oh,
And he
that's
seems to
just, that's the equation basically for drop, which is 8 inches per mile square. But if you express
Right,
8
stop him,
inches,
stop him now, stop him now.
in
Stop
terms
now.
of feet,
Now,
then you
ask
get
him,
2/3
ask him,
D
Randy.
squared. rather
Ask
than
him,
8
Randy,
inches.
who uses
It's
that
the same
equation?
as 8 inches per mile squared, but expressed in feet.
Right, but Randy, ask him why surveyors use that equation.
Okay, I got Ellie's voice now.
All right, so why do surveyors use that equation, George? To explain to everybody why they use that equation.
Why do they use that equation?
Yeah.
Because that's for computing the amount of drop on from a
Boom.
tangent.
Thank you very much. So, right, guys, what they do is they measure the straight line, right, the horizontal, they take the numbers, and then they do that, and they add the curvature afterwards. That's all the point I wanted to make, and that's what I've been saying for fucking years.
You're more.
And
Yeah,
George,
they take geometrical
and
consideration
Rumpus,
afterwards.
Rumpus,
You're just too
one
stupid.
second, and Rumpus, stick it up your hole.
Yeah, but you're
Thank
too
you. I'm
stupid to
finished now.
talk.
Oh, Ali, that's a low
You're
one.
a moron and you're stupid, and you're not. You're too stupid to know how stupid you are.
You didn't know that equation, Rumpus. So
No, I don't
obviously
get it.
Ali is
No.
smarter than you are.
No, he's just because he's got an equation in feet. It's utterly irrelevant. I deal with meters. I'm metric.
That's Muhammad Ali to you.
The fact that he's just quoted
Nice
a way
one,
of
Pete.
representing
He knocked you out, Rumpus.
using a different
But that's the
unit
point.
is not
That's the point,
terribly
no, guys.
clever.
Listen. That's the
No,
point,
you're-
no, guys. Right?
you're-
That's the point. That's what surveyors do. Right? They look out horizontal. They take the measurement, and then, and only then, they add that equation, and that gives them the drop. They do not observe any drop whatsoever because they don't survey. They don't survey. They
do that.
shut your hole.
Yeah, they
They
blame
don't.
it
Yes,
on
they
that.
do.
Would
That's
not do that.
hey, listen. That's in the surveyor's book, you dickhead.
A planar
That's what a
surveyor would
surveyor
not-
does. You're
would
an
not
ass.
account for drop, you
You're an
moron.
utter
A planar surveyor does
moron.
not worry about drop. You
Right,
moron.
let's
Excuse me.
hold on, guys.
Excuse me, George.
You know what you're talking
George,
about.
tell him. George, tell him. Sort him out. Tell him that they use that as the equation after they've taken the observations. After they've looked at that to determine the
The
curvature,
whole point about being
they
a planar
add
surveyor
that
is you
equation
don't worry about
afterwards.
drop.
No.
Planar surveyors don't worry about drop. You moron.
I wasn't
Well done,
talking about
Rumpus.
planar. I wasn't talking about planar surveyors because
So
planar
geodetic-
surveyors don't look for curvature, you dickhead.
That's right. That's the point I'm making. So
You
when you say
fucking
that surveyors
clown.
do that, they don't.
Yes,
Because most
but who
surveyors
uses
are
it?
planar surveyors, so they don't do that. You
Yeah, of
moron.
course they don't. Of course they don't. But
they
why?
don't. Agreed. So we agreed.
But
then.
wait a
Excellent.
minute.
So you can
Whoa,
shut
whoa.
up. So
But
you can
why?
be quiet. Excellent.
Why would a geodetic surveyor use it or a geodetic surveyor
That's
use
right.
it?
That's said correctly. Because the Earth is curved.
But wait a minute, they're not. If that was the case, then wouldn't they observe it and not have to use that
They do observe
calculation? Then
Right, Rumpus.
Why would they use an equation?
Surveyor
I'm
used the
going to
equation.
observe the drop, and you will be
I
able
know
to
more
see
about
it.
surveying than Rumpus
You
does.
don't
I've
know
done it.
anything about anything. And I will
I've
be able to
used
show you
dumpy
the
levels
drop.
and auto
I will be able
levels.
to-
I've set
and
concrete
also
floors
Jesse
here.
Kozlowski and the main surveyor have done demos showing
Perfect,
the drop.
Ali. Give me
And they
one
didn't
question
use
to
any
Rumpus.
calculation.
Right, listen.
Yeah,
They
will do,
didn't
mate.
use any calculation. They
Frantic,
showed
give me
you
one question to
in
Rumpus
their
on
pictures.
this
Be
topic.
quiet.
Right.
They
I'll
got
tell
in
you
You
what.
there.
notice Rumpus is
Jesse
answering. You
Kozlowski
notice.
and the main
Guys,
You
surveyor
notice
come on.
Rumpus
showed
is
the
answering
drop
for
in
George on
their
George's
pictures.
behalf.
It did
One
not involve
question.
a
Yeah.
calculation.
Notice
they
that.
show it to you, you moron.
Right,
Okay.
listen. I'm going to take one question from Pete, but then I want to get some other people talking. I know Bev's waiting to talk at some point as well, but
Excellent.
we've got a whole panel of interesting people that are desperate to get in. We've got Glean, we've got Cleary, we've got Travis, we've got a whole bunch of people in.
Lost Jimbo, I see.
So anyway,
Let's
so
do
Pete.
Rumpus and George.
So
Ranty, I think,
Pete,
right?
Pete,
Okay.
Pete, go ahead, make your question.
Okay, thank you. So it's on, again, not what I want to talk about, but it's on just what Ali said there. So Rumpus, if planar surveyors, right, do their measurements and convert via the equation to reality, do geodesic surveyors measure this curvature and have no need for the math? Let me finish the question. Have no need.
What you just
said. Can I finish the question, please?
Yeah, finish your question.
Do geodesic surveyors measure this curvature and have no need for the mathematical conversion? That's my question.
Right, planar surveyors do not allow for drop, so they don't need to do anything with those equations you were talking about. Geodetic surveyors can observe it.
By the way,
so geodetic surveyors, obviously, because they're going to use geodetic surveying. They know what the Earth is curved. They're going to use that to say this should go there, that should go there. If they were asked to observe it, then they would. And main surveyor and Jesse Kozlowski and Larry Scott have all measured the curvature. But once having established that, you then use that knowledge. You use those equations to make predictions about what you're going to do with things. And so you then use those equations to help you do things.
Stop
You don't
waffling.
need to
You're
measure it
waffling
once
now.
you've established that's what works.
You're a
You
joke,
can observe it if
Rumpus.
you want to.
You really are a clown.
You're a moron.
You're a
You
clown,
no idea
mate.
what you're talking about. You don't know what
No,
you're talking
but, well, you really are a clown, by the way. I'm going to mute
You're a
now. Let the
moron.
other guys have a
You
talk.
are a moron. You're not
Yeah,
qualified
I
to
know.
talk to me.
I know.
Good. I'm glad you know that.
And you went
We
to a
all know
school. You one of your brags was that you went to an elite school or whatever. A Balfour. Is it Balfour? What was it? Rumpus, that school you went to? It was a Balfour sponsored school or something, was it?
I'm not
The
going
school
to
you
tell you
went
what-
to.
I'm not going to tell you
You
anything
did. You
about
told
what
me
I went to.
before, right? What I did was, I checked it out, right? They were on the list of the top 6, right? So I went to check it out what a Balfour school was. I can't remember the words, but it was after some lord or something like that, right? And yeah, they have to pay to become a member. So it doesn't mean that you're in an elite thing or whatever. They pay to join so that they can use that name, saying, yeah, we're in the Balfour group schools or whatever. So that school you went to bought credibility. They bought it, Rumpus, and it clearly shows they've done a very bad job on you. Anyway, I'm out. I'm going to mute now. Let other people talk.
How does tuition negate your education?
I don't know if Pete wants me to actually answer his question about what you expect to see on the flat Earth or not. Oh, he's been muted now. There might be an opportunity to explain it. What you'd expect to see on a flat Earth, which is what I was trying to answer him about half an hour ago or more.
Do you mean
So
level being horizontal, Rumpus?
Right. So that was right. It was this is the diagram. Yes, I was trying to explain to him, and I was trying to draw a little.
Is that what you mean by flat Earth, Rumpus? Level being horizontal.
Yes, on a flat Earth, level would be horizontal, but as level is not on a horizontal on the Earth, and if you knew any,
let me
finish my sentence.
Horizontal.
Let me finish my sentence. If you had read any surveying book and you claim to have lost the only one you ever had, you would see that it goes into great detail, and I think the main surveyor showed it to you last night, that level is not horizontal. And if you just go and look at any surveying book, and I can even go to one now, the Bible for surveying books in this country, written by what's his face? I've
Yeah,
got
I
it
just
somewhere.
got the practical
And he
tools,
shows
right?
in that book that is used by all surveyors, and you would have to have understood this if you passed any exam in the subject, that level is not the same as horizontal.
But
And the fact you don't understand that
Rumpus,
means you
Rumpus,
must not have any sort
I
of
called
qualification.
the firm today that calibrates
Rumpus.
the levels to get them to
And
converge.
Rumpus,
It's
I
horizontal.
continue arguing over
Oh, right,
horizontal level.
George is
Just go
interrupting.
out
Can you
and
not
do
hear me,
your
George?
damn measurements
I
and
think
get
you
it
might have
over
been
with. Quit jawing about it and talking about this endlessly and arguing about semantics. Just
George,
go out and
quit
do your tests.
over talking us. Like, we're discussing it now. Obviously, I can't put this down and go and do the test right now, right? We can talk about it though. Why
You've been
do you
doing it for
insist
2 months
on
without any
interrupting?
results. You've been doing this for 2 months without any results. Just go and make your
You don't
measurements
have
and
to
then
be here,
argue about it
George.
after the fact about what the measurements
George,
mean.
you said your thing last night. You got to say that, right?
Okay, fine. All right.
Did everybody else hear what George had to say last night? Because I'm going to be putting a video out that gets it out. That George, because I don't know whether you noticed, George, that you and McToon both had different models. Did you notice that?
There's only one model for the globe Earth.
No, you had the one where the water level drops away from your point of the water level starting, right? And McToon didn't. He had the one that curves and has them level at either side with the hump in the middle. They're two completely different models.
I don't know what McToon did. I came into the show late, but it might not be exactly the same test. I mean, you can do a thing where
George,
you have
it's a different model of a water
no, there's
level.
no different model. The thing is I was showing you what would happen at the end of your water level. Now, if you want to look at what's going to happen at the center of the water level, then or of your water level, that's a little bit different. Where you cite the two
I
straight
did
line
ask you,
between
George,
the two
when-
ends and see if it bulges in the middle. That's different than what I was illustrating at the end of McToon's show, where I was just showing you what was
just
going to
waffling
happen
again,
at the
George.
end of the water level.
Yeah, you showed that at one end of the water level, it was 8 inches below the other end, over a mile. But then got
below
really
the tangent.
confused.
No, not below, not in
Yes, it
elevation.
was.
They're
You
at the
drew a
same
picture.
elevation.
It was
No,
underneath the horizontal line.
No, you
George,
misinterpreted. I
Don't
was
say
showing
no.
you what would happen to the end with respect to a tangent line drawn from the start.
You showed us what would happen on your
water levels at over the whole tube. Your water level is all at the same elevation or the same height. That has nothing to do with the tangent line or how the water levels or heights are with respect to a straight
I'd try and obfuscate
tangent
if I
line.
was you as well, George.
I saw the diagram, and if you're talking about the one that George did, he said, here we have a tangent.
Yeah, it's
and
the
then
one
you have
that you
this drop.
called up and told him to say that there would be no difference afterwards, which he did. He just parroted what you told
Hold
him
on,
to
you
say.
would, no, that was when you were talking about when you have triangles.
Your
thing,
water
whether or not on a
is
mountain,
all
if
at
you have
the
mountains, you
same
can have a triangle.
elevation or the
that's
same
not what
height.
George
That
said.
has
George just
nothing
went
to
back on
do with the
everything he
tangent
just
line
said
or
about
how the
measuring the
water
water
levels
level from the
or
drop.
heights
around.
are
Could you
with
stop
respect
it?
to a
Yeah, I'd
straight.
try and obfuscate
Who
if I was
cares
you
what
as well,
Rumpus
George.
may have
Clearly
asked
I've
me
done
to
it. I
ask
saw the
you?
diagram,
As
and
I
all-
was
you're talking
just
about the
giving
one
you a
that George
diagram
did. He said, here we
as
have a
what we
tangent.
would
Yeah, it's
expect
the
if
one
the
that you
Earth's
called
surface
up
was
and
curved
told
and
him
what
to
would
say
happen
that
to your water level. That's all I was showing you.
And
So
you
here's
said that if it showed that the water level was horizontal, like the tool is established, like Rumpus just said earlier, that the water level's horizontal.
Water level's not horizontal.
You said what?
Right, Bev, you really are going to have to
That was
concentrate.
what you said at the
Bev,
beginning
listen,
of your
Bev,
test.
Bev,
You
you're going to
turned
really have to concentrate.
the level.
Okay, it depends what you mean by water level. If you're talking about the water level in the canal, that curves. But a little water level over a distance of 1.5 meters, we can regard that as horizontal. Do you understand the difference in scale? Means that, for instance, if I zoom into this circle,
Why
I've got
are you
here,
using something that you don't actually think is horizontal?
See, when
as
I
a
zoom
check
in,
for
when I
Sounds
zoom in here,
ridiculous, Rob.
this looks flat. So over a small distance, The horizontal and the level appear to be the same thing, but a larger distance, there is a difference. That's
Nobody
what you
uses
don't
a water
understand.
level at 1.5 meters, Rumpus.
Sorry again. I missed that.
Nobody uses a water level at 1.5 meters. In fact, the tool says it's lower tech, but in fact, it's more accurate over distance than any
it'd be
other
more
type
accurate.
of level.
Something like a few meters. Yeah, I'd agree. And probably you could be a little bit more accurate over 4 because you want a bigger cylinders and you want to look along.
What's the maximum distance of a water level? The effective distance of a water level tool for establishing a horizontal plane of reference, please. Maximum.
Well, I mean, you could probably use it over a few tens of meters, I suppose, if you wanted to. But providing you're just careful and have some nice big cylinders, it's perfectly acceptable to use it over a few meters.
You know, Slice Barkane's bending water level test has 16 100-meter water levels that he's just going to chain them together.
Yes.
So that's 16 100-meter water levels. Now,
yes,
what would that show?
Well, he's using an optic. He's then aligning a camera to see whether or not the far end.
You do know about these tests, then?
Yes, I know what he did before.
Right.
So he used.
No, he didn't do that before. He did another one before, and it leaked. So it was a failed one.
He was trying to do much the same. He's trying to emulate what he did before.
No, he's doing a completely different method. He's using 16 individual.
Listen, you twat. He was trying to have just one tube. Now he's going to go to 16 because of the leaks. But he's still trying to emulate just having one tube. The fact that he's got 16 individual ones. Listen. He's trying to emulate just having one tube, but because of the leak issue, he decided to try and do it by
You've just said it's no
good.
good.
My God, just listen. And his test is an optical one between the front one and the rear one, and then he's trying to see if the middle one has a bulge, which indeed it would have.
That's not the model that George had, though, right?
Yes,
George had everything dropping away, no bulge. McToon had the bulge, and that other water level test. Right, that has the two outside ones as being level, and the middle one as a bulge. Right.
Okay, I got what he's going at. There's a reason I don't have the bulge there. Is if you tipped mine on the side and sighted from end to end, you would see the bulge.
Okay, so you tip. You just tilt the
Or do
horizontal.
you want to see the diagram? I've got the diagram. We could put it up
horizontal,
if you want to talk about it.
Yeah, put the diagram up, George. Otherwise, this idiot will never get
horizontal
what the hell's going on.
A bit, George, and that makes your model the same as.
That's why they're sorting that out, guys. I think YouTube has crashed my chat. No matter what seems to be able to do, I can't get it to work. So if you're having, if you can see it, that's great. But for me personally, it doesn't matter what I look through, whether I look through Chrome or whether I look through Edge. I cannot get my chat to work. So if you guys are having a great chat in the chat, great. Just means I can't see it. Nothing I can do. So if you are making comments to me, I can't see it currently. I'll try my best to keep trying to fix it though.
Over here is also 1.5 meters above the water.
How would you know that?
Hold on, because you're going to measure it. You're going to say, the heck?
Okay, how far away is it?
Here we go. Just listen. Right, so then you go over here and you measure the height, the center of this thing above the same amount of water. You just do what I was suggesting with I'm going to have to do with my posts. Then stick a staff in the water, and then you see what the center point of your target here is, and you say, aha, that's 1.5 meters. I've measured it above the water level, and you do the same thing with the water and say, oh, that's 1.5 meters above the same water level. And on a flat Earth, when you look through the water level, you will see the center of the target will appear on the center graticule of the water level. That's what will happen on a flat Earth. But on a spherical Earth, when you do that, you won't. That's not what will happen. You will get the drop interfering with that bloody thing.
Okay, so you've got two different models of water level, right?
Yes, we have the we have the contending points of view. Come on, here we go.
Would it not be conflict if the water level, the tool, was a tool to establish a horizontal plane of reference.
Right.
Would that not give you a bit of a hint?
It's a local horizontal, like this
No,
diagram.
no,
here.
no. There's no maximum distance.
This purple line here is the local horizontal for this
scale a
eye.
horizontal
This
line.
is the local
How would you do
horizontal.
that?
This line here is the local horizontal for this point here, which is different to the local horizontal for this point here. Because, of course, as we all know, if we've got a brain cell, that the horizontal for different points on the Earth, as I can show in this diagram here,
the water level
which
is
you've
a
never
tool
understood. Here we go.
for establishing a
and if you
horizontal
were to
plane
take
of
those water
reference.
levels that you're talking about, and you were to, where the bloody hell have I done with it? Damn it.
Can I ask Rumpus something when you're done?
Nearly there, nearly there. There we go. That's the diagram I'm looking for. Right. So as you can see here on the globe model, horizontal changes with your position on the globe. Everybody has their own personal horizontal.
Yeah, that
but if you're
doesn't
very
happen, Rumpus.
But if you're very close to someone, your horizontal, if it's only a few meters or even a few tens of meters or even actually a few hundred meters, you share the same horizontal. You can only distinguish it once it gets to multiple hundred meters. Go ahead, Paige or Bev, whichever one you want.
Go on. Go on, Paige.
Is it okay? Okay.
Yeah.
That picture that you just had up before.
Which one?
The one just before this one. The one with the the horizontal sight line. No. The one that you went back to. You scrolled all the way back and found it just a second ago. And it's got the horizontal, and then it's a ball, and you've got the one horizontal and the sight line. Yeah.
Okay, right. Okay.
Not that one. That one. Yeah, that one.
See. There we go. This is actually this one here.
That one. Yep.
Yeah. So there's the local horizontal. So sorry, just quick description. So here's the observer. This is their local horizontal, which you could establish with a water level device or an auto level, whichever you like. That is the local horizontal, the tangent to the surface of the Earth at that point, and therefore.
Yep. So the other spot. Yep, that spot down there. That man that's down on the side. Yep. Where's his vertical?
His vertical is up. That's why I've drawn this down.
Okay. Yep.
That's his
Great.
vertical going.
Yep. So that line that says drop, where are you putting the sign? Are you putting it straight up, or are you putting it tilted like that?
That's a good question, actually, Paige. That's an intelligent question.
Yeah.
Because
actually, that's brilliant, Paige. Because that line that is coming down as a drop, you've got right angles to that horizontal.
You'd have to sort of put the line sort of out 45 degree to you to get that what he's drawing there. I think
perpendicular to that horizontal will be called a vertical.
I'd like to answer the question.
So it looks like there's got two verticals.
I'd like to answer the question, Bev.
Disprove.
Have some manners for a moment.
Exactly, two verticals.
Right, so that is an intelligent question.
Well done.
But you must.
That's a logical proof there.
Shut up, Bev.
Paige.
Shut
no,
up,
that's a big moment, Rumpus, right?
Shut up, twat.
Paige has just showed you up.
Shut up, twat. Right.
Because there's two verticals there, Rumpus, not at the same point.
Shut up, twat. Right. So, Paige, shut up, twat. Paige, shut up, you twat. Right. So, Paige, this is an over distance. Be quiet, you twat. Be quiet, you twat. So this is be quiet, you twat. This is a distance of several thousand miles, and these two things over that distance are indeed different. I've drawn now. I've called one the surveyor's drop. I've called here one the drop. When you have a distance of say 6 miles, these two things are effectively the same thing. So it's not an issue for the thing. But yes, as I've drawn it, there is a big difference. But that's only when you get to a distance of about 6,000 miles. See, I think it's about 6,000 miles. When you're dealing with the area, because remember, we're actually here. We're not even here. On this scale, we wouldn't even be here. The 6 miles that I'm doing wouldn't be here. So in fact, those two angles would in fact be so close together, you couldn't measure the difference. They would vary by...
you couldn't, or you're not going to?
Well, you can't.
You couldn't measure the difference?
The distance, the lean, I mean, what you're basically saying is, how far would you lean? That is effectively the lean that's sometimes talked about, the tilt of objects. And when you hopefully you know that every
see that point that you're at there, Rumpus. That point at the bottom of that angle down there.
I just finished my sentence. For every 69 miles, you get 1 degree tilt. So this would be these two would be different by 1 degree if my test was over 69 miles. Given the fact it's only over 6 miles, it's 1/10 of that. So it's 1/10 of 1 degree is this difference, and therefore the angle's difference is so small, we don't need to worry about it.
Right, that difference there, though, Rumpus, as Paige has just brilliantly said, what have you got that as theta or whatever, right? That angle at the end, see that?
Yep.
It is the angle between like a geometric perpendicular to a horizontal, which would be a vertical, and that other one is what, a extension of a radius, which is a perceived vertical, geometric in your model. So that would be an angle between two verticals, right? Is that what you'd call that?
This is not a vertical.
Which one?
This is a vertical for the it's a vertical for the observer.
Yeah, it's perpendicular to that horizontal, right?
It's the vertical for the observer, but it's not the vertical for a person here, because as I explained in that,
that's what I mean. Like it's the conjunction
here,
of two verticals, right?
As I described up here, everybody.
Isn't that impossible in
brilliant?
geometry?
Yeah, that sort of disproves that model. Well done, Paige.
So here we go.
Right,
so
that's
here,
a geometric model, but a fallacy in reality.
Everybody has different horizontals and different verticals. That's all that.
I'm well impressed, Paige. You've obviously been doing a bit of geometry
has
there,
a different horizontal.
I've been studying your videos very hard, Bev. Trust me.
So as you can see in this diagram, everybody has a different horizontal and a different vertical. And
can you not see what Paige has just done to you there, Rumpus?
Yeah, I can see exactly, and I explained exactly what there wasn't an issue. You didn't understand it because you're stupid.
Different verticals. That's fine with you.
And I explained. Yeah, this diagram here shows different verticals. I mean, I have to show it to you again. I'll tell you more on. This diagram here shows that everybody has a different
verticals at the same point,
and a different vertical. Everybody has a different horizontal and vertical, but if they're very close to one another, say within 69 miles, they're within 1 degree of one another. So if you're within 69 miles, you're only 1 degree error. But my experiment is only over 6 miles. That's 1/10 of a degree between the verticals. But you can measure this if you like. It's something else to prove the spherical Earth.
Yeah, that model that you're showing there on screen right now shows that it is possible to have a horizontal perpendicular to a horizontal.
Yeah.
Which is fantastic thinking.
Right. So everybody has
it's amazing, isn't it? Yeah.
I mean, it's very simple. I mean, this is what
in their model this is all possible, but in reality, with geometry, it's not possible. In reality,
the horizontal on the globe model, even if you don't accept it, you don't seem to be intelligent enough to realize what the globe model is, and that is vertical, is an angle and vertical up and down.
It's just a model. I completely understand it, Rumpus. We're looking at it.
Because you keep on saying you don't understand.
He does understand, Rumpus. He just doesn't agree that works in reality. That's not the way it is.
People can have 90
but he understands what you're trying to say.
Yeah.
Covered something. And
I don't want to go there, like in my brain. I don't want to make my brain do that.
You come back the day after and say, oh, look, someone's horizontal is at 90 degrees to someone else's horizontal. And then we explain to you that's exactly what we'd expect on a globe model. And then the next day you say, oh, my God, someone out there saying
on a globe model. That's what he would expect on a globe model.
Explain that to you. And then the next day, oh, my God, they've got 2 horizontals at 90 degrees with that. And then we have to explain.
Rumpus, because he's hoping you will have a penny drop moment and go.
Okay, listen. God. There's no need to be. There's
such a moron.
Right, there's no need to be so rumpusing over everyone. Rumpus, that's terrible.
But I was saying something. He interrupted me.
Because he's been painted into a corner. He's going to attack now.
At 90 degrees to a horizontal.
A 9-year-old understand
that live in the real world, Rumpus.
Right.
You're stupid. A 9-year-old can understand what I just described about everybody having.
Let's bring some.
I suspect even Ranty understands what I've just described.
No, hold on. Let's bring some of the people in. We've got plenty of people that might want to come in and discuss this. We've got a whole bunch of people in.
George has got his diagram, by the way. George has got his diagram.
Yeah. Do you understand what Rumpus is talking about there, Ranty?
Not really.
Oh my god.
I do, and I don't. It's like it doesn't make sense.
Can you
see?
imagine a horizontal being at right angles to another horizontal?
Ranty, you'd please tell me you can understand. I mean, you're not this stupid. You surely
Right.
can see that if we define on a sphere that up and down point to the center, that means if you move 90 degrees around, that the verticals will be at 90 degrees to one another, and the horizontal, because that's perpendicular to the local vertical, therefore means that different horizontals will exist.
Yeah. So what you're saying
you might
is,
not agree with this model. You might not agree with this model, Ranty, but surely you can understand.
yeah. So
I'm saying.
So what you're saying is that the helicopter that's at the top of the Earth on the North Pole, when it suddenly goes down to Australia, it's upside down.
Correct.
No, not up, okay, upside down from the perspective.
No, yes. No,
With
yes.
respect to the first one, but they're both.
Ranty.
But they're both the right way around. They both are up with respect. Ranty, everything resolves around the center of the Earth. So the distance this helicopter down here, it's just as far away from the center as this one, and it increases. Going this way increases its elevation, its height. It's going this way.
It's rotated 180 degrees, and the helicopter at Australia, from their perspective, is right side up, and we're upside down. Then it's all relative.
Exactly. I mean, Ranty, you can't be as stupid as Bev on this. You must.
Oh, come on. No way.
So
Vertical and horizontal are perpendicular. You cannot have a horizontal perpendicular to a horizontal. That's retarded, Rumpus.
Just try and concentrate. Just 10
geometric,
seconds.
logical
Just concentrate for 10
fallacy.
seconds.
If you can't see it,
Concentrate
you
for 10
are
seconds.
a
Concentrate for 10
moron.
seconds. You can see at this point here that the local vertical, and the local horizontal 90 degrees. Same for this position at 3 o'clock.
No,
the local
Rumpus.
vertical
No.
and the local
Rumpus.
horizontal
No.
90 degrees.
That's a radius and a tangent. Don't reality
90 degrees.
that
On
circle.
the globe model, there are lots of different horizontals, and they're all
That's a model.
90
Don't
degrees
don't
to their
Right.
confuse them with
Right. Okay.
reality.
Right. Listen. Yes, I want to move on. Yeah.
Can
so,
I move it on with a
yes,
question
I was
about
just
another diagramming?
just about to say let's move this on. So go ahead, Gleam.
Yeah, just one question. Well, it's a couple of questions. Number one, did you say that your optical device was 1 arc minute limit?
Not arc minute. I can't remember what my.
No, George said that.
Yeah, George said that normally 1 arc minute is.
Arc second. I think it was arc second he was talking about.
I don't think.
I think it was arc min, wasn't it?
No, it wasn't an arc minute. I think it was an arc second or 2 arc seconds. 2 arc seconds or 1 arc second. I can't remember which.
Okay. Either way, that was one question. But on any
1
of your
arc second Gleam, nobody builds an auto level with 1 arc minute accuracy.
I was gonna say that's the human eye. That,
1
that's the
arc second, 1 3,600th of
Okay,
a
cool.
second auto
Cool.
level built
I
to
asked-
a arc minute.
Oh, that's cool. I asked the question.
You did
But
hear
it-
right, Gleam. Gleam, you did hear right, by the way. George did say an arc minute. I'll agree with you there. He was maybe mistaken, he misspoke, but he did say an arc minute.
Either way, I had to clarify that. I was just clarifying that, George, before you went off on one. But anyway.
Sometimes in the heat of the moment, we all miss.
Okay, cool. Let me move it on, please.
That up because it's best to clarify.
Good. That's what I was doing. Okay, next question. On your models, let's go back to, you had the flat bit of land, and you had the optical. Yeah, there, exactly this one. Yep. So on the top there. Now I know that you're going to 6 miles on the right hand side, and I know that obviously you can actually optically still resolve it, but there is no mechanism on your flat Earth model here to basically say when that particular site goes out of distance or out of the
auto
optic.
level draws the graticule on the auto level, shows you where the horizontal is for this point here, and if that line you're seeing through the graticule lines up with this target, it is on the same horizontal. it's on that horizontal line from the auto level, and if you then know that this is the same height above the water as your auto level is, you then know that you've got a flat Earth.
I agree. No, I agree. I was just saying that it was mentioned ages ago. I couldn't get a word in edgeways, but it was mentioned ages ago that perspective is not included in this side
That's right,
diagram.
it's not relevant here.
Okay, well, either way, I was just matching those two up, and that's why I asked the other question first, instead of coming to this first and saying, "Oh, you won't be able to see it because of one arc minute."
So what's it? See, okay, so you don't have. So in other words, you don't have a point.
No, well, that's why I clarified.
Okay.
No, I had a question. I said I had a question.
Hopefully I've answered both the questions.
But the point would be is that now going on to your lighthouse one.
Right. Okay. Right. Let me just move.
Yeah, which takes it out miles. Yeah?
Yeah.
Let's pretend that works with a whole quarter of an Earth. Yeah. So a couple of 1,000 miles.
Here we go. Hold on, nearly there. Drop. Yeah, this one here. So yeah. So this is exaggerated. So to make the point, so we can. I moved it so far because if I drew it in here, you wouldn't be able to see anything.
Sure.
So I had to
No, I'm happy.
To demonstrate the geometry, I've gone a long way out.
I'm happy. What I'm not happy about is that you've got an eye in there. Yeah. Okay, now based on the human eye, which is 1 arc minute limit.
Yeah.
Okay. If you had a box the same eye height, let's say 6 foot cube, yeah, which is bright red, and you push that right the way out based on your eye limit, not a dumpy, yeah, based on an eye, it would disappear out of your view around about 4 miles.
So what?
Okay, that cannot be and is not represented in this, and none of your actual diagrams.
I've drawn an eye there, but that could have been.
Right, listen, guys. Seeing as the chat's broken, and it really is, if you want to make a comment to the panelists, or you want to support the show in any way, please use the PayPal link that's just in the description of this show. And I'll get the email through, and if you want to make a super chat and leave a comment, I will get to ask that comment to these guys. So yeah, there's still a way for you to interact with the chat, to interact with the panelists if you so wish.
I was just saying, based on your previous works of never ever including perspective in there, I wanted to clarify. You do when we're talking lighthouses and tens of kilometers.
We're talking about the position of things at eye level. When you're with perspective, things do not move. If they're moving along your eye level, they don't change. They just get smaller. So this 5-foot target will be smaller as a result of perspective, but we're going to line it up by moving it up and down.
No, that's
so
cool.
It will be
that's
along
cool.
the horizontal.
No, that's cool.
So it will get smaller. So it'll be a small little target, even though it's 5 feet square. It'll be difficult to see, but with the cameras that I will be using, we'll be able to see it at that distance.
Yeah, the easiest way to say this is that perspective does not change where the center of the target is. You're just setting your auto level up so the crosshairs shoot the center of the target. That's independent of perspective.
Exactly. Because it will only shrink bottom up.
No, it shrinks around the origin of your thing. You don't understand perspective.
No, it is. It is. If you're talking about the vertical axis, yeah, it will not go down from the top. Yeah, it will not. It will not shrink apportionately or proportionately or at all sides.
I do. No, you don't. You drew. You drew that ridiculous.
If something is your eye height, it will always stay at your eye height. The top part will always stay at your eye height. You idiot.
No, whatever the top, middle, whatever's actual height, you could be looking at the middle of the target.
No, that's exactly what we were just saying. If it's a flat Earth, it would be exactly at your eye height.
DIY. Jesus Christ!
You're stupid.
Cleaning up the kitchen.
Hang on. Thanks for.
Jesus Christ!
You're stupid, Rumpus.
You are very stupid.
As you see it shrink,
that was Pete moving his chairs around
to the horizon.
That was Pete buggering his chairs.
Before now that you couldn't even draw a SketchUp diagram with the perspective done correctly. You are a moron.
A SketchUp diagram?
You always at SketchUp. I know what you were using. It's something 3D. You got confused about the position of something and you couldn't even demonstrate with some cubes.
Called Unity 3D, which is much better than SketchUp.
Yeah, and you got it completely wrong. You didn't understand. It was highly hilarious. Anyway, so
Yeah, using the equation from a PhD in optometry. You know what's even highly hilarious? Let me bring this up now.
You're a moron.
Let me bring this up now, Rumpus. Couple of days ago.
When time permits, I'll show Bev why McToons in my diagrams are equivalent.
Sure. I'd just like to clarify something else. Ask another question, Rumpus, because I'm sure a couple of days ago you said about Rory's picture that he was using a rectilinear lens.
Well, it was rectilinear over that fate because we can demonstrate that by the fact those straight things remained straight and didn't bend. So therefore, over the period of that lens,
yeah, it's just I looked into it
over the period. And obviously, we couldn't check what he did elsewhere. He didn't put.
Yeah, no, I looked into it. And it was an iPhone SE. And he's actually posted up an actual, one of them test boards, which shows that it's got all distortion, pincushion.
But across the area.
Yeah, how would it have pincushion when you were shouting at people?
Of those straight things, it was rectilinear, so you don't have a point.
I do, because it's got distortion in it, mate.
No, it doesn't. The straight bars that he used.
Right, I've got to show them.
So
I've got to show you.
Over the area we're interested in, the lens behaved in a rectilinear fashion, so it's perfectly fine.
While Liam is showing you, Rumpus, let me clarify something based on what you've said tonight, right? And Paige brought up a great point regarding the diagram you showed, and you claim there is no horizontal. Yet, when you're doing your tests, you are going to extend. Can I speak, please? You are going to extend. Hang on, please. There is no definition for horizontal. Anywhere on Earth you stand.
What are you saying? You listen to someone else. I've never said
either. No. Let me clarify then. So, okay, is this your position? That any place you stand on Earth, if you point horizontally, it will necessarily differ from anyone else in any other position pointing horizontally on Earth because of the nature of the spherical Earth. Absolutely. Right. Now, when you're doing your tests, and this is what I'm fucking so pissed off of myself as well, because I asked this question at the very start. When you're doing your test, though, and you're impartial, right? You have the two sides, the ball Earth predictions, the flat Earth predictions. How far, with your water level that you decided was 1.5 meters apart, have you extended that horizontal to? That's my question.
But I don't understand. Look at my diagram.
Right, I don't need to look at your diagram. Can you answer me just with your mouth?
I'm showing you. Because you don't seem to understand when I tell you verbally, so I'm hoping that diagram will explain to you.
No, you said this the last time, and I was on mute for fucking half an hour.
I don't understand your point. Here is an observer.
Answer the question.
Infinitely far. It extends infinitely far. Their local horizontal is a line, it's a tangent to the surface of the Earth, and that extends infinitely into the end of the universe. This line.
Right. So over a flat plane with your water level at your test, 1.5 meters apart, does that horizontal extend infinitely into the horizontal distance?
Yes.
Right.
Okay, great.
Thank you.
Okay.
Wow. So it is actually horizontal.
Could you please just move your mic a little bit away from your mouth?
And if he increased that water level from 1.5 meters to 50 meters, Rumpus, would you be able to extend the horizontal further? And would those horizontals differentiate?
Pete, I've already told you can extend it infinitely, even over 1.5 meters. It's good enough to get.
Ev's point is those horizontals would all coincide. They'd all be the same horizontal, no matter how far you transferred it on. Your point is they would always be different in variation according to how far you traveled, because you're always going over a curve. Is that correct?
Yeah, but over a distance, even of a few hundred meters, because the Earth's curvature is so little, as I demonstrated earlier, how small the curvature of the Earth is, even over a couple hundred meters, it would still be perfect, give you a horizontal that's effectively the same as a point that's 100 meters away.
Over a mile, though, Rumpus. So how far away would it be from the horizontal? Over a mile.
Over a mile. Would you want the answer in degrees?
No.
Science, isn't it?
In numbers, like in some sort of dimension. Yeah.
That is a degree. So you want
like
a
measurement.
Know what the error is in degrees.
No, I want to know a distance that it would be away from the horizontal at 1 mile.
Well, that's the drop would do that. So I can tell you, yes, 8 inches.
Okay.
How do they calibrate spirit levels in China, Rumpus? And I can use them perfectly well here in Ireland, building a shelf.
They calibrate spirit levels, presumably the same way as we
So
do here.
at one end, Rumpus, it would be at the horizontal, and the other end of the water level would be 8 inches below the horizontal.
Correct. So the value, if you then drew a straight line between them.
So over a mile, that tool wouldn't be effective as a horizontal, would it?
Well, it would be a horizontal for the midpoint between those 2 points.
What do you mean the midpoint? The
Oh
horizontal?
my God, the middle between one.
But
it's
mile, just one tube, Rumpus.
The half-mile point,
All
you
right,
moron,
Rumpus, calm down.
is where it be showing the horizontal for. How simple can it be? Jesus Christ!
Well, see, the tube only has 2 vials, one at each end.
Yeah,
Bev, what you're missing, hey, Rumpus, just a minute. What Bev is missing here, it has to do with the length of your water level, or of your water level. If your water level is 1 mile, no, it will not establish a good horizontal for you. But if your
so what's the maximum distance,
like a carpenter's level,
for the
is only
tool
3 feet from end to
water
end,
level
there's no
to
error.
establish
There's
a
very little
horizontal?
error. The error is so insignificant as you could use it for establishing your horizontal.
We have observations over 20 miles at 2 inches, George. Come on.
No, the water level, the tool, is a tool for establishing a horizontal.
Yes, but over short distances,
Well,
you
what
don't have
distance
water
are you
levels.
talking,
You don't go down to the
George?
hardware store and buy a water level that's 1 meter in length, or I mean
No,
1
Rumpus
mile.
does.
You buy water levels that maybe can go 100 feet at most, maybe 200 feet. But over those distances,
Like
the
100.
error
I got
and the
100
drop on
meter
the earth
tube.
is so slight
Kane's
as it
got 100 meter water level.
horizontal for you, Bev. You're not listening.
I can
It
show
has
this in
to
a
do
diagram.
with the length.
Good then,
So I can
George.
show this in a diagram here. So here we have 2 water level, the 2 ends of a water level. One here.
No,
I've got it extending into
that's
Let me finish.
drawing.
Let me start. Let me finish.
You can make your point in a second, you twat.
Moron, that's
Right,
not
be quiet,
a water
twat.
level.
Be quiet, twat. So imagine this is the top of a water level, and these are joined together. And this one, so they were the local horizontal.
Fantasy
Be quiet, twat. Be quiet, twat. So the local horizontal is this
What's
line
the
here.
pink line, Rumpus?
Be quiet. So the local horizontal.
It's on a
for this
tilt.
one, be quiet, you twat. Be quiet, you twat.
Oh,
So here we
another
have the
pink one.
horizontal for one of these.
Which
So
horizontal?
this is the local horizontal.
There's 3
here.
different horizontals there, is there?
Be quiet, twat. So here we have the horizontal for position. Let's give these names.
There's
So
2
for
different
position
horizontals.
A,
You notice that your horizontals have got an angular difference to your horizontal.
Okay, listen, stop talking over each other. Come on.
I'm trying to explain something. This twat keeps on interrupting me. Right,
You
so
know,
here we
explain
go.
what
2
twat
positions, A and B. So at position A, the local horizontal, as I'm showing here, is the black line.
Have you ever done anything practical,
Be quiet,
Rumpus?
twat. Be quiet, you twat. So here is the local horizontal for A, and
Have
here
you ever
this
been on
other
a
line,
building
quiet,
site
twat,
talking
be
like
quiet,
this?
Twat, be quiet, you twat. So here is the horizontal of B. Now, if you were to do water level, you would get the position. The horizontal would be for the one in the middle. So this would be the horizontal with a halfway point. And Bev doesn't understand this because he's a twat. Go ahead.
This is the theory, though. Hang on, Bev. But in
No,
fairness,
it's not your turn to speak. It's literally between Bev, Pete. Why do you keep doing this? Right.
Just real quick, Rumpus, if you could move B in closer to A to show how the horizontals coincide as the distance between them gets less and less.
Horizontal, George. Come on.
Hey, chat's back. Woohoo!
Let's have the realistic view of reality, right? Where vertical and horizontal are used as reference frames.
So as A and B becomes closer and closer and closer together, gradually the
horizontals start merging and become parallel.
The error is so tiny. Remember, this error here, this is about, on that angle, there's probably about 500,000 miles apart between A and B for the shape of the Earth. So what I've got here is something probably about where this point here is, this point here, this distance here is probably a few hundred miles. and you can see that the error gets really tiny. And
Only
if
a
I bring it to
small
within 6
angular
miles,
difference
they
between
become the
Can you
same.
zoom in around A?
Sure.
Why are we spending
There
so
you
much
go.
time
There you go.
watching Rumpus explain a cartoon he made?
That is about 7
Yeah, it's a
miles,
good
so-
point. Right, okay, let's move this on. Does anybody have any, anything to add about his actual test other than, trying to define what's horror and level and how?
I seriously want to go there. Me and my lads, and we've got like 3 or 4 other people that seriously want to go there and watch what Rumpus is doing. Right?
I will be telling you where and when.
Brilliant. Thank you very much.
When will you be doing that, Rumpus? How much time are you going to allocate for flat earthers to know about this and have the opportunity to get there?
Within a week, I will be announcing where. And obviously, the when is going to be dependent on the weather. I mean, for instance, this was Saturday, which was initially a candidate for us doing it, until I got delayed my video producer and things, not being able to, go off and do other things. Obviously, I'm going to say this is the provisional date, but of course, I need.
But hold on, let me just interrupt you, because you just said that this Saturday gone was a provisional date. I didn't know about that. Nobody knew about that. So,
it wasn't. It was provisional for me 2 or 3 weeks ago. So it wasn't a proper provisional date. I was thinking of that 2 or 3 weeks ago, but because it had problems with my video producer, it wasn't a proper provisional date. I will give you notice, hopefully about 2 weeks in advance. So it's probably going to come up very shortly. If I can and then unfortunately, there's an issue of the weather. If it was like today, for instance, where it was pouring down with wind, we'd have to abandon it. But I would certainly provide a date, and then I'll probably say something like, the weather's looking good. Okay, this is going to be the date. A few days beforehand, or I might say a week beforehand. I would like to do it then, and then day on day, I'll be saying whether it's more or less likely that's going to happen, depending on the weather forecast.
how long would it? Bev, could you literally get down there? Or do you need prior warning?
It's like 3 or 4 hour drive. It's a pretty big drive for me. Like,
so I wouldn't do it on the day. So I would. I would say
it's the Bedford, right?
It's near. It's near that area. It's in the Kings Lynn stroke area.
All right,
have you announced it?
Fair enough.
Have you announced it on Conspiracy Cats?
Around the Bedford, right?
Have you announced it on Conspiracy Cats yet? Have you announced it on Conspiracy Cats?
No, I haven't given the full details yet. The Conspiracy Cats, we were going to do this a week ago, but he had his own personal problems with life at that point, and so that got abandoned. We should have done it today, really, but we haven't.
Just disclose it, my God.
Sorry? Just
disclose. Tell everybody what the hell, what harm.
I wanted them to give it a reasonable announcement on Conspiracy Cats' channel.
I know. This is what we have to deal with, George.
Sorry.
Even George is exasperated with you.
I'm going to give you some nice pictures. I'm going to show you pictures of the
nice pictures.
Nice diagrams.
Nice diagrams, yeah.
Some sketches.
300-page documents.
Some ray tracing, no doubt.
I would do some 3D modeling on it, but probably not ray tracing. But I'm hoping to do some ray tracing for it, but I haven't got that sorted yet. I've got Dean and Stingray is also going to do a bit of 3D modeling. I'm going to hopefully, and in fact, you were talking earlier about Team Skeptic, and in fact, Team Skeptic expressed an interest. He's saying he wanted to come over here and do it, and I'll invite him to be one of the. I've got about 4 or 5 people who will be the online moderators who will be making presentations, including George. George's got about 4 or 5 presentations ready to go, including invalidating Bev's idiocy with his misunderstanding of what he thinks is going to do to try and establish it's a horizontal. And George will be showing with a little presentation how Bev is wrong, and I'll be doing the same thing. Dean will be making a presentation.
Is he going to do his fishing line thing?
Other people making presentations. So it'll be about 6 or 7 hours, hopefully, of observation, presentations, 3D stuff, and various prepared videos. So it'll be an extravaganza.
George was telling us last night he's got this thing, haven't you, George, where you've got like a fishing line or something, and you've got a tension thing, and you're going to pull it tight, and you've got something planned for the drop or something. Right, George? I said it didn't half sound like that one that you'd done, Runty.
Yep.
And I said I'd never heard of George saying anything like that before, and it did sound an awful lot
I'm
like.
not. Look, Bev.
Yeah.
Test Grantee is proposing. All this is a teaching video where I am going to solve the equation for the sag in a taut line, a taut cable. This is a teaching video for students in differential equations. If you want to use it for your flat earth stuff, that's fine. But all it is to derive the equation for the sag in a cable.
Did
and
Ranty
give
give you the
what's the
inspiration for that?
relationship
Why are you
between
interrupting him,
on the line, the length of the line, the weight of the line, sag, and then I'm going to go out. I have a very high quality fishing line coming from Fins. It's their XD Spectra line, which is probably the strongest, best fishing line in the world. And I am going to stretch out 700 feet of it and make measurements to see if they agree with the equation. That's all it is. It isn't doing a test. It isn't trying to determine if the earth is flat or the earth is curved. It's an issue of solving for the sag in a line and then verifying if the equations are accurate using real world line. That's all it is.
So this is a test of your equation, though, George. You're testing your equation's validity.
Yeah, I'm going to test the equation that I derived to see if it's accurately represents the sag in a real world line.
How much sag do you predict?
Does the equation
how tight
predict?
and how much tension you put in the line and the length of the line. For the length of the line that I'm using, around 750 feet, and given the weight per unit length of that line with a tension of about 25 pounds on it, the sag in the middle should be about 2 inches.
Nan's boobs.
And so, what would you measure that 2 inches from? Right.
Oh well, I'll set up a horizontal line using theodolite and a auto level. I'll set the auto level in the center to first get the two ends level, and then I'll set up a ruler in the center.
750 feet.
Pardon?
You're going to set it up in the middle, and the line is 750 feet, and you're going to use that 300 and odd feet either way.
Pardon?
How far is this auto level going to look to establish a horizontal?
The amount of error is going to be insignificant compared to the 2 inches that we're trying to measure.
Okay,
the
so
most error that we're going to pick up off the auto level.
But yeah,
in
this way
the
you can establish a horizontal level.
Geez, look, I don't want to argue about this
Over
with you.
750
You can go and
feet.
do it yourself,
That's good.
you can watch the video when I'm through with it, when I do it, and the thing is the amount of error in establishing a horizontal or a straight line over 750 feet is insignificant compared to the amount of sag that's
It'd
going
have
to
to
be
be, wouldn't it? Because you're measuring a 2-inch drop of your line. So it has to be a horizontal, otherwise you're not going to get a correct measurement, are you? I mean, I understand what you mean. That horizontal has to be a horizontal, a definite, from the light of the line at one end to the length of the line at the other end. It has to be horizontal. Then you can measure the difference,
it
right?
just has to be a straight line.
Yeah,
it doesn't have to be horizontal, but it will be horizontal.
If you're using an auto level, then yeah, it probably have to be horizontal, right?
Yeah, it will be horizontal with the way I'm leveling it. Yes.
Yeah. Okay, so that's possible then. Good.
Yes, over that short distance, it is possible to establish a horizontal with an auto level.
Could you use a water level to establish that
horizontal? No, I'm not going to use a water level. My God, I've got a theodolite and I've got a auto level. Why would I want to go through the trouble of getting 750 feet of garden hose, filling it with water, and monkeying around with it? My God, get real.
Could you do it though? It was just a question.
Yeah, I could do it, but I'm not going to because I'm not going to
go 750 foot of hose establish a horizontal.
level. He believes that they work because they're used by surveyors to build buildings. He trusts them, so he doesn't need another mechanism to verify that.
Okay.
I've got powerful lasers.
Everyone type 1 in the chat if the chat's back. I don't know if it's stopped being broken yet, but if you'll press 1, we'll figure it out soon enough.
Deviate that much over 750 feet with my
how
collimators
accurate
that I
could
have
you
on it.
be over that distance, though, right?
Say what?
How accurate could you be over 750 feet?
But in establishing the horizontal line over that,
Yeah.
it's going to be less than a couple millimeters.
Yeah.
No, about 4 millimeters
You
max.
could see 4 millimeters within your auto level over.
Oh, at
700.
375 feet easily, yeah. From the middle to the end, yeah, I can do that.
Okay. But then you would have to establish the center height of your middle bit, right?
Oh gosh.
Yeah.
Look, what he's let me just stop saying over, George. What he's going to do, he's going to set up this thing using an auto level to set the posts or whatever the points at either end to be horizontal.
Yeah, I get that.
Then he's going to look at the sag in the middle. In the auto level,
that.
presumably I'm presuming in the auto level, he will then say, "Oh, it's a theodolite because he's got a gradient." He'd be able to then move the theodolite to someone's moving their furniture again. So, and then he's going to use the theodolite, presumably, to then see the angle of the bottom of the sag, and then say, "Oh, look, that's 0.15 degrees or something." And then knowing the distance to it, he'll then be able to say, "Aha, that's going to be 2 inches."
Can you not just put a tape measure at the side of it?
Because he doesn't know where the ground, what the level of the ground is. He doesn't know what it could be a bump in the ground, so he can't just use a tape measure, you twat. If you knew anything about surveying, you'd realise you couldn't do what you just suggested. Idiot.
What, put a tape measure to see the difference in the...
Yeah, you don't know if there's a bump or what are you measuring to? Some bump in the ground, you twat.
You have to have a reference. You have to have a reference point to set the measure.
Yeah, you tell him, George.
You have to
what if
have
the
a
middle
straight
of that
line,
was
which
over
I'm
the water?
establishing to measure the distance from that straight line that sites from end to end.
Stupid,
You
Rumpus.
go to the middle and you measure the sag from that
If it's
straight
over
line.
water, George, you're not doing this over water, are you?
No.
What if
Exactly.
no?
So he's not doing
What
over
if
water.
just the middle? What if just the middle bit was hanging over water, so you had the water level, so you'd be able to measure from the water level to the sag bit? Like you could have one end on the ground and the other end on the ground.
Over water.
Can I show a diagram on this?
Yeah, I think you better because these two well, sorry, Paige.
But
No,
that's a
Paige-
way to measure it physically without having to do it optically.
Well, the trouble is, Paige, you then need to know where the same level as the bottom of the post that you're doing it from. So it means you either need to have it both on reference to a water, so you need a canal or river 750 feet long.
No, you just need a hose pipe with 2 vials at the end of
it. He doesn't want to build a 750 foot horsepower. He can do it optically. That's the whole point of using theodolites. He can do it optically. He doesn't have to measure out,
optically, that's the you take perspective and change that to earth curve. That's why optical this is never going to work.
It's got nothing to do with earth curve. What he's doing.
It has nothing to do with the earth curve or flat or horizontal or anything. All I'm trying to do is measure the sag in a line versus tension and the weight of the line and the length of the line. It has nothing to do with...
I don't mean your test specifically. I'm saying any optical observation is...
Well, Paige, that's why...
George, serious question.
I promise a Paige point. Paige, that's why I'm having to do my test. That's why I had to go and find a length of water that's 6 miles long, which is very, very difficult in this country. That's straight.
So, Rumpus, in our model, that length of water, like if we had somebody at the start, somebody in the middle, somebody at the end, and you could hold a big, long, straight pipe out in front of you, each person, the pipe would go through to the last person. They would all hold the pipe exactly the same on our model. But on your model, that pipe would, the person in the middle would be standing on top of the pipe or something, or the pipe would have to go on a cord through the earth to the last person.
Are you suggesting you would measure how something's horizontal by connecting 6 miles of pipe together?
No, what I'm saying is if you imagine a physical thing being able to be put through the three
Right,
people
but how are you
instead of
doing
an
it practically?
optical.
How are you doing it practically?
Well,
we
I'm
do,
not.
we
I'm
do a mile
talking
first,
about
Rumpus.
it.
We do a mile, and then we use the 2 half-mile bits to extend it to make a 2-mile water level. And then we contact the Guinness World Book of Records, see whether that's good enough for the
Right, but what you
longest
don't understand
practical
is that
water level tool
one of the
for
many things
establishing
you
a
don't
horizontal
understand
plane.
is that the error, you
reference.
will not be able to detect the curvature of the Earth across, say, 30 or even 100 meters. The accuracy of your device will not show that. So you're just going to ignore. So you will have each time you do 100. This will be in the video to debunk your position that George and I were doing.
You're already planning it.
Oh yeah, we've got the video plan to eliminate your idiot, your attempt to refute it.
I've got a question on
differential
George's.
leveling, right, Rumpus? That
You don't know what differential
debunking?
leveling is. You don't even know the difference between horizontal and level. You don't even know the basics in the surveying
did
book.
call the firm up today,
You
Rumpus.
don't understand
you
the first. Go and read the first chapter of a surveying book, and it will tell you what a lane. And the main surveyor showed you a diagram from
I
a
called the
surveying
company
book,
up today
and
that
it
makes auto
showed
levels.
the difference
right,
between
Rumpus?
level and horizontal, and showed that
very
level is
proud of them.
curved. So if you look even the first chapter of a surveying book, it will tell you that level is not flat, not horizontal. It's curved.
Who have you been talking to, Rumpus?
First chapter of a surveying book.
Which surveyors have you been talking to, Rumpus?
I didn't hear the start of that question.
Which surveyors have you been talking to, Rumpus?
I have been reading surveying books, whereas you clearly haven't.
Okay, now which surveyors have you been talking to?
I haven't been talking to any surveyors.
So
I
you've
can read
just
a
read
surveyor's
a
book.
few books,
And you
and
haven't
you
done that.
now
And you
are
haven't
the
done that.
knowledge of surveying.
I know more than you do. I know more than you do about it, certainly.
Okay, so you're going to make a video now that you read a few books that is going to debunk level being horizontal.
And that's because what's what the books say.
Oh,
I
is
could
it?
talk to Jesse Kozlowski.
No dictionary book
But
says
I've
that.
seen books
Jesse,
that
every
say
surveying
Superman
book you will have find,
and unicorns
just as
and
the main
Santa.
surveyor showed you an extract from one, that a
Perpendicular.
level is not the same as horizontal.
It's
George knows this.
perpendicular.
Jesse
In your
Kozlowski knows this.
model, but in
Professional
reality it
surveyors
is.
knows this. And if you had read a chapter, one
Geometry
chapter
would
on a surveying
override
book,
all of them other
you would
magic
know this as
tricks.
well.
You need
Hey, it's quite funny actually. Today was the first time that I had the option to use this pin thing, this pin a comment during the chat. So I noticed that other channels have had it for quite some time, and it would so happen that at the very end of my, before I go on my little vacation, this ability was given to me today. So yeah, sod's law in it. All the times I've wanted to pin something up there for you guys to, join the panel or anything like that, and I actually get it today. Sod's law in it. And the chat was broken as well. Oh, what about that? Hey, sabotage, I tell you.
Dear me, more twats. So I think we all know that, Bev, you can't do maths, you can't do geometry, and if I gave you a simple,
stop.
What are you talking about, Rumpus?
Shut up, Rumpus.
You would not be able to solve it, even a simple problem.
Nobody's listening to you, Rumpus.
You're a moron. Yeah, we don't care what you think. I mean, I could draw this diagram here.
No, we don't care what you think, Rumpus. Shut up.
Don't do a drawing.
I could draw a little diagram
Save
here.
us.
Save us. Right, Bev. If I were to tell you that this was, say,
Rumpus,
30
it doesn't.
degrees,
I don't really care.
and
Like, I've
that was
lost
5
all
meters,
respect
I don't
that I
think you
ever
could-
had for
I
you,
don't think-
and every
I
thought
don't-
that I ever thought that you were
don't
clever,
think you could
right,
work
has
out-
gone. You are a moron, Rumpus.
What this value is here, could you, Bev? You would
Your
not
best
be able to work
argument
out-
is
you
you
would
don't
not be able to work
understand.
out what this question mark here is, would you? You couldn't do it. This simple problem I've got on screen, you would not be able to tell me what the question mark value is. This value here, this Y. You wouldn't be able to tell me that because you're so stupid.
Yeah, you'd need to put a right angle on it, would you, to make it a right angle triangle?
Yeah, that's right. I'm trying. It's implied. It's
Oh
implied.
dear, Rumpus.
It's implied.
Oh, it's implied,
So
is
you can
it?
do that. So you can tell me what Y is, can you?
Well, I could if I wanted to, but
You
wait,
couldn't.
why?
No, I don't think you can. I think
It's
you're that
Pythagorean
stupid.
theorem, right? Right
No, it's
angle
not.
triangle.
There you are. It's not Pythagorean. You got it wrong already. You utter moron. My God, you
That's
are
not
Stop
Rumpus.
yelling! Oh, Rumpus!
A squared plus B squared equals C squared.
Oh my God!
Have you
Talk about
noticed?
make the show
You
terrible.
with Pythagoras. That's how stupid.
The good thing is, I have volume
angle.
control over the Rumpus, so I get to
Oh,
I get to lower him down for the audience, and nobody gets to have the eardrums busted anymore with him.
Thank God.
Oh, mine were.
Right.
Can we get off the triangle bullshit that he's doing?
2.5. Move on.
That's correct. Well done, Glenn. I mean,
Right,
I don't think
what was
Glenn
that
needs
to
your
prove,
praise,
Rumpus? What did that
Rumpus.
do?
Stupid. He doesn't know the difference between Pythagorean theory
come on,
and
Rumpus.
trigonometry. That's how stupid this guy is, guys and girls. He claims to know about geometry,
Rumpus.
but he can't do a problem that a 13-year-old be expected to solve. This is how stupid he is.
Rumpus.
It's amazing that this
I've
guy
learnt more from Bev than just about anybody in this argument.
solve this, but Bev is so
Well, whilst Rumpus is still berating the audience here, I'm going to just say that make a cool comment and I will pin it for a time. Indeed, if I'm going to keep an eye out on the chat. If I see anything there that I really think is quite funny or amusing or worthwhile sticking up, I am going to pin it. Currently, I have Rachy double O's comment, which says talking about today's video that I put out about the flu. Yeah, so if you make a nice comment, I'll get it pinned. How's that? Pretty cool, eh? Nice little feature.
Horizontal, Rumpus.
Try reading a surveying book, Bev. You're wrong. You don't know the most
Try
basic
reading a geometry book, Rumpus.
most basic thing about surveying. You've not clearly read a single surveying book in your life.
It's all based around the horizontal, Rumpus, isn't it?
For someone else.
It's like a reference frame. It's your datum.
Was to hold a staff. That's probably the only thing you've ever done. That's it. And then compare your auto level, the device you've got, with your water. That's probably the only two things you've ever done. You can't solve the most basic.
Brilliant, isn't it, Rumpus? This test.
Problem in maths. It's incredible.
Establish horizontal. Put water level up against horizontal. Fill water level.
Two different
Scary.
things. You've not read a single chapter of a surveying book. You could not say that if you've read a single surveying book.
We're teaming up, George. What's
You are
George
a
going to
moron.
know? Right.
And
So,
a
Rumpus.
fraud as well, because
Rumpus.
you claim to know about this subject, but you don't.
Rumpus, can surveyors establish a horizontal?
Of course they can.
Okay. Over a mile?
Well, it depends what you mean. You can establish a local horizontal point.
Can they establish a horizontal over 3 points over a mile?
Horizontals are local to the point you're making the observation from.
That's no such thing, Rumpus. Can surveyors establish a horizontal over a mile?
Horizontals are only local to 1 point.
Is that a no then? Are you saying no, surveyors cannot establish a... Right, okay, so they can't then.
Horizontals over a mile.
Okay, so a surveyor cannot, you're saying, the Rumpus, right, in Ranty's server now, to everyone, that surveyors, the professional people, cannot establish a horizontal, like one horizontal line over a mile distance.
They will tell you which part of that mile do you want the horizontal on.
No. Just answer the question, please, Rumpus.
Horizontals are only for 1 point. So when you talk about a mile, you've got lots of horizontals.
A point. A horizontal is a line, not a point.
Not a point.
At a point. It's the horizontal.
No, a line is not a point. A point is a point.
Yes, you twat. You didn't understand what I said, did you? There are lots of horizontals over that distance of a mile. So for each point along that 1 mile you're talking about, there is a particular horizontal.
Okay, so they cannot. Are you saying?
If you change the point, any different point on that mile, there are as many horizontals as there are points you decide to pick along that mile, although they will be very close to one another.
Okay, so can you answer this very simple question? Can surveyors establish a horizontal that goes all the way across a mile?
They'll ask you where you want the horizontal from, the particular point.
The datum, yes, they will. They'll say, where is the datum you want this established from?
Yeah,
and I will
so
say, here on this post.
They won't say to you, I want you to do it from this point to that point. They'll say, where do you want it? Which point do you want me to tell you where the horizontal is relevant to that point? You cannot say to them, oh, I want to know the horizontal across this mile or 2 miles or 3 miles. They say, well, hold on, there are lots of horizontals there. Where do you want the horizontal to be from? No. And you have to give them a point.
A line, Rumpus.
Here, you say, you want this under my feet here is where I want the horizontal from.
Right,
you can't say I want it
But it seems
over
like
this 3
you ask
miles.
that because of elevations, not because of
they'll say
the
you can't do
curve.
that. They'll say, where on that 3 miles, whatever, do you want to know the horizontal?
Okay, so from one end to the center, that is one point to another point, right? You would join them 2 points up, and that would be a line, right? Straight line between 2 points. That would be horizontal. You would then go from the center to the other end. That line would be a straight line. Would also be horizontal
midpoint. That would be the horizontal for the midpoint between those 2 points that you talked about. So if we had a mile apart and you decided to use a water level, you would have the horizontal for the middle, the half-mile point between those two is where you would have the horizontal for.
That line would be horizontal all the way along
for the
it.
midpoint. No, it would only be horizontal for the midpoint.
It would be a line between one end and the other.
And it would be the horizontal
line.
Okay, right, well, you're not going to get another answer out of him. So let me just ask this question from somebody in the chat who says, can you ask Rumpus to define locally horizontal? What's the size, question mark? So what's locally horizontal and what's the size?
Well, I mean, okay, I'll show you. Let's show my little diagram.
No. Could you just verbalize it?
Well, I'd like to show it. It's much easier if I can just show it. I'm sure it's much simpler. Here we go.
No, like if it's a number.
Right, so here we go. Here we go. So this.
Can you give us a mathematical calculation?
Well, you measure it. It's something you measure. Or it's the tangent. If you know the surface of the Earth at this point, you can work out what the tangent is. But if you're going to use an auto level, you don't have to use any maths to do it. You simply say, right, what's this point here? And then you have the horizontal for that point. And
so,
if you move that point, if you go over here,
yeah,
it's a different horizontal.
So what's locally horizontal and what's the size? What's that? What's locally
How
horizontal?
big is local?
I'm showing you the local horizontal here. It's a tangent to the surface of the Earth at that point.
Yeah, straight line.
So it's the local horizontal. But if you
how
move
long
away,
is the local straight line?
If you move away from that point and you move to this point, say this point here, B. So if we start off at A, oh bloody hell, damn thing! No, it won't let me do that.
What is the maximum length of a local horizontal before it enters no longer local?
Or no longer.
Oh, what? Yes, what a very good question. Yeah, let's replace all the previous questions with that one particular question.
Okay, so what would you like the error to be before you decided that one horizontal is different?
Well, we're not interested in what we think is the error. No.
To the millimeter. To the millimeter.
For instance, if you wanted to know within 8 inches, let's suppose you decided that one horizontal was in more than 8 inches different from another horizontal in the thing. So, for instance, this another word. Oh my bloody thing's saving. Sod it. Let me just say. So, if you wanted to, if it's 8 inches, so a mile away from one point to another would give you an 8 inches error. So, if you decided your error was 8 inches, then it would be 1 mile away from another point would give you a different horizontal. If you were happy with 12 inches, then you would
listen,
error,
just guys, error. Listen, please listen, listen. You mentioned locally. You was asked to define locally, and then you asked us what we class as a distance that would create a local position. No, we're asking you.
No, you misunderstood
No.
what I said.
No.
You misunderstood what I said.
Well, you just answered it.
What do you want to consider to be the same one?
Oh, dear me.
8 inches is an error, then it's a mile. But if you decide that you want, say, 1 millimeter, then you can only move a couple hundred meters before you have a different horizontal.
Define locally horizontal a distance. Give us a measurement that you class as local.
What error you're interested in? I can only answer that question if you just tell me what you regard as an acceptable error.
No.
Millimeter.
Right,
1 millimeter over a 1
millimeter,
1 kilometer double run. Yeah.
I think a 1 millimeter. I think it's only a couple of hundred meters. Let me see what that calculation. If you want 1 millimeter.
What if someone tells you they want 0 error?
Well, you couldn't move if you absolutely wanted 0 and to the atom. You couldn't move at all. Every centimeter would be different horizontal if that's the error.
Okay, so just to clarify, you are claiming that the spherical shape of the Earth begins immediately, infinitesimally, any distance that you move away from the exact position you're currently in.
Correct.
Okay, just making sure.
That's
what it would have to do. If it's a sphere, that's what it would have to do.
But how?
It's good that you at least accept that has to happen.
How have they proven that if every time you move, you establish a new vertical and a new horizontal?
All the time. I don't know why you think you've got.
You still only have horizontal and vertical. So how are you then saying this horizontal is different from that horizontal over there? How have you actually proven that?
Okay. Well, because we can do theodolite. If you take an auto level and you get a distance away from one another of say a mile or two, you will, and then you take an auto level out. Take a horizontal from an auto level and you move away to another auto level and you take a horizontal, they will not see one another in the graticule of one will not match the position of the auto level you're looking at because they will be crossing over one another. So here we go. Let me show you what's happened. So imagine
Rumpus.
Oh my God, can I just finish this? So if we got an auto level here, a position A, where it says horizontal, this this position here, and we've got another one at this other horizontal, they would look at one another here, and they would not see. So they would not see one another.
On your model, on your model. But in reality, what I'm saying is, hang on, Rumpus, please.
This is what Jessica Kozlowski's done this page.
Rumpus, please.
Jessica Kozlowski has done this.
If you can't make a horse.
Because you're saying the same word. You're saying this is horizontal. Hang on, Rumpus. Please.
He's done it in the real world.
Rumpus.
Just let Paige answer the question. Go ahead.
Because you're using the same words. You're using horizontal and vertical. You're moving and then saying this is also horizontal and vertical. Right. How are you proving they're different with a physical measurement, not with optics that don't include perspective?
Oh my
God. It's called reciprocal zenith.
Because that's what surveyors can do, and Jessica Kozlowski's done this and demonstrated this is what happens.
No,
Rumpus,
Jesse Kozlowski made a right mess.
No, he does this. No, he didn't.
He's gone running and hiding, Rumpus.
Surveyors can demonstrate this, that a 2 auto
level... If they could, Rumpus, we would have hundreds of surveyors coming to the flat Earth and saying, hey guys, we've done this here. No, they don't. They run from us.
You ignore them. They do.
No, they tell us this is what's in the book, but they don't show us this in reality. They just say, "Oh, read the book. It's in the book."
Done it. Jessica Kozlowski's done it, and the main
surveyor he made an absolute mess of an observation.
The main surveyor did more of it. The main surveyor did more.
The main surveyor is even worse.
He did nothing last night, Rumpus.
And you're ignoring the evidence they've provided.
No, I'm not ignoring them. I'm looking at it and saying they've done it wrong. They are tuning a ball and using Euclidean geometry and then just saying, oh, because I've moved, now this horizontal is different to that horizontal. That's not true.
Okay, listen, guys. Hold on.
They do this professionally. They make buildings. They build bridges.
Yeah, because they understand what horizontal is.
Exactly, and that's why they then give you an answer that you don't understand, apparently.
Right, so we got.
Yeah, none of our buildings are curved, are they?
So
well, across a few hundred meters.
1 second, guys. 1 second, guys. Right, so we got Jeremy waiting to do a question, and I'm just going to read this super chat though, and then we'll get back to it. So Rob Keane says, "Will this $5 get me 10 minutes of listening to Bev?" I tell you what, it will give you 2 minutes of listening to Bev, but after Jeremy's made his point, go ahead, Jeremy.
Yeah, I'm just Rumpus. If these surveyors can't make a horizontal over a mile, then how do we know there's drop from? Don't we need to know if there's drop from a horizontal to prove the curve, the Earth's curving away from us?
Well, yes, if you want to establish that, then yes, you need to do with the experiment that I'm going to do, which will demonstrate over a distance of 6 miles, you're going to get a drop of about 6 or 7 meters, yes?
Off from a horizontal.
Yeah.
Drop from a horizontal.
Exactly.
You just said we couldn't, but you just said we couldn't make a horizontal.
You can at
over a mile.
At a point, you can.
We need it for a mile.
Listen. At any look, I mean, I don't know. I mean, you're very. Let me show you again. Here, you can have a horizontal at any point you like. But what you can't say is that over a distance where there are lots and lots of horizontals, you can't say, well, which horizontal do you pick? Do you want to pick the midpoint? So in my test, which is going to be a drop, here we go. So look, we have one horizontal. So here we have the observer, and we have this pink line that is the horizontal for the observer at 1 point. 1 point. This pink line is the horizontal for this point here. It's not the horizontal for this point down here where it says theta. It's the horizontal for this observer where the eye is. And you can then measure the drop, because you can then do what I'm going to do and then raise a target up to this point and then see whether that matches the horizontal. They only have one horizontal for 1 point. Jesus Christ, you're making an absolute racket.
That was.
That's all we need to do is. Sorry, go ahead.
No, I was going to say that was E-Rod. So yeah, go ahead, Jeremy.
No, I mean I was watching the screen. That's the horizontal we need to see that there's drop off of. Absolutely.
Yeah, exactly. That pink line is the horizontal you see through a water level or an auto level. You can generate this line at 1 point, and then if you move away, you can then see the drop, and you can measure it using the technique that I'm proposing to do, which is just raise a target up until it falls in the crosshairs of the auto level, and then you can say how much I've raised this target up, and then you know that you've dropped by this amount. And if it's zero, then you know you're on a flat Earth, and if it matches the Earth geometry, the spherical geometry, you know you're on a sphere.
So you're just going to look through an auto level and just one time?
Well, no, we're going to put it over a period of a day. I mean, we're going to every hour or something, or every half an hour, we're then going to check because the refraction conditions will change. And we've got 4 posts, we've got 4 targets. Each one is closer than there's 4 different distances, and they will all raise the target up so that they'll be nearer, and they won't have to raise it quite so much. And the one further away will have to raise it more. And then over a period of a day, we'll make so many observations.
Okay. All right. So I've talked to a few surveyors, and they've told me that you can't. How you're going to look over a mile? I've been told by surveyors that over 300, 400, 500 feet, you're not going to get anything close to accurate.
Correct.
Yeah. So what are you going to look for?
6 miles. That's what I'm doing over 6 miles.
You're going to look through a theodolite over 6 miles.
It's accurate. Yeah, what you asked them is whether or not they could detect what you effectively asked them is could they detect the curvature of the Earth over 300 or 400 yards. They can't. But what they
I'm asking you how you're going to establish that horizontal.
With an auto.
You're going to just look. Yeah, you're going to just look through 6 miles of atmosphere one time, over the a few times a day.
Yes, so that establishes the horizontal. Yes.
Oh, you're not. I don't know. Like I said, I'm not a surveyor, but I don't think you're going to get anything close to a horizontal line like that.
His horizontal is a visual line. He's going to look and believe he's looking at a straight line, and then when he can't see half a mountain, he measures that as Earth curve, not as a visual drop.
You're bugging,
exactly.
Yeah.
Right, bugging. This is a terrible.
That's the way you establish a horizontal with an auto.
This is a terrible idea.
Well, you've no idea what you're talking about. As you said, you don't know anything about surveying, and you've just demonstrated.
He just
that.
indicated that surveyors are saying you can't use it to get anything accurate up to the distance of 300 to 400 feet, but you're going to use it to get something accurate over 6 miles?
What he's asking is, can he detect Earth curve using a theodolite over 300 or 400 meters? And you can't, because
How do you know what he asked?
Because in effect, because
I said
trying to ask, and I understand the answer they would give, and so I managed to decode what he was saying and the answer he was
decode.
There was nothing to decode. Hold on. There's nothing to decode what I said. I said I've been told by surveyors, people that use theodolites for a living, that you can't get anything accurate over 300 or 400 or 500 meters. Anything
That's
past
only
that.
That's for shooting grade and building things.
Because after that, yes, what they're saying is that after that point, you start to get Earth curve. That's what they mean by the accuracy. The horizontal is still accurate, but what you're effectively asking them is, would the ground be still? Can you rely on the measurements? And of course, after you get to be more than 300 or 400 meters, the Earth curve does start to play a role, and you're going to get errors of a few inches.
Right.
So that's what they mean.
Right, hold on, guys.
So what they're effectively telling you is that Earth curve will cause there to cause an error over
Absolutely
more than
not.
Right, so
no.
So Bev is sharing his screen, and he's got something ready to just pop on. If you guys want to look at Bev Try Thinking's screen in the Discord, and then fire away, Bev.
Right, Rumpus.
Okay.
Water level, 1 mile, A to B.
Hold
Or
on,
A to
I
C,
can't-
sorry.
Oh, right, hold
Not
on.
showing up.
Hold
I
on.
haven't got your picture yet.
Just refresh it for yourselves.
I can't. He doesn't seem to be broadcasting as far as I'm concerned.
No, I've not got my screen on, Rumpus. I've just got my video.
I was just told, yeah, well, no, if I click on
Oh,
your
there we
video,
go.
Yeah, everyone else is seeing it. You need to stop sharing yours, Rumpus.
Okay.
And then you can click his.
No,
Right.
it's not coming from the thing. Hold on. If I just click on the little video icon, that should come up with a thing.
No, you just click Bev. Just click his name, and then it'll...
right, I see. Right, yeah, okay. Yeah,
Right.
he's on his...
Right, go ahead, Bev.
Good this Discord, isn't it?
Yeah. Because he can't even use this, how's he going to fucking operate a camera? Right, go on. Go on, Bev.
This is a mile water level test, Rumpus. Look. A to B. Fill it up with water that it equalises all the way, right? So the water level at each end of the tube is equalised. This is the water level. You just fill it up, right? One tube, scalable,
Yeah.
to a mile, right? So that water would equalise all the way across it, right?
Yeah, they'd be both the same distance from the centre of the Earth, yeah.
Right. Okay. So that's what would happen, and
But it
that could then draw a line all the way across that to that, and it would be a horizontal plane of reference, right?
No, it wouldn't. It would be the horizontal for the middle of those two.
Okay. So the middle here. So we'll put a tap in with the water, right, and then we're going to put this little vial in here. Now, what happens? What does the water do when it equalizes across it?
It will be at the same, try and maintain the same distance from the centre of the Earth, and so it will be
Okay,
curved.
so, but that we would have had a line all the way across here. In relation to that line that would have been all the way across, where would this be?
If you were to make the thing, say, 6 miles apart, and you would have a discernible bulge here, and the point of the vial here would be, if you were looking through an auto level at this
1
end,
mile.
Hold on. Yeah, I'm just trying to make it easier for you. If you made it 6 miles, so it was definitely
No. 1 mile.
Yeah,
It's 1
no,
mile.
but
This
you-
is a half
because
mile.
Yeah, because you like to deal in close distances, and therefore you don't.
No, I
get
like
the
to
effect
deal
you
with
need.
this. This is the
But I'm
test.
saying with 6 miles, you would effectively be doing something
Yeah, but
like.
let's just do 1 mile, right?
And and you would see, if you were to look through an auto level, you would
Who's
see
presenting
that the
here?
Let me finish. Let me finish. You would see
Why?
let me finish. The water level in the middle would be above you. The line.
Okay,
Your auto
got an
level.
arrow. It's up.
Listen, let him listen. Yes, yeah, I know, Rumpus. What you're trying to do is you're trying to preempt his question. So please, can you just go through it again, Bev, and start again and answer it? Just answer the one question that he asks you, and then move on to the next question after. Don't try and preempt anything.
Okay.
I'll
Right.
do what I like.
Rumpus, this is a water level.
Oh
Right?
my god, yes.
And
you
it goes
twat. Yes,
from
you
A
twat.
to C.
Yes, we've done this, you twat.
Right, and we fill it up with water.
Yes, we do.
Rumpus,
Okay.
there's other people here who would like to hear Bev. Can you
no,
please
okay,
control your ejaculations?
Yeah, to be honest, Rumpus, you always start back to the start again when you get interrupted. So this is why.
You should never have even mentioned that at the start.
So-
I mean, we all know what a water level is.
Right. So now what we're going to do is we're going to start again. Go ahead, please. We'll start from the beginning.
Right, okay. One water level from one end to the other. We're going to fill it up and it will equalize. Right now, because this is a tool that establishes a level, that when it equalizes, the level of the water on this side will be the same as the level on the water on this side. You would call that the same elevation. Now, you could move this wherever you wanted to, and it would equalize, and they would stay the same elevation, right? So we've got it now 1 mile apart, and it's filled up, and they are equalized. But we're going to put a tap in the middle, because Rumpus says this doesn't establish a horizontal from here to here. He says it establishes the horizontal here, where there isn't anything. But we're going to tap it in the middle, right, Rumpus? Now, in relation to this line that would have been along there, where would this fill up to when we fill it up with water?
It would be slightly higher.
Okay.
In terms of elevation. Sorry, the elevation would be the same, but if you were to look through an auto level between those two, it would appear above.
Okay. At what sort of number?
Well, over half a mile drop is 8 inches, half squared, 0.75, 3/4 of that's be 6 inches. You would have that, I think.
6? Okay, well, we'll have that.
Have I got
6
that right?
inches.
6 inches. I think you might be quite out there.
No, let him have that. Don't be helping him, Ranty. Come on.
In the center, it's a 2-inch.
Yeah.
Oh, George, you came in to save him.
Well,
are you all right with that?
If you go to a half a mile,
I like
it's
the
8
6 inch.
times
I
a
like
half
that's
mile
brilliant. That's
squared,
6.
1/2 squared is 1/4, so 8 divided by 4
Yeah.
gives you 2 inches.
Yeah, it's a function of a quarter, isn't it? A quarter over the half distance.
I was multiplying. So, yes, a quarter. Yes. 2 inches. Yeah.
Right, okay, 2. So this here is 2 inches above.
Well, no, it's the same elevation. It's the same
above the line in between this. So we call this.
Yes, it's above the line.
You want to call this a chord, and then we'll call that a 2-inch sagitta, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Now, this 2-inch. If we were to drop a plumb bob here. Right in the middle, where this is, then we were to get a perpendicular and put a perpendicular on there. Yeah. Right now, that perpendicular, would it be parallel to the one that you would call a chord?
Yes.
Okay, so that one would be horizontal, and it would be parallel to the one that you said wasn't horizontal, right?
It's horizontal.
Oh my God, Rumpus.
What was that stupid point? So the midpoint, the horizontal for the midpoint would equal the chord between the two ends. Yes. Those two lines would be parallel. The middle one would have the same elevation, but if you were to look through the auto level and the local horizontal at either end, the thing in the middle would be 2 inches above the chord between the two.
Okay, but that horizontal that was going there would be parallel to the line that would have gone from one end to the other. So we didn't need this here because those two lines would be parallel, right? They would both be horizontal because obviously horizontals are parallel to each other, right? Because they would be on the same, they would both be perpendicular to this.
Yeah, the elevation's the same, but they one in the middle. if you were to draw a chord, i.e. a line from two ends,
both perpendicular.
then the middle would be 2 inches
You're missing it
above
though.
the chord line. Similarly, if you were to look along an auto level, along from either A or C, you would see that midpoint B would be 2 inches above the chord.
Right, well, let's say we put that on there then, right? That's the level line that goes all the way from one end to the other. This is a vertical and this is a horizontal.
For the midpoint only.
Yeah, but it also, look, it catches that bit there and that bit there.
Yes, but those are lower because they're on a curve. They're
Yeah, but
lower down on your board.
Would be parallel to it though, right?
What would be parallel to what?
This horizontal that would be on this one here would be parallel to the horizontal that is there.
The horizontal is where? What are you talking? You need to
goes from all the way from here to here, from one end to the other.
The chord between the two, as I told you about 15 times, would be the horizontal for the midpoint. So those by
but that whole line is horizontal, Rumpus. You can't just say it's horizontal here.
It's only horizontal for the midpoint.
No, it's horizontal all the way along.
No, it's not. No, it's not.
Yes, it is, Rumpus. What are you doing?
No, you don't understand. You see, you're too stupid. The horizontal for C is not parallel to the horizontal for B or for C. As I showed you in my diagram, the horizontal for each point is different. No, I was talking, if you listen carefully, which you didn't, but the horizontal for the midpoint is parallel to the chord between A and C. You didn't understand that, did you? So those two things are parallel. That's not the horizontal. The chord between A and C is not the horizontal for A or C. I have to draw you a diagram. I mean, I'm going to have to show you what is going on here. I mean, this is just ridiculous. Right, let me show you.
Is there anything else you want to? Is there anything else you want to add with this, Bev? Before we get...
Well, Rumpus. If this one to here is horizontal, right?
It's not horizontal for those two. It's only horizontal for the midpoint, as I've told you now 16 times.
But this is a horizontal line, Rumpus. It's not only horizontal at one point, you moron.
All horizontals are only valid for a point.
Rumpus, you are a moron.
You don't understand.
Horizontal can't be a point. Horizontal has to be a line.
Basic element. I mean, even you may reject the globe, but you don't even understand
Rumpus, this has got nothing to do with a globe. It's basic.
Okay. If you were saying it was a flat Earth, then yes, but the elevation on a flat Earth.
Rumpus, it's got nothing to do with the shape of the Earth.
It has. Yes, it has.
No.
Because on a globe, the elevation is not relevant to a flat plane.
Yeah, it's not worth talking to Rumpus.
You are too stupid. I mean.
Right. Okay. So let me. I'm going to shout this super chat. I've got a super chat to shout out. So Gadfly for £10 said, "Please ask Rumpus. Apparently, Earth is an oblate spheroid. So how can any 2 points on the same side be equal from the centre? That would be a logical fallacy."
I didn't understand that. The last part.
You don't, do you?
That last bit.
He said it's logical fallacy, Rumpus. You don't like him.
How can any 2 points on the same side be equal from the centre?
On the same side of what? The same hemisphere? What is he talking about?
Yeah, that doesn't make any sense.
Yeah,
well, that's the super chat.
Circle's not perfect.
Oh, the circle's not perfect.
So how are you?
I think what he's trying to say, I think possibly the issue he's trying to raise it with an oblate spheroid. You don't have a sphere, therefore the horizontals aren't going to be quite. You
have multiple different radii. He's saying,
but that doesn't change the point that every point on a sphere has a different horizontal.
It's not a sphere though, Rumpus. That's what he's saying, right? You have different radii length.
He said oblate spheroid, which is a spheroid.
Yes, with different radii, right? But you can't have different radii, can you? Because a radius is the dimension of a circle from the centre.
Yeah,
so
on
it's
a blade
outside
spheroid, you do have multiple
circumference.
radii.
I'm a little confused.
On no
Hold
blade
on,
spheroid. Hold on, let me answer the point. On no blade spheroid, you do have multiple radiuses. Go ahead.
I'm a little confused. Are you saying we can't make a horizontal line? Is
No,
that
you
what
can't.
you're saying?
No, I keep on telling you. I mean, I don't know how many times I'm going to say this. Every single point. I may have to show this diagram again, aren't I?
Why is it only? Why are you keep saying point though? We're
Well,
making
here
a
we go. Can you
horizontal
see this
line.
diagram? Can you see this diagram? Can you see where
Am I
I've got? Can you see this
I've
diagram?
seen your
where I've got-
diagram.
Hold on. Can you
I
see
think
this
what he's
diagram?
saying with point is where
Can
it's
you see
horizontal
this
width.
diagram?
Look
Can
at
you
my
see
circle.
this diagram, Jeremy?
I bet it's
Can
a
you see
circle,
this
right?
diagram? Can you see my pointer?
I've seen your diagram.
Right,
Are you
same
saying
here.
1 point?
So, do you
hold on.
understand that if I were to move this eye, say to, I'll move this, bugger it. If I move this eye, if I move this eye here,
Rumpus.
if I move this eye here, bloody
Say
hell.
it a few more
If I
times.
move this eye, be quiet twice, I'm answering someone else's point.
Hold on.
I'm
Auto
answering
save it.
someone else's point. So if I
Rumpus,
move,
hold on.
damn it.
Are you saying that it can only be level and horizontal at the same point? That pink line, that's the pink
Look,
line
do
or
you
purple line?
understand? Look, can you not understand? If I were to grab this eye, and if I'm, oh, Jesus Christ.
Right, oh my goodness, you've been trying to move that eye for the past minute.
Yeah, I know.
Just stop. You don't need to move the eye.
great.
You don't need to move the eye.
Great
Stop.
TV.
Good.
Is that purple line a horizontal line going out?
Right, here we go. So for someone else,
Imagine having Rumpus for a teacher. You'd never.
Listen, can you imagine him trying to organise this actual test?
Yeah, you're more.
Oh God, no.
Trousers.
You can't even organise.
Rumpus, is
how
that
to
pink line
look
your
at somebody's
You'll
screen?
be
This
telling
pink
everyone
line-
they can't do it.
Pink line is the horizontal for this eye. If I had another eye, the horizontal would be different, as is described in this diagram.
Another eye on the circle.
Up
I
here.
love
Where it's,
We
Put
just
another
need one
ball there,
horizontal
Rumpus.
line.
the hell?
So
the other eye, a ball of its own.
Can you prove any of this in reality, or is this
Illuminati.
only in your little model?
No, I'll be doing so.
Right, listen, whilst he's fumbling around here, I'm just going to read out this from Aaron Armstrong. He's not given a super chat, but he said, pin this. Bev will never do his observation. Never. Now, I don't know what that is,
They keep saying that.
but what, do you want to tell him what you're doing?
Yeah, we're going to pretty easy, really, right? Step one is to establish a horizontal over 3 points over a mile. So we just make 3 posts along the side of a canal because that's easiest to get a nice, easy level surface. Bang some posts in, one at the beginning and one in the middle and one at the end of a mile. So a half mile, a mile, 3 posts. Establish a mark on 1 post. Make that horizontal all the way across all 3 posts. So we've got 3 marks on 3 posts, all on the same horizontal, which surveyors relish because that's their job. Like Rumpus doesn't know what he's talking about, so I would advise anybody not to listen to Rumpus.
You don't even know basic trigonometry.
Just try asking a surveyor yourself. Call them up.
Yeah, look up a surveying book.
See if they can establish a horizontal over a mile, 3 posts.
If you can read,
Not
you'll
a
see
book.
they say they're
Ask
different.
somebody in reality.
Yeah.
Don't look into a book. They can write anything in a book.
Ask a surveyor.
Whether
Like
they
your
think
local
level and
surveyor.
horizontal the same thing, and they'll tell you they're not. So
Okay.
go and ask a professional surveyor.
Yeah, well, the surveyors that we've talked to say you can definitely do it.
No.
and it's
Ask them the
pretty
question:
easy.
is level and horizontal the same thing? And they'll tell you it's not.
Yeah, the
Go and ask
level.
the
When I
question, Bev.
Rumpus,
Bev,
you're
ask
going to
them
ask a
that
question and then
question
Rumpus. Is that what you do, right?
Go and ask.
Holy shit, look at all the dislikes to the likes this time. Just goes to show when Fight the Flat Earth sends all these trolls over, you must have also encouraged them to maybe give a thumbs down. How about you guys give a thumbs up? How about you fight back on my behalf and give a nice big round thumbs up and say, yeah, we support this stream, we support this the format that's going on right here. It's been an excellent show up to now, and we're going to do a little bit longer because we've got 2 guys in here for the Globe doing their tests, and they're getting a good crack of the whip here, guys. What can be better? You don't get all this fairness on different channels, so give the thumbs up, guys. Come on, show some support.
Call it an auto
Holy
turn.
shit. Do you want me to do it next time, just for you?
So you just said you
I'll
did.
record it, Rumpus, and I will
You
say
said
I
you
have
had asked them that
a
question,
friend
and you hadn't.
on, because I did say when I said initially, I
Here's what
said I
you've
was
got
doing
to
a
do.
debate
You've got
last
to
night.
ask someone. You've got to ask a professional sailor the following
Yeah,
question: Is horizontal and level the same thing? That's the question you've got to ask them, and you've got to ask them that question in that form, and don't just say, "Oh, can you establish a level or auto level or whatever?" The question is,
I think I've got that actually.
Actually, there is another way to ask it.
Well,
he could just ask if you can establish a horizontal with a level, because you're asking the exact same question if you ask that. There's a reason it's called a level, dude.
Yeah.
Yes, you are. You're asking if horizontal is the same as level. If you ask if you can establish a horizontal with a level.
Right, listen, before you guys get any further, I just want to shout out a super chat. This is for supporting Rumpus, actually, funnily enough, so you're going to enjoy this one. The Rumpus is far more intelligent than the rest of you FE numpties. That was from Titanic Terranium, so thank you for the super chat, much appreciated, and you've got a little bit of love there from one of your supporters there, Rumpus. But one thing I will say is that I'm going to do a video in the next couple of days, and I'm going to put a bit of time into it to explain to Rumpus, because he didn't understand the problem with doing his test at this elevation, and the problem with not accounting for is it sinking as opposed to is it drop. Now I can do now. Let me finish. I will do the video, and it will explain how you could determine, simply by creating some kind of supposed hidden value in your test, you could determine whether or not it's actually sinking or drop. And I'll explain it to you, and hopefully you'll understand it, and maybe you will include that whilst you go.
Okay, I'll have a look at it, but you don't even understand the most basic thing about refraction. You still don't understand.
You don't understand.
Well,
Can I finish my text?
You can in a second. But Rumpus, you're also now going to make yourself look incredibly stupid, because when you see the video, you'll understand that what you've just said is utter nonsense. Because if you get hold on, because if you get a level and the top of the sign that you're holding up actually is hitting a level from your theodolite, right? But you're seeing you're seeing all of the target and probably all of the human holding it, then you're not encountering drop, because if it was dropped, you would have hidden along with it. But if you're, yes, you would, because you cannot have it in the perfect position for level with also seeing all of the human that was holding that sign. You can't have that.
You don't understand the numbers at all, do you?
Yes, I do. I will have to explain it to you. So,
wow, Rumpus.
So, couple more super chats. So,
if there is drop, then you should not see.
Well done, Ranty. And then you don't understand what you're talking about. You're just making it look like a parrot.
If there's a 6 foot drop, then you wouldn't see any of the human. But if it's sinking, you'll see all of the human, but there'll still be
a level.
6 foot.
No, there'll be a level, or a drop. Actually, no, sorry, you're right. Actually, there'll be a drop, but he will have to lift the post up to get it in the same position. But you'll see all of the human.
Point out what I pointed out to you before, so I don't know who I parroted that from.
Right, let me shout out these super chats. So Titanic Terranium says, why is it physically impossible to create a FE map that comports with objective observable reality? Okay.
We have one, Google Earth.
Nice one page. F Evangelist says, Rumpus is more effective at lowering people's intelligence than fluoride. Oh, that was a burn, that one.
Brilliant.
That was a burn one, that, yeah.
Great.
Right, so I will have to, it looks like I will really have to do this this video for Rumpus, because he just doesn't understand it. That you cannot have this drop that's taking place inside of the theodolite, and it is going to be drop if you're seeing all of the human. You can't have that, and it can't be being loomed up because you've got a horizontal that matches the theodolite.
If the observer
So it could determine, it will determine sinking as opposed to drop. It will definitely do that. I'll do the video, Rumpus. I'll explain it to you. I will explain it to you very, very succinctly so you understand it.
Well, you don't even understand what causes looming. You don't even understand.
George understood it. George, I'm sorry, but George understood it. I told him the problem, and he got it immediately. And he turned around and said, "Well, yeah, it's only going to take an extra half an hour to go down lower and perform it from lower down, and you'd be able to suss that out." So he got it.
No, I can't. I can't go. I can't lower myself below the bridge. I can't go any further down. It's impossible.
There you go. So you're not going to do. So if you do see a drop on the theodolite, you're going to claim it's drop rather than sinking. Yeah. So you won't be able to determine between the two.
I can show with the thermistor values that the refractive conditions will not exist for sinking. Sinking is a very rare event in the Earth's atmosphere.
You mean the same conditions for terrestrial refraction 76R is the exact same conditions, weather conditions that you would get for sinking on a flat plane?
No, it's not.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is.
Okay, you show me the maths for that, Ranty.
It's your maths. You just apply it on a flat plane. Shout out to Titanic Terranium, who also says, "LOL, Google Earth is a Mercator projection based on a globe. Apparently, the idiocy never ends." Paige, what have you got to say about that? Paige, who's there?
You can't do the most basic maths, Ranty. How on earth do you think you're going to get a position to do anything more complicated?
Listen, I'm not the one who's just been on the show less than half an hour ago that had to get George coming in to correct you because you said 6 inches when it was 2 inches. So don't talk about mathematics to me, sunshine.
I made a very minor error. I made a very minor error.
I think the bigger
Shut
problem
up,
with
then.
this thing, Rumpus. I think the bigger problem with this thing, Rumpus is going to do is he's going to look 6 miles through a theodolite. I mean, I wish Rocky here. I wish he would say so. He might not be here though.
I put some pictures in before showing you what it was like at half a mile.
Are you kidding me? I'm here. I wouldn't miss the Rumpus making a fool of himself.
Rakia, he's going to make a horizontal line looking through 6 miles.
Listen
shot.
to me. You listening? Rumpus will never complete that test. I'll take all bets.
Can you look that far through a theodolite and get any kind of accurate reading?
No, you cannot. No, you
So
cannot.
Rakia,
And when
you
he
take
said, hang on, and when he said before they personally attacked me, no, and when he said that what these guys are doing is when they look over 300 feet, they're proven like they're taking into account Earth curve. No. The atmospheric conditions make those crosshairs appear at different levels up and down. That's why we don't use them over 300 or 400 feet on most days. So he was wrong about that. He was insinuating that people like me, is what he was saying, are taking into account Earth curve. No, that's baloney.
Sorry, Ranty, I'd walked away for a minute.
If you have to take into account refraction in these things. By the way, Raka, if you do some surveying, you must have read a book or something, and you must know that level and horizontal are 2 different things. If you've read anything, or if you're in any way competent. So,
all right, here's the
only in your book.
Yeah, and professional surveyors use this page. So
I am not a certified surveyor. I am not a certified surveyor.
Okay, we're just ignoring.
I'm a local contractor. I hold a contractor's license.
Right, so you don't know anything about this subject. Okay, that's fine.
Yeah, I only use it every day.
Hold on 1 second. Yeah, 1 second, Rumpus. The guy's just told you that he uses his equipment every day. Can you tell me how often do you use this same equipment?
Well, he clearly doesn't know how to use it if he doesn't understand.
I'm just asking you a question. I'm not asking for anything else.
The question, Rumpus.
If he doesn't know that level and horizontal, he is not competent to use them.
So
see
let
the
me
way
ask.
it works, Rumpus. Hang on, he addressed me.
Maybe
the way it works,
Rumpus.
Okay, let Jeremy go. Yeah, go ahead.
No, this is Rakia.
Oh, sorry,
if we
Rakia.
make a living, if we use these instruments every day to make our living for 30 and 40 years, right?
I'm pretty sure I got a good handle on how to use this equipment that I use every day, Rumpus.
Well, you clearly don't know anything of the theory, but obviously
Clearly, I do.
Yeah, because the theory doesn't matter, Rumpus. Only the practical use. No. No, you only have that curve in your books, in your mathematics. You don't. You have horizontal and vertical in reality, all the same.
If a planar surveyor, I must admit, doesn't have to worry about the curvature of the Earth, so obviously you just do planar surveying, so you probably
To
don't
10
have-
miles.
No, I mean, it's 100 miles square, right?
I don't believe in
square
And
miles.
Google Earth uses Cartesian coordinates. There's no, you look at the side elevation. There is no curve in Google Earth. You have to back out until it changes into a ball. But everything in Google Earth is flat.
We have
It's just different
we have a
elevations.
comment from Toady. Now you all know Toady. Toady's a staunch glober. He's actually been on the show several times before. A good friend of Rumpus. So he's got a comment. He says, "Ranty, Rumpus looking 6 miles won't work on an auto level. It's just too far, and he won't be able to shoot those lines. Surely someone has told him that? Question mark. I predict he won't be able to do it."
That's what I've been saying. You can't look 6 miles through it.
George has already done this.
See, Rumpus will throw anyone under the bus if they don't agree with him. He's just an asshole. He thinks he's always right, even though he says wrong things all the time. But he'll then turn around and say, "I'm 100% right all the time." But he said
Rumpus,
6
your
years
own
before.
people. Hang on, who just said George has already done this? Who just said that?
I did, right?
Okay, well, let's...
Go to general. Hang on, go to general chat.
Yep.
I just posted a picture of an auto level that George
Yep.
did over
Yep.
2.7 miles.
Yep, sinking. That's
Oh.
yeah.
That's only 2.7 miles, and George, your guy, did that.
Yeah, Rumpus, your own people are telling you that you can't do this.
What's your point, Rakia?
Rumpus, the
What's
point
my
is your own
point?
people.
Do you see those crosshairs, sir?
Rumpus is misrepresenting my photograph.
George, is that your pictures?
Yes, that bottom photograph was under very extreme refractive conditions as the sun was setting. The
levels
the
lifted
worst
up
time of
above
day
the
for doing
horizontal,
anything like
George.
that. The temperatures.
That's not what I asked. Yeah, we all know refraction
I'm
does it.
telling
That's the
you.
point. Yeah.
What's your
Are those your
Of course
pictures?
things will shift. The image will shift according to refractive conditions, and the worst
Thank
time
you,
of
sir.
the day is when the sun is setting. You're
That's
not
our
going to do this.
point, George.
Any
George,
person would be trying to do this thing during sunset.
Let's ask George. George, do you think you can look at through a theodolite or auto level or anything over 6 miles and get any kind of accurate measurement?
Define accurate measurement. What type of measurement are you making?
He can't
We're looking
say
for-
it, and he'll say it's over in low refraction days. And he will tell you as a human being, as a man, that he can tell what's low refraction over 6 miles. That's the deception right there.
Are you doing a double run? Are you doing a single shot test? Are you doing a step-by-step two-peg test? I mean, it matters. You know, all Rumpus is trying to do is using the setting accuracy of an auto level. He's not trying to do a double run test, or he's not trying to determine accuracy, leveling accuracy, or anything between.
Rumpus doesn't know what you're talking about right now, George. He has
What
no
he's
clue.
asking you.
You don't know what he's talking about, clearly, Rakia.
No, Rumpus, it's you and George that
You
haven't
define
got
the
a
test.
clue.
It depends on the test that you're trying to do. What type of you need to define your accuracy? Are you trying to determine vertical
He was
height?
asking you. Tell us, what's the different accuracy then, George? Go. Just on a sight test, start off with that, and then do a double. How you do a double run over the
don't do a
water, I've
double
not got a clue. Like, but
a double run
reciprocal.
test.
Go on,
And in fact,
accuracy, please.
Yeah, you don't understand fully a double run test. I heard you earlier say for a 1 kilometer double run test, you shoot out 1 kilometer and then come back 1 kilometer. That's
No,
not how
you
it's
didn't.
done.
You didn't
do a
hear me
double
say
run
that,
test
George.
with several
You
tests.
just
You have
made
several
that
steps. You
up.
cannot shoot.
George,
1
you just made that
kilometer
up.
and get a
You're
1
gonna keep
millimeter
talking.
accuracy. That's absolutely
George,
impossible.
stop
That's beyond the
talking.
optical
He didn't say
capability
that. You're not
of an
listening to
Yeah,
him.
George, do you wanna listen to what he actually said? Just repeat what he said there, Bev, and then hopefully you'll address what you say.
Repeat what he said.
No, what you said.
I said I didn't say what you just said, George. He
Well,
just
that's
makes
what
stuff
was
up.
implied. No, if you go back and tune, I made
he said
mental
what
note
you
of
said.
it. You
No.
said in a double run test.
Yeah,
what he
so
said.
1 kilometer,
kilometer
double run test is you go 1 kilometer, you however many transitions you want to do, like Jeff said, just 100 feet
fine, as long
in
as you
between,
say it that way,
30
but that
meters
wasn't how
every
you
time,
initially stated
all the way to the end of the 1 kilometer, and then you come back, right? For the double run. So that's 1 kilometer there, 1 kilometer back. However many transitions you want to do, it's up to you. You can do it in
but
10
you
minutes
initially
if
did
you
not
want, George.
state that it was done in multiple steps. You were implying 1 kilometer out, and
Who
that's what
was?
you
George, what are you
initially
talking about?
did
Maybe
several
you
months
just
ago until I
misunderstood,
corrected you,
George,
and
because you
obviously
don't stop
you've
talking.
gone and seen what a double run means, and I'm happy for that. I'm happy that
Right,
you
so
now
now
understand.
you know that I know what a double run is, because that's what I've always said.
No, you insisted months ago.
No,
that
George,
a double
stop
run, you could do a
making
1
it
kilometer
up.
shot out, 1 kilometer
George, you're
back.
just lying.
We're fine with it. Hey, I'm fine with it.
You
You
said
do
it
several
yesterday as
steps,
well.
at least 10 steps on
That you've
a
been
1
telling me
kilometer
for
shot.
months. You haven't. You've been dodging talking to me for months.
I don't like talking to you because
Yes,
you're
so that's why you've not been talking
Yeah,
to me for
I'm not
months.
surprised.
You said you had yesterday. You're just lying, George.
No, I wasn't lying. I
You
talked to
lie
you
all the
several months
time,
ago. You
George.
said I've never talked to you. Well, come on,
No,
Bev.
you said you'd been talking to me for months.
No, I said I talked to you months ago. But what does it matter? Big
George,
deal.
it was
I mean,
recorded,
Because
right?
it matters
For
what you
what?
say, George.
For what, Bev? Big
Especially
deal.
if you're wrong
You
or
understand
lying.
double run tests now, and I've established that.
I've always
made it
known
very
that,
clear
George. I taught you.
that I don't like talking to you because you're a rude SOB. You always talk over people.
Anyway, this has got nothing to do with my test, whether running
You
it
mean I
backwards or
correct
forwards.
people when they say bullshit
No,
about me?
What, like, this is a guy who doesn't even know how to do basic. Doesn't know
I
the
don't
difference
know.
between
Yeah,
level and
that's a
horizontal.
rumpus.
You
You don't know
ought to try
this,
doing a
and you
test.
don't
You ought to
know
try doing a
that,
test.
and you haven't got a clue about
Mr.
this.
6 inches
We've
telling other
demonstrated
people.
live, Bev, that you can't even do a simple trigonometry problem, not
So-
even a
so-
basic one.
all
We've
right.
Like you
demonstrated that.
couldn't do the
We've
one
also
that you got
demonstrated-
wrong.
We've also
Rumpus.
demonstrated that you don't know the difference between level and horizontal, and you've never asked a professional surveyor what
There
it
is no difference between level and horizontal.
Well, there we go.
Rumpus.
You
They
see,
are
you
the
don't-
same.
you cannot
George.
possibly know anything about surveying and say that. Go and
Fix
ask a
yours,
professional.
Rumpus.
Go and
6
record.
inches.
Speak quietly, and you're interrupting. So, Bev, I want you to record you asking a professional surveyor, is there a difference between level and horizontal? And we would love to hear you ask that question and
Can
hear
I,
the answer.
can
And
I
they will
ask
tell
you to do
and
the
they will
same then?
tell you they are
Ask
different
everyone.
things. And the fact that you
Everyone
don't
here.
understand they are different
Everyone that's listening
means
now.
nothing.
Phone a surveyor up tomorrow, please,
about this
and
subject
ask them.
because you
And
say
record it
something.
for
It's an
Rumpus.
acid test. You are a moron. You are ignorant, and you can't do basic
Ask
trigonometry.
everybody to do it, Rumpus.
Okay, we've had a super chat.
for-
Well, hold on. We've had a super chat from Cleary who says, now I don't know if this is true, but apparently, Ranty, George conceded yesterday. Make of that what you will. I don't know what he means by that, but
He did.
thank you for the super chat, Cleary. Much appreciated. Do you want to just clarify what he conceded there, Bev? Because if I didn't know, maybe the rest of the audience doesn't either.
If level is horizontal, that's flat Earth, right? He would concede, George, right?
Yeah, I told you if
We
you
prove
conducted
that
your
level is
test,
horizontal, then that's flat Earth, and you would concede to it, right?
will you let me speak?
Yeah.
Okay. I said, yeah, if you conducted your test properly, you got your tangent line or your straight line established professionally, and you found that at the end of the line that at 1 mile it was not 8 inches, yeah, I'd climb on the rooftops and shout that you were right.
All right, George, is Rumpus going to be able to make a straight line looking 6 miles through his theodolite?
I'm not getting into this discussion
What do
because
you
you guys
mean?
are just going to talk
No,
over
he won't. George has
what
said
always
no.
happens.
Well, do you think you could? Do you think you could make you know, an educated guess, seeing as you know you're probably more qualified than him to assess this?
He knows he's wrong.
George.
In Rumpus's test is not setting. Oh God!
So take your time, and
I'm
if you want, if you
tired.
listen,
Yes,
if just a minute, guys, just a minute,
Gymnastics.
just a minute, just George, if you need a couple of minutes to think through exactly how you're going to respond to that
I want to
question.
know what the question is. Jeremy never ever formulates a well-formed question that could.
In Rumpus's test, is he going to be able to make a straight line looking 6 miles through his theodolite?
That's just gibberish. A theodolite, an auto level, on it has a crosshairs which shows you the horizontal for the auto level. So that's sorted. There's no problem with the distance. It could be 10,000 miles away. The crosshairs on an auto level
be
give
a
you the
horizontal line
horizontal.
10,000 miles
quiet,
away?
Paige, you're interrupting again. For an auto level, it shows.
Let's
you
let
the-
George
be
answer.
quiet,
Yo,
let me,
I asked
goddamn well.
George.
All right,
I
listen.
asked George.
That's
All right.
absolute
Well,
rubbish.
before George answers, I have a question. So just stop, Rumpus. Stop, Rumpus. Stop. Stop.
Oh, so right, you're
Just
not
stop.
letting
No,
me
just
answer.
let me ask one question.
Christ,
Listen. Just shut up. Just let me finish. Rumpus. Right. So, if you was to take that theodolite, and I know that you should always be trying to get it level, but if you was to point it at, say, the moon, right, the theodolite, and you look through the crosshairs, and you take a snapshot of the image that you produce as you're looking through at the moon with the crosshairs in the center, how much do you think real estate of the moon would the crosshairs actually cover up? As a guess.
That's a good one, Ranty.
I want to hear George answer my question after.
Yeah, he will. Yeah. But yeah. So you're looking through the theodolite at the moon, just looking through it, and you take an image. How much, would the crosshairs cover up? How much real estate do you think they would cover up of the moon if you was to give a distance wise? Maybe just a couple of inches of the moon's real estate, or would it...
I would think it would cover the whole. Just a guess, I would think it would cover. I don't know anything about this. I'm gonna say the whole moon.
He doesn't know anything about this subject, Ranty. Quite why you're asking me such a question, I do not know.
Okay, so
he wasn't asking me.
I'm asking how much
asking you.
I'm asking how much real estate do you think it would cover up, this line that runs across
He said
the...
the whole moon, for Christ's sake.
No, I'm asking you, Rumpus.
Oh, me.
Yeah, he ain't asking me. I don't know shit.
Well, the angle. I don't know what the. You're asking me what the angular size of the crosshairs in a bloody auto level. I don't know what the size of those things are.
32 times scope, right, Rumpus?
Yeah, you tell me what the graticule, what the angular size of that is.
You
don't know either.
So
you don't know. So you don't know, right? So we all know. We all don't know what size of the crosshairs, the graticules, inside the auto level are.
See it.
So I think my point is here that if we just had a rough guess, and let's just say 500 miles. Let's just say that the crosshairs covered up 500 miles of the moon's surface, right?
No, they wouldn't
That's
be that fun, no.
You don't think it would be that much? I think it would be easily that much, but
well, you're wrong.
Well, I can make guesses though. That's what I'm asking you to do. So
I know that it's that too big.
All right, would it cover up 3 inches of the moon?
Yes, it would.
The real estate of it, would it stop at 3 inches, or would it cover up more of the moon than 3 inches?
Yes, it would cover up more than 3 inches of the moon's surface. Yes, with the graticules would cover up more than 3 inches on the moon's surface. Yes.
Okay, so when you apply that logic to looking at something that's 6 miles away, do you think that the accuracy of the equipment at that distance is going to be putting any kind of, it's going to cause any issues at that sort of distance?
No, it's not.
You don't.
It's going to be much smaller than the targets. Much smaller.
Right, okay, fair enough. If that's what you say.
Much smaller than the size of my 5-foot targets. Yes.
Yo, my bad. I did not realize the question. I didn't know you were talking about just the line. Which the line? I thought you were saying how much could you get in view inside the theodolite.
All right, no worries.
My bad.
Shout out to FE Evangelist who says, narcissism feels unique and superior, self-important, needs status and admiration and envy, entitled, arrogant and egotistical, ... Rumpus, question mark. Thank you for the
Well,
super
it's
chat.
very easy to appear intelligent amongst a bunch of morons, yes, but against some intellectuals, I'm not particularly bright, but certainly a lot cleverer than almost everybody on
Then
this
why
panel.
aren't you appearing intelligent then, Rumpus?
But
If it's that easy, why aren't you appearing intelligent?
You're too stupid to appreciate that,
But
Paige.
you're the one that got the 6-inch wrong, so you're
Yeah, I
not
must- I
appearing
missed my-
intelligent at all.
So, so far,
I went to bed very late last night, and I only had a little bit of sleep, and I didn't multiply 0.5.
So you're a moron.
No,
so far,
You get things wrong.
Paige, if you like,
So far,
I tell you what, Paige, we'll do an IQ test together, and we'll see who gets the highest score, and mine will be considerably greater than yours.
I've done an
Only a
IQ
moron
test,
would judge
Rumpus.
people's intellect by IQ. That's
Well, whatever
stupid.
test,
Yeah,
mathematical
it's
test.
pattern recognition. It's
I'll tell
very
you what,
easy
okay,
to get a
okay,
high
Paige,
score on an
Utter
IQ test.
moron.
Autumn, Gleam, do you wanna say how you would actually class intelligence there, Gleam? You're right. You shouldn't use a. Go on.
He's stupid. He's lacking intelligence. You wouldn't know. Yet you are a moron.
An intelligent person, seriously, would not use their primary argument tool as just saying the other person doesn't have a clue.
Well,
When you provably and demonstrably have shown that you haven't got a clue.
Think about that.
You literally have proven to me on this stream. You've proven to me on this stream that you definitely teach Boris Johnson how to do his speeches.
You're not qualified to have an opinion on this subject. You're
Yeah,
too
is George?
Why are you qualified then, Rumpus? Let's go through your qualifications. You've just been talking to someone who's qualified in surveying.
No, he's read a few books.
It's not.
Yeah, no. How qualified are you to talk on the topic?
He's not talked to anyone.
That's why. Let's at
the difference between horizontal and level.
No. How qualified are you? I'm talking. You've just questioned my qualifications. Now I'm just going to question yours. How qualified are you?
Well, I'm qualified in the sense I know more than he.
Bullshit. No, you don't. You have no qualifications at all in surveying, do you?
Go and read up.
Do you?
So
no,
far,
I've read it. Jan Van Sickle. Jan Van Sickle, GPS for surveyors. I've read it. I've read it. I have read it. I've read it.
And you will see
Jan Van Sickle, 3rd edition.
Between horizontal and level, and Bev doesn't.
I've read it on plain surveying. It doesn't matter.
Okay, Rumpus.
Right, listen. He's just said that he's read the book. He's just said he's read the book.
Jan Van Sickle, 3rd edition, GPS for land surveyors. I've read it, and it says it doesn't matter.
Okay, Gleam, tell us the difference between horizontal and level.
No, it says it doesn't matter for land plain surveyors.
There is no
That's
difference.
True. But could you please tell us the difference between
practical purposes? They are identical.
If you're talking over a theoretical sphere, then the level would always be to the gravitational center.
Well,
which is the horizontal.
You're bad English again. You express yourself badly, but in principle, what you're trying to say is correct. Yeah. So. You
so I'm not stupid then. Am I not qualified to speak about this then? Oh, okay. Right, but anyway, I read this book about surveying, and it said that they used flat Earth maths in plane surveying in the state plane survey.
Yeah, plane surveying they do. But you did sort of imply, you sort of vaguely understood there was a difference between level and horizontal.
Anyway, cut to the chase, because you said I didn't understand it and I was unqualified, and you're unqualified, and it turns out I do understand it.
Then Bev does. So you're ready to step up from Bev.
Yeah, but Bev's qualified.
Did we lose George? Did we lose George?
Bev is. I've seen his qualification.
No, he's not qualified to do anything. He's clear. He's never done anything professional. I guarantee.
I've seen his qualification. I haven't seen yours. Where's yours?
Wasn't that a GCSE or something in it? I think.
Oh, you haven't got a qualification as that?
Are you disputing it as a GCSE?
Have you got a qualification? Yes or no?
He doesn't have one.
Have you got any qualification? Any at all?
Really, really basic, Rumpus. I've never said it's anything other than that, but it is a qualification in land surveying.
Have you got one though, Rumpus? This is the point. No, you haven't, have you? So you are the unqualified one to be speaking on the topic, aren't you?
in surveying. There's a GCSE in it. There we
So
go.
you are the unqualified
do
one.
you
Yes,
have
let's
the
put the facts
qualified
out.
Right. So
I understand the difference between level and horizontal.
No,
You
let's
don't
put the facts out there. Are you qualified? Yes or no?
more qualified than he is.
No, are you
Ranty, we got-
qualified
Yeah,
in surveying?
one sec.
Yes or no?
I am more qualified than he is.
No, you're not. You have got no qualifications in surveying, have you?
Horizontal, he doesn't, and that's
You
so
are,
basic.
you
Yeah.
are chatting bullshit.
we know this, Gleam. We know this, but you're talking to somebody that just doesn't live in the same realm as normal people.
As I say, he's been teaching Boris how to do his speeches.
Well, somebody asked me in the chat. Let me just bring up who it was. So, Balanced Truth says, he says, why don't you ask Google a question? So the question was, is level the same as horizontal? So obviously I went down to, is level horizontal? So I'll read out what it says. A level indicates the horizontal plane. With a bubble of air inside a vial of encased liquid, the level shows when its frame is exactly... Can I finish? Can I finish? Can I finish? Right. Let me finish. Right, so I'll start again. So, is level horizontal? That was the question. Is level horizontal? A level indicates the horizontal plane. With a bubble of air inside a vial of encased liquid, the level shows when its frame is exactly horizontal with the Earth's surface, called level. Longer levels typically have additional vials turned perpendicular so the tool can be measured vertical plumb. There we go. Right. And also, I also want to ask, well, not ask, but shout out Toady, who's got a question for the Rumpus. Has he done any 6 miles?
Rumpus, stop!
Sorry, we can't hear him. Has he done any 6 mile tests with his auto level to a target to check it works? This is a long distance for one shot and very condition dependent. So that's a question to the Rumpus. Hopefully he wasn't talking when I said that, and hopefully he heard that.
He talked through the whole lot.
I'd like to.
I'll answer the question.
Okay, so the question was, ask Rumpus, has he done any 6 mile tests with his auto level to a target to check it works? This is a long distance for one shot and very condition dependent.
I have indeed done such a thing.
All right, where's George at now so we can ask him if Rumpus can look through this theodolite? Because so far we got Toady.
Yeah, that's fair enough. No, that's fair enough. That's fair enough. Jeremy's been waiting for his question. Go on.
So far we got Toady, the Glober, says you can't do it. Rakia, the Flat Earther, says you can't do it. So I'd like to hear from George.
And he's done it. He's already done this.
Isn't George the one who said that he's absolutely not gonna? He's just not gonna talk about it or whatever.
Yeah, George seemed frazzled. George was. I think.
No
Is he
comment.
still here? Is he still here? He was frazzled for a second.
Well, he's still here. Yeah, he's muted. But the point is, he's actually done this. He's taken photographs of this. He's actually done.
Well, let him answer. He's back, so let him answer. Just hold his horses there, Rumpus. Right, go ahead, George. You've had time to think about the response.
Think about what?
They're asking you, George, if you've done a 6 mile observation.
Well, I tell you what. Yeah, Jeremy, do you want to repeat the question or repeat it, rephrase so that George can dissect it and think about it?
In Rumpus's measurement, can he get an accurate horizontal looking 6 miles through a theodolite?
It's a gibberish question.
What do you mean? You're trying to make a horizontal, are you not?
But I can make a horizontal over 10,000
Now, on horizontal,
you don't understand what you're saying.
Shut up.
As long as you stay away from extreme temperature changes over your optical corridor, you can get a reasonable horizontal line established with an auto level looking over 6 miles.
Oof, you sure?
So not water.
Over infinity. The horizontal.
What about water?
I mean, there's normally temperature inversions over water, isn't there?
No more than
No, didn't I just qualify it? I just said you have to ensure that you don't have extreme refraction conditions occurring. And that is fairly common. You can do that in the middle of the day as long as you stay away from sunrises and sunsets where there's extreme temperature changes occurring, you can get a fairly good horizontal or straight line tangent established. In 6 miles, I have had many days in which the deviation from a true straight line did not deviate more than about 1 foot max at the end of tangent line.
How do you know which one you're looking at?
It can be done. Yes.
Yeah, but how do you know which one you're looking at is the actual horizontal? What time do you pick?
Well, look at 6 miles, if the expected drop is 24 feet, who cares? If you're off plus minus 1 foot, plus minus 2 feet, it's more than swamped out by the drop distance.
So you're so hold on. So essentially, you're assuming R when you do your test.
Assume what?
You're assuming radius. You're assuming
no, I'm not
the drop.
Assuming anything. I'm saying if you go and you measure a 24-foot drop and the deviation at the end of your straight line is not going to be more than plus minus 2 feet, then you can say that you're within 10%. And for this type of test, it's probably good enough.
Well,
the tilt.
Yeah, you've measured something. Doesn't necessarily mean it's dropped, though, does it, George? Anyway, right, listen. I've got a super chat from a man, Adama Al, who says it's sad when someone must distort reality in order to support a lie. A level is indeed horizontal. Flat is level. Level is horizontal. LOL. There we go.
Try reading a surveying book, and if he did, that's not the case.
What else is George measuring?
Not really, but okay.
Can I just cite in the main chat? It's a fisheries government website that basically says measuring the height of ground points. Differences in height between 2 points are usually measured with a device called a level. It is called a level because it gives you true horizontal line. The height of each point
for short distances, Gleam. Nobody's discounting or
vertical
disputing that whatsoever. The whole idea is, look,
we know what the idea is.
No, you don't.
No, you don't.
But it's a mathematical. This is the thing.
Say over at 100 feet. Okay. You don't have levels. You don't have physical levels that long. You don't have a carpenter's level of 100 feet. Your carpenter's level, what? The longest one I've ever seen is about 8
No, you
to 10
have
feet
auto
long.
levels for that sort of stuff, right, George? For site work.
Say what?
These guys are talking
auto
dikes.
levels for
See,
the bigger
you
job.
guys, see, this is the problem. You guys like talking over one another, and I can't understand what either one of you say. See, that's why I don't like coming into this, is because none of you can behave properly, and you can't.
George, be careful. You just talked over.
To be honest, it's not been that bad, to be fair. I mean, Rumpus has had a pretty good fair crack at the whip tonight. Yeah, I don't think it's been that bad. Well, you should go to some of the other shows. Right, let me just tell you guys what I've also been talking to modern day debates this evening, trying to get a debate going with myself and Simon Dan, but Simon Dan isn't going to do it now. He's backed out.
Nah.
What a shame.
I'm not surprised. You're anti.
What a shame.
Is there a consolation prize there?
Imagine my surprise.
Well, I said I'm only interested in one person, Simon Dan, and yeah. Anyway, that's not going to happen. So, what can I say?
Just to answer, Ranty, over 100 feet, the amount of deviation that you're ever going to pick up due to Earth curve is 3/1000ths of an inch. That's a don't care for most of surveying and construction techniques. 3/1000ths of an inch in 100 feet. So it's pretty much ignored. I mean, you look at the range poles that surveyors have, it's marked in tenths of a foot. For most part, they try to just get everything within maybe half a tenth of a foot or so. So it's really these types of things for plane surveyors is don't care as long as you stay within a few hundred feet.
We have
the
metric
amount
over here,
of
George.
again. Here we go.
Yeah,
All
you
right,
just love
later.
interrupting, don't you, Bev? You're git.
Just can't hold himself
Yeah,
back.
it's appalling.
So you don't consider when you talk through George that's interrupting as well, Rumpus? So when Bev says something over George and then you say something over Bev, you're interrupting as well. You do realise that,
George,
don't you?
Consider that an interruption.
Yeah,
Tenths of a foot is
George
a weird.
said tenths of a foot. I was just sort of letting people know that from over here in the UK, a tenth of a foot is a ridiculous statement for you to hear, and to just pass that over as though it's nothing.
It's irrelevant.
It is.
I mean,
it's a bit weird, right?
Are they not using inches on the foot?
No, they have tenths of a feet.
Bev, you have a staff, do you? What resolution is? What's that marked up into? The smallest.
It's metric. Yeah, I have a couple of different ones. I have one that's at 5 mil. Right? Do you want to listen to what I was? Do you want to ask me and then listen, or do you want to just carry on over talking? Yeah, I don't know. Typical, right? Yeah.
Simple question. Answer it.
Sense of entitlement.
He's trying to. If you'd stop talking.
I have two
Arrogant,
different
maybe?
ones. One that's a
Never wrong,
centimeter.
maybe?
Resolution one.
One that is 5 millimeter.
There we go. So the George's point is exactly correct. So the 5 millimeters is still much
It's
bigger,
not, Rumpus. It's not
than the curvature of the Earth. So
Hey, Rumpus, let him finish. Rumpus, let him finish.
Oh, what a twat.
In America, in surveying, they have feet, right? But they have tenths
It
of
doesn't
a
change the
foot.
principle, the point he was making, you twat. That no one's staff measures the value that's similar to the curvature of the Earth, you moron.
All right. All right.
Oh, God.
Rumpus.
You're just an absolute moron. He made a perfectly valid point, and the fact that we're doing it in tenths of a foot or in 5 millimeters is irrelevant.
Oh my God.
Rumpus, that's not the point I was making. Rumpus.
Idiot.
Right? For anyone over here in Europe, hearing tenths of a foot might be a strange thing. Because when you hear an American say 1.57 feet, that sounds absolutely ridiculous.
Cleary says, for $5, he says, Ranty, next week you will say, just when I thought I was out, they pull me back in. Well, no. I need the break, Cleary, to be honest. I definitely need the break. But we got Brandon Toy stepping in, and I'm sure you'll be hopping on the panel too, so it will all be good. And as I say, and I might as well take this opportunity to say that too, I still will be around. I'll be doing some videos, so I won't be doing the live streams, like sitting up all night doing that, because I'll be working as well during the day. But it will give me the opportunity during the weekends and stuff to actually put some videos together and spend a little bit of time making a good 15-minute or 20-minute video that, you know, you guys can share all over rather than doing the streams. And then back in say January, I'm hoping to rejoin the you know, doing what I'm doing here, basically taking it back from Brandon Toy. And yeah, that's the plan. So I'm sure it will go that way as well. So no need to fear. I'll still be around, and yeah, I'll still hop on there and be a panelist at times as well. I'm sure whilst Brandon is doing his thing. So yeah, well, there's plenty of good things to come. Trust me.
Yeah, we understood that 5 minutes ago. Yeah, we know this.
No, not everybody knows that,
And you said
Rumpus.
it about 5 minutes ago, and you've repeated it about 10 times now. If those of us who didn't know it knew it 5 minutes ago.
You shouted some stuff in between as well, didn't you?
You've repeated yourself 10 times to make no point at all. So what? That's not relevant to the point George made. You just decided to interrupt him to try and avoid him making the point, which is that
What was his point?
You're interrupting again. So the point he was making was that no staff could measure the curvature of the Earth. That was the point he was making.
No, that wasn't.
The American system doesn't matter because the metric system couldn't measure it either. You moron.
Yeah, you can't measure a curve with a point-to-point measuring system. It's impossible. You can measure the tilt.
It's actually not the
at
American
best.
scale. It's called the engineering. It's an engineering scale, Rumpus. Not American.
Well, is it called English units? I think in America.
All right, I have serious doubts. I have serious doubts. I'm gonna look into this. I'm gonna call some surveyors and see if they can make a horizontal with just looking 6 miles through a theodolite, because this sounds preposterous.
I don't understand, Jeremy. Do you understand that in an auto level? Let me explain this. Let me explain this to Jeremy. Jeremy, in an auto
did you hear that then, Rumpus?
Be quiet. You see, you love to interrupt again.
Yeah, but there was a surveyor that just said it's impossible.
You cannot stop yourself, can you, Jeremy? All an auto level
don't
does
worry
is
about
to
it.
show you the horizontal.
Dismiss.
And
He's
so
read a
be
few
quiet,
books, you know, Rodney.
You see, you talk when you shouldn't be talking, and you don't.
You got Tourette's, Rumpus. Fair dinkum you have.
You should calm down a little bit.
You should get yourself assessed, man. Go and get yourself assessed. Do yourself and your family a favour. Get yourself assessed.
Be quiet, twat. Jeremy, all an auto level does is to show you the horizontal. That's what the gratical does. That extends to infinitely far away to the other end of the universe. So there's no problem. There's no limit to that. Now, what they can do is the refraction conditions can cause things to change their position. But the horizontal is something that the auto level can define, and that goes off into space infinitely far away. So your question is malformed.
My question is, can you make a horizontal line looking 6 miles through your theodolite? Or now you're doing an auto level? I thought you said
go infinitely far, Jeremy. The graticule on the auto level can extend to the stars.
Are you using an auto level or theodolite?
Makes no difference in this case.
Okay.
How
I'm going
do
to call
you
some
see the
surveyors.
stars through an auto level?
Yeah, Jeremy, ask them. The key question to ask them is horizontal the same as level? And
no, I'm going to ask them. No, I'm going to ask them if they can make a horizontal line looking 6 miles through an auto level or theodolite. That's what I'm going to ask them.
Well, they'll say, "What the hell?" That question. It doesn't make much sense.
I'm going to say I need to make a horizontal
question,
line.
Rumpus. It's a simple question.
No,
I'm
going to tell them
yes/no answer.
I'm going to tell them I need to make a horizontal line, and I'll put 3 point, over 3 points over a mile, 6 miles, and we're going to just look through a theodolite. Is that
what the equipment capable of doing it? That's a simple question.
No, that is not the proper way to answer. Ask the question. You don't ask if you want to make a straight, you want to make a horizontal line. You have to say you want to draw or you want to establish a straight line tangent, not a horizontal line.
No, a horizontal, you tell surveyors.
Well, then they're going to tell you can't do it over 6 miles, not a horizontal line, because it's not
difference between a horizontal
surveyor in here. Rodney's in here.
To your location.
Okay.
Well, hold on, George.
We do have a surveyor in here. Do you want to ask the surveyor?
You want to say you want to establish a straight line.
Ask him.
A tangent to the earth that goes out 6 miles. That's what you want to ask. If you use horizontal in your question, it's just going to get the wrong answer.
Yeah. Rodney's in here.
Rodney is not a surveyor.
Of course he is.
We've established that. No, I established that weeks ago in this show with him.
How'd you do that, George?
He's not a certified surveyor.
How'd you do that?
He might drag equipment around for a surveyor. He might be a grunt. He's not a surveyor.
Can he establish a horizontal with the tools, Rodney?
Yeah, definitely. That's what we do.
All surveyors say that, George.
Rodney is not a surveyor.
Is horizontal?
Rodney is not a certified surveyor. He's never taken a
qualified
surveying exam.
No, not in one shot. You could establish one, yeah, but not.
I said you can establish a straight line tangent. Now, you guys want to call it horizontal. That's fine. That's horizontal established from the point that you're starting. And
the whole line is horizontal, George.
Yes, the whole line is horizontal with respect to your starting point.
No, it's horizontal, right? Irrespective of where you start and where you end, it is
absolutely
horizontal.
Not. Absolutely
that is
not. I'm not
thing about a horizontal.
with you. I've been down this.
Holy shit, guys. Smash the thumbs up. Jeez, we had 100 dislikes. This can't be good. Yeah, come on, use your thumbs. At least thumb up the video. Come on, we can outperform the dislikes, if anything. Come on, guys.
And set a horizontal there, it will not be parallel to the horizontal that you just established.
Correct.
You set in one horizontal line.
Bev, I've now
All
explained to you
of
about
that
20
horizontal
times.
line will
Every
be
position,
horizontal.
Every position has a different horizontal, you moron.
Say that again.
Right. Every position on the Earth has a different horizontal. I'm going to have to show you. My diagram is still apparently streaming there, showing you all the different horizontals that exist for all points. Because horizontal is a local thing. It's only a horizontal for a point. And every point on the Earth has a different horizontal.
A horizontal is a line.
Horizontal is
For a
a point.
particular point.
How big is locally?
No, a point is nothing, Rumpus.
You moron, I've had to explain to you before where you understand what a tangent is. So a tangent touches a curve at a particular point.
A tangent
So
is a straight line.
Listen, pleb. Right, so at the point of contact with the curve, you have
Point
a tangent.
is that of which
so
has
there we
no
go. So you have a
parts.
tangent that touches, and at that point, you say that is the tangent at that point on a curve.
Right, let me.
That changes with every position on the
Okay.
curve.
Right, yeah, we've been over this.
You have to interrupt me every single time I'm trying to demolish this guy.
Yeah, but
Stop it.
we've heard it before, Rumpus.
You love interrupting me just as I'm demolishing this.
Right, we've heard it before though. So right, listen. We've just had a super chat. It said, and I want people's opinion on this because I don't know. I really don't know if it could be used for that. But it says use a fiber optic gyro over 6 miles. Now, what do you think to that? I mean, is it possible that you could use a fiber optic gyro over 6 miles? What do you think?
What does that mean? Using a fiber optic gyro over 6 miles. What does that question even mean?
Do you know anything about fiber optic gyros,
the
Judge?
change in the angle.
Yes, but what does it mean? What are you trying to establish with fiber optic gyro?
I think he's trying to establish that the gyroscope would change
It
in
means
angle.
nothing. You don't measure distances with a fiber optic gyro. All it does is establish.
It's called precession, right?
Nothing to do with precession, you twat.
Rumpus, maybe the thing we should
whether
use
manual or
rather
optic
than
don't have a
horizontal lines is
processional
talk about
factor to this.
line segments, because in that way a line segment has.
How are you the
two
expert
ends
on this
that
as
we can
well,
talk
George?
Yeah, they don't.
Have you read a book about
the
it?
idea about segments and
what?
And
Well, I'll tell you what's going on. So in the chat, we've got a guy in the chat who's having a bit of a back and forth with Bob from Globebusters, and Bob keeps timing him out. So he's retorted with that super chat. So I assume it's trolling Bob. But I just
Thanks, Bob, for the
Bob
no
the
drift.
moron, yeah. Bob the guy's denying his own bloody technology that he's got showed the 15 degrees shift. What an idiot.
Oh, so it can't help then, or can it?
Well, it can,
Then-
it can tell you the angle. It can tell you. You would expect to see the gyroscope telling you whatever it was. What was the distance? 6 miles. So we know there's a 1 degree change in angle over 69. So it would show. Can it? Basically, the question is, can it show 1/10 of a degree change? And I suspect that it could.
Oh. See, you changed your opinion though as soon as you found out it was against Bob.
he did, didn't he? Didn't he?
How that happened? That was fantastic.
I never
that,
expressed an
Rumpus.
opinion about it. It was George who was questioning the validity. It's not.
That's why I asked it in that order.
Oh my god! Be quiet, twat. So I was saying I was trying to explain what the question might be, and George was saying it didn't make any sense because it doesn't measure distance, but it measures angle change, and from that you can determine a distance
Just
change.
waffling again, Rumpus.
Jesus Christ! You interrupt again, Bev. Well done, Pratt.
Yeah, you've finished. Don't
I have
worry.
now,
Can
yeah.
you
Jolly good.
And now you don't talk. So you never talk when you should be talking, and you love to talk when other people are talking. You're an obnoxious little twat.
Right. Okay. So who's waiting to carry this conversation on? Who hasn't spoken for a while that wants to say something?
trying to say something if you can hear me?
Yeah, sure. Fire away, Rob.
Then I need to understand how horizontal lines are a point.
They're not a point. I'll explain it again. I mean, I don't know how stupid. I mean, how many people in this panel are this stupid? And Bev doesn't understand this, but then he's very
Well,
stupid. See, do you understand what a tangent, Rob? Do you understand what a tangent is?
Yes, nobody said anything about tangents,
Okay, hold on. Let me just deal with this. So you understand? Great. So that means if I were to draw a circle, and then I would say this is a tangent at a particular point. You understand that for a particular point there is a particular tangent. Do you understand that?
Okay, so
great. So you understand. So if you hold on, Rob. So if you moved at a different point, you'd have a different tangent, wouldn't you?
But we're not talking about tangents. We're talking about horizontal.
I'm trying to sort this principle out. So you accept?
Can you at least let him finish his point, Rumpus? He's been waiting patiently to speak, and he gets halfway through his question, and you interrupt him. So could you at least let him finish?
I just want to understand how. So from one point to the next, you have changed your horizontal.
Yeah.
How do we establish a horizontal line then?
By an auto level, that particular
Simple
point.
question.
Well,
okay.
Can I answer that, Rumpus?
Please give him first
Okay,
go,
go
George.
ahead.
Yeah. So at a particular point, you can use a water level, as Bev likes to do, or you can use an auto level, and that will tell you the horizontal at that particular point. And if you move 100 meters away, you will have a non-detectable difference between that and another horizontal. If you move 10 miles away, you will have a detectable difference in your horizontal. It's very easy to detect the horizontal and determine it. Just use an auto level.
I think there's a better way to describe this. Is think of it this way: an auto level has a compensator in it, which is essentially a plumb bob that establishes the horizontal. So horizontal is right angles or perpendicular to vertical, and the vertical changes according to where you are on the sphere of the Earth. Vertical is direct upward. It's along a vector that's directed towards the center of mass of the Earth that changes with each position that you're on the Earth. So you set your horizontal by being at right angles or perpendicular to your vertical.
I just want to say that's not true. That's not true.
Okay, so hang on, wait a minute. We've got a claim that that's not true. So go ahead.
Oh yeah, we only use a flat plane Cartesian coordinate system. We don't do what he just said.
So it makes sense that Bev, try thinking, seems to have a better grasp on this whole concept of establishing a horizontal line better than any other person on this panel.
No, I'll explain to you again, Rob. You've understood, I think, that every point on a circle has a different tangent. You've understood that, you seem to say. So therefore, you understand. Do you understand that? Do you accept that?
Oh yeah, but
right, okay. Well, okay. Let me come from there.
But let him clarify. Let him clarify what he meant.
Yes.
No, let him clarify. Yeah, but he was saying yes, but let him clarify because he was clarifying what he meant. So let him finish.
Yeah, well, I was just saying, where did you get your curve value from in the first place?
But Rob, let's do this in steps. Right, you've accepted that a circle. Oh my God! Can we do it in steps here? Right, so you've accepted you understand what a tangent is. That means if I have a circle, every single point on that circle has a different tangent. That's no different. And we talk about horizontal.
Yes.
Please.
If you have a circle.
So right, so we've established the principle that a tangent is different for every point on the circle. Now, even if you don't agree with the globe model, you should understand what we're now saying, because in the globe model, horizontal is a tangent to the surface of the Earth. That's the globe model. You might not agree with it, but that's what we define. Please, Rob, that's what we define a horizontal is, and that's perpendicular to the verticalized. In other words, like a plumb bob, as George was saying, an auto level has a plumb bob in it effectively, and it determines the horizontal as being perpendicular to that.
Rumpus.
Can I just finish? You get a turn in a minute, Bev. So, on a globe model, our horizontals are tangents, and that means that every point on the Earth has a different tangent and therefore has a different horizontal. Go ahead.
Yeah, we didn't.
With an auto level. You can with an auto level, and it's a tangent.
We didn't hear your question. Then.
You
can we
said you
get back?
understood.
Sorry. Can we get back to the original point? Is
No,
how can you have a
Rob
horizontal
asked me a question.
line?
Rob
The
asked me a
original question, Rumpus.
Rob asked me a question. I'm going to answer the point. I'm going to try and explain to him again. Rob, a tangent on a circle you've accepted.
No, a horizontal. How can a
You
line be a point?
You can get a point in a minute. You can get a point in a minute. You can talk in a minute. I'm answering Rob's question. Rob, you understand? Be quiet, twat. Be quiet.
I got my answer. Don't worry.
You accept that there are infinite numbers of tangents on a circle. With every point on a circle, we have an infinite number of tangents as well. For every point, so you have one tangent. Right, but if you accept that, surely you can see on the globe model that every point therefore has a different horizontal. Surely. No, I'm answering Rob. Now let Rob answer, then you can have a go, Bev. I would like to hear Rob answer, and then you can go next.
I am going to defer to Bev try thinking because he understands it.
No, he doesn't. Okay, go ahead then, Bev.
If you look in the general chat now, right, I've just put the definition of all of these things that you're talking about.
They totally agree with me. Yeah, they totally
Right,
agree with me.
so a point is that of which has no parts, and a line, like the extremities of a line, are points too.
Yep. So
right, so you need 2 points at the end of a line. So how can that line be a point
No one said
if
it
it
wasn't,
needs
twat. No one said
2
it wasn't,
points
twat.
at
No one said it was,
each
you twat.
end of it?
You don't know what a tangent is, clearly. I'll explain to you what
A tangent is a
again.
straight line which
Exactly.
the
And it
extremities
touches at
of
a point.
are
And it touches
points.
at a point on a curve, doesn't it?
Yes,
Bev?
so
You
that
moron?
point
Right.
is different
you've
than
just
the
agreed-
line.
So you've just agreed now that a tangent touches a curve at a point. And
Yes.
that point is a place on the earth where you have an auto
Tangent is a line.
That is a point that the line touches.
That is a horizontal, which is
point
a
is a
tangent
nothing.
to the earth, and you are a moron. Go ahead.
Point
Yeah,
point is a nothing.
Can I ask Rumpus a question?
You can. Go ahead, Rodney.
Okay. Why do you keep referring to your circle when in reality surveyors only ever use a Cartesian coordinate system?
Well, you
Just
can have
X,
a circle in the
X,
Cartesian
Y, and
coordinate
Z.
system. Yeah, that's that. You can have a circle in the Cartesian coordinate system. You can define a sphere in a Cartesian coordinate system. Didn't you know that? Do you know the formula? Do you know the formula for a sphere in a Cartesian coordinate system? You don't, do you?
No. No, sure.
Would you like me to tell you what the Cartesian Would you like me to tell you what the formula for a sphere is in a Cartesian coordinate system?
You would
Well,
lock
before you
Z,
before you do, can I tell you why it doesn't matter? Because we don't use that in
No,
reality.
but you stated you couldn't do it though. I'm telling you, you can. You made a claim that you can't have circles in a Cartesian
But
coordinate system. You
surveyors
can.
don't use
So
it.
you made a claim that was completely
He
wrong.
didn't make. Hold on.
You made a claim that you can't have circles.
No, he didn't do that. He didn't do that, Rumpus. No, he didn't. No, he didn't do that. He didn't do that.
He didn't say that.
He didn't say that,
You
Rumpus.
made that up.
He said we use a Cartesian coordinate system and therefore you can't have curves, and that's wrong.
There was no therefore. It was
There was no therefore.
He didn't say that.
Okay,
You're making that up.
Rumpus
Yeah.
is such a lying twat.
Okay, Rodney, go ahead and make the statement you made previously again, and we'll go through it slowly.
I didn't make a statement. I asked you a question.
Okay, what's the question? Repeat the question as you formed it earlier.
I said, why are you focusing on your model instead of the one we use in reality, which is a Cartesian coordinate system?
A Cartesian coordinate system can include spheres and circles.
Okay, that's your claim. I didn't make a claim.
Right, so hold on. Are you denying that's the case then? Are you denying that circles and spheres can be in a Cartesian coordinate? Be quiet, twat. So, Rodney, are you disputing that circles and spheres can be defined in a Cartesian coordinate system?
No, I was just asking you a question, which you have still not answered.
Yeah, do you want to answer the question?
Okay, let's have the question again.
Do I really need to repeat it for a third time?
Sorry, yeah, because it's such a stupid question. I keep on
Googling
erasing
it
it
or
from my memory.
something,
I erased bollocks, but I'll give it to me again as you want to. As you want to.
All right, Bev. Do you want to re-ask him? You know.
No, I want Rodney. No, I would honestly. I don't. I always like to people's questions. I don't like to dodge.
But he's asked you twice. You've dodged it twice.
And I thought he was implying. Perhaps he wasn't implying.
Stalling while somebody finds an answer
I want him to
for him,
ask his
hasn't
question, and I want to answer his questions. And I always like to answer people's questions. I don't like to dodge them. certainly never do it intentionally. So Rodney, would you please ask your question again, and I will do my very best to answer it.
Yes. Why do you keep focusing on your model when the one that we use in reality is actually a Cartesian coordinate system?
A Cartesian coordinate system includes my model. So
We don't use any spherical math.
Oh, in a plane surveying role, you mean?
Correct.
Yeah. Sorry, can I ask Rodney?
So, hold on. So Rodney's saying. So Rodney's point is, in planar surveying, you don't use a three-dimensional spherical thing, and that's absolutely correct. You don't need to. So yeah, that's absolutely right. But if you did
X and Y,
Rodney, if you did it over 10 miles, Rodney, if you did something over 10 miles, you would have to. But obviously, if you're just doing planar surveying over a couple hundred meters, then you wouldn't. So we're in agreement.
Okay, right. So
hold on, Bev. Hold on, Bev. Just let Rodney. Just let Rodney have a go.
Supplementary question from Rodney. Karen.
Oh, I was just saying that the grid system we use covers much more than 10 miles per zone.
Well, hold on. No, but you wouldn't be doing surveying like that. You would not be using planar surveying over 10 miles.
Bev, please just
get my question in.
You might have
clarify.
a map that goes over 10 miles, but you won't be doing planar surveying over 10 miles.
Could you just let Rodney finish his line of questioning here? So Rodney, so you say that it's more than 10 miles. Do you have a distance?
Well, for example, the state I live in is the whole system is split up into zones. So the state I live in is split into 2 zones, roughly down the middle of the state. And my state is probably around 190 miles wide and about 300 miles long. So that gives you.
Yeah, and that's been surveyed by geodetic surveyors.
So
well, it's all on the same state plane coordinate system, the Cartesian system.
Yeah, would the X and Y be like a horizontal?
Right, you can turn it into a flat. You can project it onto a vertical height, but it would have been surveyed by geodetic surveyors. You can obviously. That's why we have flat maps. You can turn a spherical surface onto a flat map, and then you distort it slightly. We know this. I mean, we have flat maps. And
in reality, we measure and map it flat, and then it's converted to a globe.
Say again, so I missed the start of that.
Oh, I said in reality, we measure and map it on a flat Cartesian system, and then it's converted to a globe.
No, we do the opposite.
Sorry,
can I actually don't.
That's what geodetic surveyors, they start off with a globe, and then convert it into, project it onto a flat map. That's how the Mercator projection works, for instance.
I make topo maps. I make topo maps pretty often, and trust me, I start and stay with a Cartesian system.
Oh, you start, yeah, that's because you're not doing it over long distance. Yes, I mean you'd start off with a projection, a flat map created from geodetic spherical coordinates that's converted into a flat map.
It's not a projection.
And then you carry on using it in a flat map over short distances. Yes, we know that.
I love how Rumpus is telling Rodney how he does
it's created from spherical geometry and
right.
Can I ask my question now, please?
Listen, could we just have Rodney and Rumpus for just a minute? Because listen, these two haven't got into this, and Rodney's schooling him right now.
You're in your dreams.
Yeah, we don't actually start with a projection or a map or anything like that.
Start with a flat thing, but that's because you haven't seen the process by which that flat map has been created.
What do you think we start off with?
You start off with a spherical map, and they're projected into a flat map, and then you use that.
Actually, when I start a job, I would start with usually a set of 3 to 10 or more sets of Cartesian coordinates, and that's what I would work from.
Yeah, exactly. So you start off, you have the projection into a flat thing, and then you use that, and you carry on using it because you're doing things over short distances. Yeah, we all know this. That's what planar surveyors do. But the map was created from a flat projection from a spherical model. Now, geodetic surveyors would have created the spherical model, and then it's converted into a flat projection that you would then use.
That's not true. I don't think it was. I don't think it was merged with the ellipsoid model until the WGS84 came along.
No, they were still projections from spherical models turning into flat maps, and that's why something like
No, the Cartesian system existed first.
maps if you start having them over, many hundreds of miles. You get sort of errors in their distances. I mean, for instance, if you go and project, if you put over the globe, if you get Google Earth, for instance, and you project over that a flat map, you will see that errors are introduced gradually as you move. If you set up a flat map in a particular position, and then you will see that as you get further and further away on your flat map, it gets the errors increase. And that's because they are projections of the globe.
Well, that's because Google is already a projection of a flat map onto a globe. It starts flat.
You're in denial of what geodetic surveyors do, I'm afraid. You're simply not aware of the process.
What do you think my process is?
Well, I'm telling you, you don't know the process by which flat maps are created.
Really? Because I create them.
Well, from other flat maps.
No, not from other flat maps, from a set of starting reference points of a Cartesian system.
Right, so you'll start off with a flat map in a Cartesian system, and you create other flat maps. Yes, well that's fine.
Well, you keep saying map. I just have a set of coordinates to start with usually.
So let's get this
Some
right.
Of those coordinates may lead to a monument that's been set, or it may be 100-year-old oak tree with something carved in it. Because it's something that was done over 100 years ago.
Right.
So let me get this right. Hold on. Let me just get this right. So, Rumpus, you're arguing with somebody that actually makes maps.
From other flat maps, yeah.
No, not from other flat maps.
He doesn't understand.
No. Listen to how he's telling you. Listen to how he's telling you. Listen to him. Right. Go ahead,
I am.
Rodney.
Oh, sorry, I'd gone on mute.
So how are these?
Yeah, no worries.
Rodney, how are these coordinates of things? You're saying you deal with coordinates. How do you? Where do you get these coordinates from, and how do you see them with respect to one another? Give me an
Well,
example.
they're in northing and easting. That's what the coordinates are called. So that would be your x and your y-axis, and then your z would be your elevation.
Well, those are spherical coordinates.
No, those Cartesian coordinates.
Yeah, which can be spherical.
No, that's.
You just listen to him. Listen to what he's telling you.
You can have a spherical object in Cartesian coordinates, as I was explaining earlier.
Well,
Okay, let's go back again. You do
your claim, but in reality, that's not what we use.
Cartesian coordinates, don't you?
Yeah, listen to what he's telling you. He's just said that's your claim, but in reality, that's not what they use. He's just told you. You're talking to an expert who does this. You are listen. Everybody you have an argument with. Yesterday you was arguing with. Was it the scientist that you were arguing with yesterday, or was it somebody else that you were arguing with?
I'm disputing. Yeah, the website that you found had a definition of our.
Oh yeah, so it was the website yesterday. The day before it was the scientist, the NASA scientist. Today you're arguing with people that are talking about theodolites and know how to use these, and now you're arguing with the guy who makes maps, and all of these guys are wrong.
So do you make maps, Rodney?
Yeah, that's one part of my job.
You make maps. So what sort of maps do you produce? Tell me.
Those would
Can I
be
see them online?
topographical maps. No, you couldn't see them online.
You got a link for one of them?
Flat maps.
No, those are. I mean, they're not my personal property to release. You know what I'm saying?
Well, okay. Were they published anywhere?
No, they were probably printed out and used to create a model for wherever the work is going to be, or whatever land is going to be divided up.
Rumpus, making maps for cities or around city blocks and that does not qualify one to be talking about spherical.
No, not city blocks. I'm talking about large tracts of land.
Yeah, so let him just clarify. So he's just said not around city blocks, but around large tracts of land. So George,
How large are these
Define
tracts?
large.
Yeah.
Define large, please.
Oh, some can be huge. I mean, thousands.
Huge
and thousands.
and large.
Let him finish. Let him finish.
I love those units. of
George,
measurement.
please stop interrupting him.
Yeah, like I said, thousands and thousands of acres.
Right, miles. Right, so how many miles is that, please?
I'd say probably the biggest one we've done recently would be in one direction along the back line was a little over 3 miles.
There we go.
And
You see,
then
it's just planar stuff. Yeah.
Just let him finish. Just let him finish. Just let him finish. He was halfway through explaining what was what. He just said 3 miles by what were you going to say then? Just let him finish.
You didn't understand his answer.
Just let him finish. Just let him finish.
It doesn't matter. He did
Just
finish.
let him finish.
He finished answering the question. He said,
Right, Rodney. Rodney, do you wanna tell us again, please?
Yeah, I was going to say about 3 miles, in width on the back line and a little over 8-9 miles long. It's for a large road project.
Right, so these, so you're not going to be involved. Well,
I'm the first one there. I'm the one that sets everything up that everything else goes off of.
Sorry,
So yeah, I'm a little bit involved.
Sorry, what are you setting up?
I set the benchmarks and control points for the job after I topoed the area.
Right, so you're using a theodolite then to determine distances between points.
No.
Doing triangulation things, are you?
No, I don't use a theodolite.
Please tell me. Yes, I didn't understand what you did then. Carry on.
No, I use GPS. I don't use a theodolite.
Ah, right. Now you do realise that's a spherical coordinate system, don't you?
No, that's a Cartesian coordinate system.
Yes, it's a Cartesian coordinate system, ECEF, but that has as a globe the Earth. Is a Cartesian coordinate system, but it has the Earth as a sphere defined in that Cartesian coordinate system, isn't it? The WS-84 is a.
Well, I can do the same thing with an auto level.
3D spheroid in that 3D Cartesian coordinate. Why you seem to think that a Cartesian coordinate system is not compatible with spherical objects? I do not know.
I can do the same thing with an auto level and a grade rod.
Compatible with is not the same as derived from.
If you know anything about GPS, you know that it is a Cartesian system. In it is defined a spherical Earth inside a 3D XYZ Cartesian coordinate system.
Orthogonal.
Okay.
Rumpus.
Rumpus. Glean just posted something about the state XY coordinate systems, and it's very telling here. If you read the end of it, it says, second, the system is highly accurate within each zone, error less than 1 in 10,000. Outside of a specific state plane zone, accuracy rapidly declines. The system is not useful for regional or national mapping.
Excellent. There we go. Yep. So there we go. That's your state plane coordinate system down the tube there, Rodney.
Can I ask this question now?
I switched between 2 different zones, and there's not a big difference in accuracy.
State plane zone accuracy is not accurate once you start getting over a reasonable distance. So that's entirely agrees with the globe form, and you're wrong.
Accuracy is up and down, right, Rumpus?
No, the accuracy is down. It says the accuracy rapidly declines, which means it gets worse, and that's because of the curvature.
Yes.
So you
But
can't read English. You don't understand what.
But you said it's highly accurate within one zone,
the accuracy
correct?
rapidly declines, and therefore it's not useful. It says.
Right, okay, guys, I've just turned the mic down. Let us know how that's doing. And I want to shout out Cleary, who said, for a $2 super chat, Rumpus is begging. Thank you very much. Hopefully that mic is a little bit better. Let me know.
Well, it's actually
system. The GPS coordinate
system
is
XYZ.
XYZ. Do you understand? Do you know the coordinate system GPS is XYZ?
Well, we also take the elevation into account with an auto level, so we do it both ways.
Do you know that the GPS Cartesian coordinate system is XYZ?
Well, yeah, that's what I told you.
Yeah.
Great. So you understand that you can represent.
Can I ask now, please?
Okay, go ahead, Bev. Jesus Christ.
That X and the Y, Rodney, would that be classed as like a horizontal? And then the Z, would that be your elevation difference along the Z coordinate?
And also, let me clarify. When I said
Yes.
accuracy is up and down, I meant plus or minus within a tolerance. Yes, accuracy declines within a tolerance, plus or minus. Rumpus.
No, the accuracy rapidly declines means it becomes less accurate. Does not mean to say it wobbles around the accurate thing. It becomes less accurate and does so rapidly, and that's why they say it's not useful for regional or national mapping. You're an idiot.
Sure.
You're an idiot for not knowing the whole history of this, Rumpus. They abandoned the spherical one because it was much easier to do it in triangles, flat triangles.
Yeah, so
and the regional, we're talking hundreds of miles each region.
Small distances. Yeah, over small distances.
Yeah, Gleam in the state plane system. I see the telling thing here is the accuracy in 1 in 10,000. What does that mean? that means that's a deviation from a spherical surface. Now, if the state plane system
No, it
was
doesn't. It
indeed,
makes
no, if
deviation
it was
plus
indeed
or
accurate,
minus
it would be
from
exactly
horizontal.
represent what's going on with the surface of the Earth. But the
Nonsense.
accuracy is 1 in
Nonsense, because
10,000
it's
within the region, within the
it's
specific
only
region.
comparing against a theoretical model, you idiot.
Oh, no.
It's
Yes,
got
George.
an error in it.
Yes,
There are
George.
no errors in the spherical model.
Absolute tosh.
Wow, no
They
errors in the
switched
spherical model.
from the spherical model to the flat model because it was easier and too
Yes,
difficult.
because it was easier, but is worse accuracy, you idiot. Oh
Rubbish.
my God.
Here to
Worse
estimate the
accuracy.
exact distances. That's all they're talking about. It's
Do you
easier
know
to do
how,
the
over
calculation
how
to
many
get your
miles
distance.
does that kick in?
Yeah, they know the pattern because it's easy. You just said the reason why they gave up on it to make it easier. So they're
Exactly.
so they
Because the
sacrificed-
spherical maths
they
wasn't working, you fool.
It wasn't working
I'll
because
just make
people
a
were finding
point.
it difficult. Not because it's not accurate, but because it was easier to use a flat one. We know this. Of course it's easier
Okay.
to work in a flat model.
So Rodney's just waiting to make another point, and then we will get back with Liam. So go ahead, Rodney.
Okay. Well, I just want to say the only reason that there's a discrepancy between zones is because of the fact they split it into zones in the first place. You know, for whatever the reason was. It could easily be done with just one huge zone.
No, it couldn't. That's exactly what
yes.
can't be done.
Okay.
It's absolutely wrong. It's
Oh,
just like
come
taking
on,
a
you two.
Post-it note. It's like taking a Post-it note the
Oh.
size of your thumb and trying to fit it to a beach ball. It's much rather than an 8.5 by 11 sheet of paper. If you try to fit an 8.5 11 sheet of paper on a sphere
Are
like
you a
a
surveyor,
beach ball,
George?
you're going to have to crumple it. You're going to have to fold it. Whereas if you take a very small piece of paper,
George, are
like
you
your
a
fingertip,
surveyor?
So
then
I
it fits
appreciate
rather accurately.
I
That's the
appreciate
whole
your
idea.
input. I appreciate your input there, George. I really do. But let me go
I
back
want
to
to
the
say
guy
something
that.
about the Post-its.
So now let me go back to the guy that actually makes maps. Rodney, can you carry on?
Well, I just want to use George's example of the Post-it notes. So the zone I work in the most is called 101 West, and it's about 90 or so miles wide and about 300 miles long. Would be the size of that particular Post-it note. There's no curve, no spherical math in any of it.
No, it's just an approximation. You don't understand how these
Even
maps
300 miles squared is a pretty small area for the surface of the Earth. It gets better and better fit as you go have smaller dimensions.
How
say that's
much curvature is accounted for in that area, or is it just a plane?
Yeah, that's just one big flat Post-it note, George.
It isn't. One big flat Post-it note will not fit on a sphere.
Welcome to Flat Earth, George.
Very good. That whole zone in one shot.
I think the penny might have just dropped.
Ding, ding,
Yeah.
ding, ding,
And
ding.
while you're looking it up, go and have a look at the military grid reference system as well, the coordinate system that the military use. And look at Antarctica. The whole of Antarctica is based on flat grids.
Yeah, I could be wrong, but I want to say that China's grid system is one giant grid. Because every country has a grid system. It's just called something different.
You
in
can
each
set
one.
up a grid system. That's what latitudes and longitudes are. The
Well, no, but
orthogonal grid system that fits
but
on
no,
Earth.
Flat.
You can use all
those are
kinds
set
of
up in
flat
I just want to make a
square
point.
system.
Dimensional.
I just want to make a point though. They're not done in latitude and longitude though. They're done in northing and easting.
Yeah.
They can
That's
be
what-
converted. You can convert northing and easting to latitude and longitude, and vice versa. But what we do, we use northing and easting, and then that gets converted to latitude and longitude.
Speaking
So
of China, that's what
a grid
Tiananmen
coordinate would be. North and east would be.
That's what Tiananmen
perpendicular.
Square is. What's the center of their grid system? Tiananmen Square.
Shout out to
Square.
Shout out to Cleary. George and Rumpus have a combined 0 hours professional surveying experience. Thank you for the $5 super chat there.
Same is true of Bev.
Clary is a real good judge.
Bev is exactly the same.
What? What?
Right, okay. Anything to add there? Let's finish up with Rodney B, I think, for this particular segment. So, anything you want to add further to the map thing, Rodney?
Oh, yeah, I'm sorry. What was that?
I was just going to say, is there anything you want to finish up with the? Obviously, with your expertise in maps, is there anything you want to finish up? To address George or even
Rob
Rumpus?
Keen's hot. He's got a hot mic.
Yeah, it's right. It's fine. He's muted. For me, anyway. Give us a server mute him.
Yeah, I was going to say Bev's right. Horizontal is level. That's all we use in surveying. And yeah, we don't use any spherical math, no latitude, longitude. Yeah, it's all flat. That's all we use.
Can us flatters maybe test you on let's just say, so when George and Rumpus are talking about the foresight backside and the double round or whatever the hell you call it, right? You've done these things, obviously.
Yeah, foresights and backsights is how we would, establish a horizontal line or a line along a long distance, called like a traveler's loop.
What is that?
I've heard people
What is
call it.
that? What is that thing called? The comeback, or the where you come back to your original point? Is that shooting in a, let's say, octagonish type thing where you make 8 shots and you come back to see if you're still at your benchmark? Or
The number of shots and the shape just depend on what the area that you're surveying. But yeah, that's why it's called a traveler's loop, is because you have to come back around and shoot back to your original point to check in and check your accuracy.
Whereas Wally says, didn't give a super chat, but he says, those dislikes are, bigger than those likes today, ... Well, thanks for your input there, Where's Wally, and very well noticed. I mean, it must have taken quite a lot of effort to see that. But thank you for commenting, because now I'm sure that all my Flat Earth fellows in the chat and ladies will all click the like and hopefully counter that. That would be the good thing to do. So let's see if my subscribers are going to do that and thumb the video up. That would be pretty cool.
everything. But here's what I'm saying then. But if you did a triangle, like Gleam was talking about, right? The triangulation of things, because on the Earth we have what's called spherical excess, right? So if you did do a triangulation, it's a little bit different, but But I'm saying that doesn't happen.
Yeah.
There's a paper I just put in general chat that shows an experiment where spherical excess didn't happen.
Yeah, it doesn't happen. It can happen when they can happen when they're doing one shots over too long of a distance. But I'd like to make a comment on closing your loop. There is no limit to the distance that you can do that, as long as you come back to your original point. Your original point is the key. The only thing that stops you is topography. And that really doesn't stop you, depending on your equipment or availability of how you can get through things or do things or whatever, helicopter or what. I mean, you know what I'm saying? You're not limited on distance, is what I'm trying to say.
Except for line of
Nobody
sight.
claims it is, Rick.
No, I just want, I didn't, George, thanks, George. I was just making sure everyone understood that.
Thanks, Dave. Yeah, it was good. Thanks.
So what? What does that mean? You close a loop on a flat Earth or a curved Earth. It doesn't imply.
No, I
one thing
agree
or
with
the
that,
other.
but we're establishing horizontal, and we checked that. Yeah, go ahead.
No, that's a different
techniques, George.
issue.
Yeah.
Leveling is not establishing horizontal.
George, what do you think about Gleam's post that there is no spherical excess?
I don't see Gleam's post. What do you mean there is no spherical excess? He said, I heard him just say something, a specific condition, not all conditions. I don't know what he wrote.
Oh, that was Rocky, but yeah, Gleam jumped in.
Yeah, no, the paper's titled Establishing the Spherical Excess for Geodetic Networks of the Third Order. And they conclude the paper basically saying, no, we didn't find any.
We find spherical excess. It's bullshit.
It's a
Wasn't
triangle
massive
with more
amounts,
than 180 degrees, George. It's impossible.
Yeah.
No,
so
if
which
you
would
if
be
you
a triangle.
if you plot 3 sides along geodesics on the Earth's surface, yes, you get spherical excesses. If you shoot the way the crow flies, then no, you will not get that. So, just stating stuff like that, Gleam, means nothing because
Well, it
this is
just
what
says
you
here
always do.
in our research, we found a particular case in which correction and spherical excess is almost null.
Yes,
and they
but
conclude.
there's nothing in there that.
No, listen, wait there. Why are you interrupting? Why are you interrupting? Shush.
Because you're stating something like you always do. There's nothing in there that tells us how.
Hey, George, I'm going to interrupt you like you've been complaining all night that people do to you. I'm going to interrupt you because you've interrupted Gleam. You've interrupted Gleam every time, George. As you complain, people interrupt you. I'm going to call you out right now. No one's hearing you, George. Because it's Gleam's time to talk. And you interrupted him, George. George, no reason to talk because no one's hearing you. Take me to court, George, and shut up because Gleam is talking and you interrupted him mid-sentence. You interrupted him, George.
No one's.
That's why
Hey,
no
George.
one's hearing you at all.
Hey,
George.
George.
Raki has
George.
just blasted you completely.
Hey, George. No one's hearing you, George, as usual. No one really
I
cares
don't
about
see
you because Gleam wants to talk right now, George, and you interrupted him.
Well, I'm listening to Rakia.
Okay, guys.
Right, listen.
Okay,
let
listen.
me read it to you, George,
Let him-
because
No,
you don't.
no, I want to see the whole paper. I don't want.
Well, it's in the general
Okay,
chat.
George.
Right,
Just 1 second, George. Just 1 second. So he's going to read a section of it, and he has actually posted
Oh,
it.
because this is what
He's
you always do. You extract stuff out of context.
Just
That
listen.
means
I don't
nothing.
think
conclusion.
he's going to go
No,
to the.
I don't
Is it all
care
right to
about
read the conclusion in full?
the measurement
Right, so-
method.
so
I want to
George.
see how things are being measured.
George.
The conclusion
George.
might mean something totally different from what you're trying to imply, Glenn.
Right, okay,
Yeah,
so-
but it might not, George. You're not giving
Okay.
it the opportunity,
No, I
are
don't
you?
know.
You just want to
I don't
talk
know. I
shit,
wanna
don't
see
you?
the whole paper.
So,
Why
I'll
are
tell
you
you-
So,
objecting
George,
to
if
seeing
you
the whole
shut
paper?
up, Gleam might
I'm
tell
not.
you,
It's
right?
in the general
You have
chat.
to be
It's been
quiet.
posted there for about an hour now.
So George,
Where?
so here's the
I don't
thing,
see
George. So we're going to listen to Gleam and his conclusions, and you don't have to agree or make any kind of comment on it if you don't want to. But I want to hear what Gleam's got to say about what he's posted, and if you want to come back another day and say where he was wrong, by all means. But for now, let's just listen to what Gleam's got to say. Go ahead.
Yeah, it was a investigation into spherical excess, and I'll just read the conclusion word for word. This is not my opinion. The tolerance with which the checking rule must be satisfied depends on the triangulation order 0.03 degrees for the third order triangulation. As we found out on the direction 213,238 to 0, which is referenced in the document, the spherical excess is almost null. This happens when a station point, site point, and the origin of access are collinear. Okay, so it had nothing to do with what you were saying there, George, Porgy,
I have no
Pie.
idea. What does almost nothing mean? Okay?
Yes, exactly. You
It's
have
not- it's
no
not saying-
idea,
it's
so stop
not saying- it's
chatting
not
shit.
saying it's not there. It's saying that the
It's almost
spherical
null.
excess
Yeah.
under those conditions
Yeah, it's almost
is
null.
minimal.
You can't
It's
measure
not
anything.
saying it's not saying the spherical excess is non-existence. It's saying it's minimal under those conditions. I want to
Saying
see what they
almost
are.
null.
I don't see. I don't
So we
see.
can
where
forget
it's
about
posted.
it.
Where is it posted?
In the general chat, you bloody blind Mr.
You
Magoo,
posted
mate.
other things. Which one?
It
have
says
you posted?
establishing the spherical excess for geodetic networks of the
Okay,
third
I got
order.
it. All right, I've got it now.
Oh my
So,
God.
so
mate.
George, can you hear me, George? Or do you have me muted?
I can hear you.
Okay. So
It's like looking
spherical-
after my
spherical
fucking
excess-
disabled granddad, George, mate.
Spherical
Seriously.
excess would be all about angles, not curve or drop or anything like that, right? It would all be about angles, right?
I would assume so, yeah.
Okay.
That's usually what spherical excess refers to is
Yeah, I'm
the
happy
angle
I brought
within a
that up and
triangle.
not you, of course. Yeah.
Do you know what it'd take to get a triangle with more than 180 degrees, George? Geometrically, of course.
On the globe, Longitude,
Here, did you
latitude.
read
Let's
the
do this,
okay.
right? Let's do
I've
it.
got the paper. I have the paper here in the abstract. I give me a chance to read a couple sentences.
Do you know how to
Angles
make
be
a
taken
triangle with more
in
than
any
180
3 points on the
degrees, George?
surface of the Earth by a theodolite are, strictly speaking, spherical angles, and their sum must exceed 180 degrees, and the lines bounding them are not the chords as they should be, but the tangents to the Earth. The excess is inappreciable in common cases, but in the larger triangles, it becomes necessary to allow for it and to diminish each of the angles of the observed triangle by 1/3 of the spherical excess. So they said
Added
if you
math,
take a
right?
large enough
Added
triangle, the physical, the
Yeah, you
spherical
gotta add
excess
the globe,
exists.
right?
See, again, this is classic of Gleam. He never reads the
Absolute
damn
nonsense.
papers on
I
his
read the
add
paper.
the
I
excess,
cited
right?
it
You
for
gotta
that.
add it.
refute his claims.
It
He
does
does
not,
this
because
all
they
the
tried to
time.
do it. They tried to prove it, and they found almost null. So they did
tried
not
to
prove
measure
it.
it, got nothing.
Read the paper. You've only just read it in 2 seconds. You read the abstract, and you're thinking that you know it. You're an idiot, George. You're just begging.
Just like you, I doubt
begging
that
to
you
try and
ever
get
read
everything out of it.
You've
It just
never
said
read this
almost
paper.
null in the
You've never read
conclusion.
this paper. it's you know, and this thing with Rodney.
Look at you
bring
nervously
him on, and
laughing.
he's not even
You're failing,
George,
George.
George,
You're
you
failing.
might need to go to
He's
bed,
Mr.
man.
Rodney now, right?
I mean, you flat earthers do this all the time. You
Hey,
bring
George,
people
you
on
might need to go to bed, man.
claiming
Yeah.
credentials they have not earned or do not
I mean, you
have.
said 2
I mean,
hours
you do
ago
this
you were
all the time.
tired, George.
Credentials
Remember-
do you have in surveying, George?
Remember the excuse you used, George?
Never
You were
claimed I
tired 2
had
hours ago to
credentials
not
in
answer
surveying.
the
so
6
shut
months.
up.
Rodney told me a few weeks ago he was a surveyor, and as I probed him more, I found that he is not a surveyor.
He sounds
Yeah, you
like
mean
a
as you
surveyor to
doxed him
me.
and called his
Certified
license
surveyor.
board?
He works with surveyors, but that
Yeah,
doesn't make him
you
certified.
said you was an electronics research guru, and I probed you more, and you didn't even know that the electronic universe is actually a low gas discharge plasma model.
God, you and that damn electric universe. Geez.
Exactly. Always get you back for that because you reckon you're qualified and you're not, are you, George?
Yes, I am.
I probed you and I found you're not qualified, are you?
No,
you
you
used simple
haven't probed anything.
electrostatics, didn't you?
All these men probing other men. It's not very good.
George
You
didn't
are
probe
such
him.
a
He said he was proud and
You don't
online
understand
telling people he
Maxwell's
called the license board
equations in
again.
the least, and you try to
Just
think that
explain
you're
why
somehow
George,
probing me
what
and,
George is saying.
George, you're not qualified, obviously, to speak on the matter.
Can I explain why
very much am.
George
No,
thinks
you
I'm
are
not
not.
qualified?
You're lying.
Oh, I'm not lying.
You must
Show
be,
me.
because you did not
have never made
know.
a video. You have never made a video.
I don't need to make
show
a
where I
video.
went wrong.
I
You
don't need
never-
to make. I
all you do is
cited the
make
leaders of the electric universe, and
you
they
make
said
these
you're
claims. You
silly.
have nothing to back it up. All you have are these
I've
quotes.
presented it.
On context. Show me where my
No.
mathematics is wrong. Show me where my
No,
assumptions
your model
are
is wrong. You chose the wrong formulas, the whole complete wrong equations.
No, you're making these claims. You always
You said
make
that you.
claims, but you have
There is.
nothing to
I've
back
shown
them
them.
up with.
I've cited them.
Haven't?
Remember, you stopped me from doing it every time I was citing them.
Oh, you're such a card, Gleam.
I've got the video of it, of you interrupting me 20 odd times while I'm citing them, saying that you shouldn't be using simple electrostatics.
Show me how I should be using it. I'm not going to try to.
No,
prove
you
it
should
for
be
you.
using a low pressure gas discharge model, i.e. plasma, not simple electrostatics. It's plasma universe.
What was I trying
not
to demonstrate? What was I trying to demonstrate in that
You was
video?
trying to debunk the EU theory, but you didn't, did you?
No,
Because
tell me
you're
more
not qualified enough,
specifically-
are
Tell
you?
me more specifically, what was it I was trying to show?
You was trying to show that electrostatics alone cannot replace the job of gravity. There we go.
Okay, there you go. And I did.
Exactly. And you claimed that
Yes,
that was
I
the
did. All right,
EU
case
theory,
closed.
and it wasn't. So you're not qualified, are you?
I wasn't trying to
You're
prove
not
anything
qualified
more
in
than to
electronics, are
demonstrate
you? If
that
you did not know.
electrostatics, that electric universe people that are claiming electrostatics can
Rubbish.
replace
Well, then your
gravity.
research is crap. Your research is
not
crap.
that.
It
No.
is.
No.
If you're
I mean,
using the wrong equations, it's crap.
Grimby and many others were telling
No,
me
don't blame
that
anyone else.
gravity
That's straw
could be
manning.
replaced by electrostatic forces.
No,
And I
rubbish,
showed them
rubbish.
that it could not
Grimby,
be.
I spoke to personally and asked the question, and he said, "No, I never told George that. I told him it was plasma. Plasma
No.
universe theory.
Oh, back
Yeah.
in ED 2.0,
Alphin
Gleam.
waves, plasma. It's exactly that. You are seriously clueless,
No,
which is why you can't be qualified.
magnetic
George, you're
ropes.
lying.
Magnetic
You're
ropes
lying.
cannot generate the sort of forces that you're claiming to
Who
hold.
said magnetic
planets
ropes? That's
together.
Birkeland currents, mate. You've got it all muddled up,
Yeah,
haven't you?
again,
You're not really
Birkeland
qualified to
currents
speak
and
about this, are
magnetic
you?
ropes, all that stuff cannot generate enough force to
Yeah,
hold planets
the Alphin
together.
waves are to do with plasma.
So what?
Yeah.
Plasma currents can't generate the kind of forces that are needed to replace gravity.
How would you know? You haven't even run the
Because
numbers.
I've calculated them. That's why I just
No,
haven't
you
made
haven't.
a video about it. I don't care about
Oh,
making a video
liar.
about your,
What a liar. More lies to cover your other lies.
I'm
That
waiting
is
for
so
you
much
to make that
lies.
video
So
to
much
debunk.
lies. I
Make
have
your
debunked
video
you.
to debunk me.
I don't need to make a video, George. I
Sure you
cite
do.
the guys
Well,
who
then-
run
then-
the electric
then shut
universe
up.
theory.
No, then quit coming and making these claims that I went
Well,
about it
quit
all
making
wrong.
claims about other people when you're talking absolute shit on something you're not qualified
Oh,
to
I'm not
speak on,
talking
mate.
absolute shit. There's any
You are.
number
You're
of
not qualified to
universe
speak about
people
surveying,
that
are you?
claim that gravity can
Are
be
you a qualified
replaced
surveyor?
by a electric field, an electric.
No one ever said that, George. You made that up in your own mind, which is the whole point. You made it up. You thought electric universe was electrostatics.
Talk about the electric
It's
universe.
nonsense. Anyway, George, you just questioned
Yes, I
someone's
agree.
profession.
Electric universe
You
is
just
nonsense. I
you
agree
just
with you.
question. No, you just
No,
questioned
I
someone's
disagree.
profession,
I agree
and
with
you are in no
Universe is
professional
nonsense.
position to do so. You have no qualifications in surveying,
I have
and
plenty of
you have no qualifications to be talking about plasma.
I have orders of magnitude more qualifications than you. I have earned a PhD in electromagnetic theory.
Absolute rubbish. I don't believe you. I seriously do not believe you. If you mistake a low
You wanna see
pressure
my
gas
transcripts?
discharge
Posted them
model,
before. You can look at my
you
transcripts if
bought
you
them
want.
from China, I'm sure, George. Seriously, if you did not know that plasma is a different set of equations than
Colorado State
electrostatics.
University are based in China, are they?
Yes. If you did not know that plasma is not electrostatics,
Oh,
they're
Gleam.
different equations.
Gleam, you're priceless.
You're priceless, George, because you're questioning other people and you haven't got a clue yourself. You're not
Why don't you
qualified
call up
yourself
the
in
registrar?
surveying,
Why don't you call
and
up
you're
the
not even
registrar
qualified to be speaking on your own topic.
in Colorado State and see if I ever attended them and earned a degree?
You paid someone to do your homework, mate.
Oh,
Come on. You've got to
Gleam,
have
Gleam,
to
I
make a
challenge you.
fundamental schoolboy error of
Why don't you
using
do it?
simple
Gleam,
electrostatics on a
I
plasma
challenge
model.
you
It's
to
mad.
call the registrar's office of Colorado State University and
I'm not like
Michigan
you, George. I
Technological
don't call people
University
up.
and
I
ask
don't want
about
to
my
delve into
degrees
your
earned.
personal life,
But you've
right?
made a
But I know
You've made a
that you are
claim
not
that
qualified to
I've
speak
never
on
earned
the
these
topics you
degrees.
speak
Do you
on.
want to see my diplomas? Do you want to see my?
Yes, in surveying right now, because you're speaking about
I'm not
surveying
asking-
to
I'm
a
not talking
person who
about
does
surveying, I'm
professional
talking
surveying.
about my qualifications to talk about electric universe. Do you want me to post my degrees, my diplomas from Michigan Tech and Colorado State? I can do that.
Is it on plasma technology? Is it? Is it? Or is
What?
it just simple electrostatics?
Not
Is it a
simple
simple?
electrostatics.
Is it a
have
simple
to do with the whole premise of
electronics degree or
Maxwell's
electric?
equations and
Is it a
electronics
simple
theory.
electronics degree, George?
What's your problem, Glenn?
Have you got a degree in plasma physics, George?
What's your let's focus. What's your qualifications? Do you even
No,
have an
no.
electrical
You're
engineering
claiming
degree?
to look. You've just
No, you're
said.
the one that's claiming
Oh
I'm
my
right.
God,
How
George!
can
Why are
you
you
claim
running
I'm
away?
wrong when you
I
don't have
asked
any
you,
degrees
are you
at
qualified
all?
in plasma physics or surveying? The two topics you believe you are qualified to talk on. Are you qualified in plasma physics, George?
I'm not a plasma.
Just say no,
physicist.
So
George.
you are not qualified to talk on the topic, are you, my brother?
I'm qualified to talk on the topic of whether or not electrostatics can
But not plasma
place
physics.
gravity in holding planets about
Yeah,
the
but that's
sun.
not the not the
That's
not the
what you're
electric universe,
complaining
which you
about.
claimed
You're
it to be.
complaining about my analysis of the electric universe aspect
Yes, which is a
of an
plasma theory, not
situation.
electrostatics, mate.
I've done that. I've debunked your BS.
You didn't, because you are not a plasma physicist, brother.
Neither are you. How do you know?
Because they
No,
tell me the people. No, listen.
you have no
Why can you not? Why can you not
are you?
listen to a
You're
sentence?
a freaking programmer.
Are you
You're a
scared?
bit pusher.
Are you
Know
scared?
nothing about Maxwell's
Yes, I'm a
equations. You know
data.
nothing about
I'm a
general
data
relativity.
analyst, and I look at the
You have
data and
no,
I say,
you
right,
have no
can
basis.
you? You got to talk all the way through. Look, you're panicky. Why is someone so qualified this panicky?
You have nothing in
Why
the
are you
way
so
of
panicky,
background
George?
to
Why are you so
analyze. I'm not
panicky?
panicking. I'm just saying you
You are
have no
panicking. You're not allowing me to talk.
whatsoever to talk
Why are you
about any of this
panicking,
stuff.
George?
And here you are. You're trying to tell me I don't know what I'm talking about when
George,
you
why are
don't
you
even
panicking?
know anything about Maxwell's equations. You don't
Are you
know
falling
anything
apart,
about
mate?
general relativity theory. You don't have the mathematical background to
George, I
refute
schooled
anything
you on
I've
what
done.
Lorentz
And here you are
transforms is,
sitting
mate.
here and trying to tell me I don't know what I'm saying or what I'm doing or how I
You don't, George.
can
I've proven
analyze
it.
these problems. No,
No, I've
you're a
proven
fake.
it,
You're a
George. Look at
clown.
you. You're panicking. You're
You'd say
panicking
you're
because you
just
know
a
I've got pure
clown,
truth backing me.
pretender clown, whatever it is. Gleam, you're just a waste of time.
You're
You've
like
always
Rumpus. Look at you. You're going off like Rumpus. I'm allowing you to. Go on.
what? No, I mean you're a clown. You have no background in your child.
No, let me now speak if you will allow me to speak. You are not qualified to talk on plasma physics because you are not a plasma physicist. You've got a simple
And
basic
of course you can
electronics
debunk me,
degree.
right?
Yeah. Now listen, right? You are not qualified to speak on that. You are not qualified to speak on surveying. Yet you were just questioning the professional occupation of someone who does and who is.
No,
Yeah.
Rodney
And Bev,
has no more qualifications than I do when it regards to surveying. He works for surveyors. He's never taken a
Bev has got a
qualifying exam as a
qualification in
surveyor. And
surveying.
you're trying to
Listen,
tell me I'm a
listen, Bev,
professional engineer. Professional engineers also
Bev.
have training in. I have taken courses in civil engineering. I have dealt with surveying um, uh,
Where's your
topics.
certificate? Show me your surveying certificate.
I never
Like
claimed
Bev's
to
got.
have a surveying certificate.
Right, so Bev's more
Rodney
qualified to
did,
speak on it than
and
you.
I have
Yeah?
debunked Rodney a few weeks ago
Okay,
claimed
let's
to
talk
be a
about Bev
surveyor,
because
and I have
Bev's the
found that
qualified
he has
one.
no surveying certificates. He has never taken a qualifying exam, and neither have you. And you have the gall to sit here and tell me, as a professional engineer, I can't understand these concepts.
No, you can't because you absolutely got them wrong, George, and provably wrong.
I just
Yeah,
want to say
Glee,
in my defense,
I
George, I
understand.
never claimed to have a civil engineering license,
You
which
did.
is why you say I'm unqualified.
No, he actually explained
When I
what he
first
does. He
met
does
you,
it as a
Rodney,
day
you
job,
claimed
as
to be
his
a surveyor.
profession.
You claimed to be a surveyor, Rodney, when I first met you.
I
I am a
survey.
surveyor. The
I
license
survey in
of
my
civil
job. I
engineering
radio
certificate
survey.
doesn't change that.
I can't understand anything when you Gleam
Rex,
and you talk at the same time.
one at a time, please. So go ahead, Rodney.
Oh, I was just saying that I am a surveyor. I mean, the fact that I'm not a certified civil engineer, which I guess is his requirement, that doesn't
No,
change the fact that that's what I
you
do
don't
for a
have to be
living, and I do it on a daily basis.
no, you don't have to be a certified civil engineer to be a land surveyor, certified land surveyor. I took my professional engineering exam at the same time that professional land surveyors took their exam. We're all under the same national organization. It's called the National Examiners for professional engineers and land surveyors. We all take the exam at the same time. When I took my exam, we were in a room of 300, which was a mixture of professional engineers being licensed as well as professional land surveyors. We're all under the same umbrella. But you don't have to have a degree in civil engineering to be a certified land surveyor.
Well, the fact that
You
I'm
just
not a
have to know the
certified,
concepts and take the qualifying exams.
right? But the fact that I'm not certified doesn't change the fact that I'm not a surveyor. How much practical experience do you have surveying? I know you took the exam and you're under the same umbrella, but how much real world experience do you have surveying? How many hours?
I understand all the concepts that are needed to be understood to talk about these topics that have been
Different question,
discussed
George.
over the months with these flat Earth and globe Earth experiments and tests.
Right, I'm just going to quickly shout out Silent Zero. Says, George's trigger, good day to all. Earth is flat. Indeed it is, indeed it is. And Brandon Toy wants to chip in with a super chat too, who says, great show, 5+ hours. I see what you're doing. You're spoiling everyone before the temporary shows up. Brandon Toy will be taking over, as you well know. Sometime next week he'll be getting on with these shows. But in the meantime, back to George. Here we go.
Just so basic, it's not complicated.
Yeah, it's just
So,
talk.
so that's a very long way of saying none. Is that a long way of saying you have no real world experience?
No, I have plenty of
No.
real world experience.
Well, how much? That was the question.
Well, what do you mean? How much? 3 pounds worth.
How many,
What's that?
how many hours worth? How many hours, George? That was the question. How many hours of real world
You
surveying
didn't ask
experience
how
do you
many
have?
hours.
Okay, well,
I
he's
did.
asking you now. He's asking you now, George. How many hours of work?
Time.
I would say probably around 250.
Around 250. Okay. Well, I do about 60 hours a week. Every
Well,
week
that's
of the
fine,
year.
but you don't need
Every
3,000
week of the year.
hours to
So
someone having
So you've done
250 hours is not being trumped very much by anyone having 1,000 or 2,000 hours. I mean, once you have
I do that in a
several
month.
weeks of hours in, you know enough about the basics and the operation of the equipment as well as anyone with 1,000
I'm
or
sure
2,000
any
hours. So
jobs
just
like
because
that,
the number of
George.
hours, once you reach a certain
Anything's like that,
threshold,
right.
any more hours you put on top of that doesn't make you any much better.
How many hours do you need to be
Well,
certified, George?
I just want to say, based on the fact that you think you can do a 6-mile single shot with a theodolite or auto level and get an accurate anything, shows that you don't know what you're talking about.
Exactly.
Define accurate.
Okay, how many hours do you need to be certified?
That the line at the end of 6 miles may deviate a foot or two depending on your refractive conditions. Now, I call that accurate enough for what we're doing. Of course, it's not. You're not going to get it down to millimeters or inches. That's impossible.
What are you
How many hours? How many
that's
hours?
easy enough to do.
How many hours do you need to be certified, George?
I don't know. I've never tried.
Does anybody know how many hours surveying you need to do to be certified?
That's not going to clue. You just have to sit an exam, right? You know, like you just have to. It's one of those experience
Nah,
things.
there's also an experience. You have to be out in the field for a while to be what we would call a master, right? Surveyor, or that's master plumber, master framer, master all this fucking bullshit, right? So, and I'm not sure if that's the right term.
I don't think that's true. In certification, you have to just pass the exam. It's just like passing the bar for legal. You don't have to have gone to law school in order to pass the bar exam. You can practice as an attorney if you can pass the bar exam.
Yes, you do. Are you kidding
Well,
me?
you know.
Otherwise, you're just a paralegal defendant, state defendant.
No,
come on,
no.
dude.
As long as you pass the bar exam. Now they may have changed the requirements, but that's the way it used to be. If
Yeah. Okay.
pass the
It's been
bar,
changed
you
since.
be an
Yeah, it's
attorney.
been changed
Well,
since.
here,
Each
I'll
state
just
is
look it up.
different.
Hang on. Sing.
Each state is different on the surveying. Most states are you have to have a bachelor or BS degree. No field experience is needed. You just have to pass the board exam to be a certified surveyor, and then you can go practice. But there are other criteria, but basic requirements, as any other degree, and then passing a state board exam is all it is.
Just to be able to do what? Work for a company that's called a surveying company, right?
No,
A
to be a
business?
certified surveyor, then you can have people work under you doing surveys.
Right.
Yeah.
The certification is needed so that you can make, just say that you're going out, maybe there's a dispute between neighbors about a property line.
Sure.
Well, only a certified surveyor can go out and make the measurements and have them be notarized and legally binding.
Correct.
That doesn't mean that he knows.
Hold up in court. Yeah.
Exactly. Yeah, it doesn't mean that he knows something that the other surveyor doesn't. He just has the
That's-
authority to make
yeah.
it legal.
That's why they make mistakes all the time. Like they made a mistake on my property
Yeah.
not being in the flood zone.
Virginia, Vermont, and Washington allow aspiring
So,
lawyers
so
to take
Rodney,
the bar
so
exam
Rodney,
without
what you're
going to
saying,
law school.
Rodney, what you're saying though is if you're not actually showing up to a property and getting actual measurements, or something, you can go out into the field and measure the earth, right? Measure distances without being certified. Is that right?
Oh, yeah. Well, even the surveyors who work for, even the surveyors like myself who work for a certified surveyor, we're the ones in the field taking the measurements.
Yep.
It's not him personally that's doing it. He just has
Sure.
the certification that his company can do it. Yeah, it doesn't mean that everyone who works for him has
Sure.
one. 95.
Absolutely.
Actually, he's probably the only one in the company, who's certified because
Exactly.
yeah, if someone else was, they would have their own firm.
Mm-hmm.
So we can actually certify now that Rodney has more experience than both George and Rumpus combined. Cool.
Yeah, that's
He
certified.
never claimed that he didn't
that
have
has been
more
certified.
experience in working for a surveyor than I did. I'm telling you that he's not a certified surveyor, and for him to have
He's a surveyor though, isn't he, George? He's a surveyor though, isn't he?
Certified.
He's professional
Again,
though, isn't
you
he?
guys like to talk over one another.
He's a professional surveyor though, isn't he, George?
No.
What do you mean no? He does surveying as his
What?
profession.
I do surveying too. Does that make
As
me a
his,
professional
yeah,
surveyor?
but it's not as your profession.
That doesn't matter. Professional means that you have
That
the
doesn't matter.
qualifications and you pass the exams.
So it doesn't matter that he does it
That's
all
what
day long.
professional
It's
means,
only
dude.
when
It's
he
like
gets
you
that bit of
going out,
paper that he
you
knows
cannot
about it.
you cannot legally call yourself a professional engineer without having passed a licensing.
And Clem, keep in mind that George never passed the professional surveyor exam, right? Certification. He was just an engineer in the same room with some surveyors.
I never claimed I did.
Okay, cool.
I have never claimed to be a professional surveyor or land surveyor or certified. Never
Because
have.
you don't get paid for it, do you? And
Talking
you don't
about
do it as a job, do you? Really?
Of course I don't do it as a
So you
job.
can't really claim that, can you, George?
I never did.
Right. But he can, because Rodney does it as his profession. And that's what pays the
Professional
bills.
engineer, I can understand all the basics and the concepts. I have more than enough background.
Who cares
to
about
understand
you?
surveying concepts.
Who cares
I care.
about you? You are
George.
unqualified in this arena.
Much more qualified than
George, when you
No, Rodney is much more qualified than
the
you.
mathematics of this stuff. I mean, that's very obvious in talking to Rodney. He doesn't have the math background to understand the geometry of a spherical Earth. Neither do you.
Oh, so it's
or
about
neither
math
do
now.
anyone else.
So it's about math when I'm a data analyst.
Yeah.
George, when you do a job,
you don't
and you live out
understand
of
the
that job,
mathematics of a
Oh, I
spherical
don't
Earth.
understand. Yeah, that old Rumpus tactic.
You can
You
push
don't
numbers
understand.
on your
You don't
data
understand the electronic universe
are
theory is a
qualified
plasma
to
theory.
understand the mathematics.
You're not qualified. You're not qualified. You mustn't be.
Really? Okay.
Yeah, you can't be. You
Fair
don't
enough.
understand it, George. You don't understand surveying.
Understand what?
Surveying or the electronic universe. Neither.
George,
or
can-
Lorentz transforms.
Can we
can I
just
say something, guys?
Go on.
When you do a job and you live out of that job,
I'm not hearing
you are actually
anything.
a professional on that job. That's what it means. Be
Oh,
a
gosh.
professional, George.
George, what
Senegator
is
in
your
the chat. Oh, go
what
on.
is your
Sorry.
degree, George? Your PhD and any other masters or lower levels? I mean, can you restate
Mathematics.
those? Okay.
Mathematics and electrical engineering.
And what
with,
level for those? Or PhD math or
masters in mathematics, PhD, and electrical engineering.
okay.
Concentrations in electromagnetic theory, control theory, and
Electrical
operational
or
mathematics.
electronic? Electrical or
Electronics.
electronic?
I worked for a very large company. You may have heard of it, called Hewlett Packard, as a design engineer. I was in their electronic new product development lab as a member of technical staff. I designed analog front ends for precision instrumentation.
Cool. That's reputable. That's
Yes. You can look up many of the products I designed, the HP.
Right, well, well, how long have we been going now? Nearly 5.5 hours. Yeah, that'll do. That will do. First time I've had a long one in a very long time. Must be at least 2 months since I've had this kind of length of a stream, but just the way that the stream panned out, the conversation was good, and the yeah, I enjoyed it. Yeah, it was good. So, back tomorrow with another show, and back on Friday. And then after that, I'm bowing out for a time, and we're going to let Brandon Toy take over the hot seat. So he will be your moderator, let's say, and showrunner as of next week. So the shows will continue. You'll just have a different host with a different style, I guess, and different moderators, perhaps. Who knows? Different panelists. Well, I think most of the panelists will rejoin, but yeah, things will probably be a little bit different. Hopefully, you'll get to see a different side of something, and let's see where it takes us. Because I'm going to have some time off, so I'll probably be back in the new year, probably around about January time. I'll also be keeping my hand in. You know, I will jump on the panel now and again, and I will also be doing some videos, which I can spend a lot more time producing and researching into. So my time will be occupied on doing those things as well, because I want some decent content out there again, like I used to do. Looking into lots of different things that interested me, that I've wanted to research for a good time. So it'll be nice to get those videos out, get them on the channel, and shared around. So I think it'll work well for everybody, for sure. So yeah, that's the plan. So I'm hopefully going to see you all guys tomorrow, and on Friday. So that'll do. See you tomorrow. Take care. Be good to one another, and have fun.